Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The consciousness hesitated. In an instant, he took control of most of the flesh and mechanical devices inside the inverted tower. CIMO was his most trusted subordinate, which is why he granted him the highest level of authority within the society, allowing him to handle all matters, big and small. But that didn't mean everything could proceed without his authorization. Such a large-scale personnel movement was no small matter. Almost instantly, he remotely connected to CIMO's communicator. CIMO, what on earth is going on? How could you allow such a large-scale mobilization of biological troops? You must give me a reasonable explanation. The ominous voice rumbled through Lin En's communicator. Lin En was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. To dare speak to CIMO in such a tone, this must be the real boss of the Demon Society. Without any hesitation, Lin En smiled slightly, altered his vocal cords again, and mimicked CIMO's tone and pitch, saying, "To the President, I've encountered some major trouble here. Once I resolve the situation, I'll report to you immediately." A brief silence. The other side of the communicator was silent. But almost within seconds, the voice rang out again, but compared to before, it had become incomparably cold. "You're not CIMO, you took his communicator." And just as Lin En was about to say something, the signal abruptly cut off. Almost simultaneously, the mechanical and flesh armies that had been warping over ceased their arrival. Lin En immediately understood. The big boss must have taken over the Demon Society's authority. Lin En smiled slightly. But he hadn't really thought he could deceive that boss with his voice. After all, those who truly control an organization aren't so easily fooled. Meanwhile, inside the inverted tower of the Demon Society, the consciousness coldly said, "CIMO has likely met with misfortune. You useless fools, wasting so much of my forces, and being played like monkeys. You've utterly disgraced our Demon Society." The rumbling voice echoed throughout the inverted tower. Several communicators' operators shuddered, their faces pale, and they dropped to their knees. In almost an instant, he remotely took control of all the troops outside Wandering Soul Alley, including the hunters, mechanical swarms, and sweepers. His will descended instantly, and through their perspective, he immediately locked onto the unconscious, blood-gushing CIMO, and the skull wreaking havoc. Root level. His gaze was cold, quickly analyzing. "So that's it, it seems we've been set up this time. Is this an attempt to use a root-level creature to give our society a warning?" His gaze was indifferent. He swiftly grasped the situation on the battlefield. He didn't care about the loss of those mechanical creations, as they were merely mass-produced from the biological factory. As long as the inverted tower stood, he could quickly replicate an identical army. The only thing that concerned him was the root-level creature currently devouring his creations. He could tell at a glance. Although the skull was also root-level, it was still a significant distance from those that truly represented fear and calamity. His mind quickly became active. Whether CIMO lived or died was irrelevant, losing a vice president was manageable, but a truly rare root-level creature was invaluable. He squinted his eyes. And if he could capture this root-level creature, even without all the Colossus components, it would still unleash considerable power, wouldn't it? "Unseal my number 2 body, initiate warp, I want to meet it personally." He squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Almost simultaneously, riding Xiao Xiao and swiftly hunting the remaining forces of the Demon Society, Lin En suddenly looked up, immediately sensing the tremors in the surrounding space. And compared to the previous tremors, this one was much more intense. Lin En immediately felt a slight unease. "Xiao Xiao. Are you full?" Lin En immediately asked. "Xiao Xiao, Omega," replied, 80% full. I still want to eat delicious dash. But almost the moment she finished speaking, a deep blue ring of light descended from the sky, crushing dozens of mechanical insects on the wasteland into powder. A massive figure exuding a terrifying aura slowly appeared in Lin En's line of sight. Almost instantly, a panel of that figure appeared before Lin En's eyes. God Hunter Puppet. Race, Flesh Creation. Level. Attribute, None. Combat ability, Overwhelming power surpassing a monarch. Description, one of the most advanced flesh creations of the Demon Society, derived from the Colossus Project, a destroyer designed to counter monarch-level and root-level creatures. Due to the immense power derived from the Colossus Project, only one person in the entire society can control it. If you encounter it, pray it's not targeting you. Buzz. Lin En's gaze turned hollow. This is just too much. A quick look at /2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. Is this the big boss of the Demon Society? Warning. Warning. Crisis level 100%, please evacuate immediately. Warning. Crisis level has reached 100%, please evacuate immediately. But almost as the system alert sounded, a massive blood-red hand without skin emerged from the flesh giant's body, sweeping towards Xiao Xiao. Without any words, it launched an attack with a blank expression. Xiao Xiao. Dodge quickly. Lin En shouted. But it was already too late. The giant hand instantly reached them, slamming into Xiao Xiao's cheek with a thunderous crash. The immense force made the ground tremble, and Xiao Xiao's body was pushed dozens of meters away. Titan's Skull. Female Hunter. Unicorn Demon King, Omega Omega. The flesh giant shuddered, seeing Xiao Xiao only pushed dozens of meters away, squinting its eyes, its expression becoming serious. Clearly, this probing strike gave it a rough understanding of the root-level creature's strength. Dust billowed and dispersed. Xiao Xiao stood there, biting a hunter, stunned. She instinctively removed her eyeball, looking at her cheek. A crack sounded. A small piece of her tooth broke off and fell to the ground. Instantly, Xiao Xiao's eye sockets turned red at an unimaginable speed, and a huge sense of grievance surged up. Xiao Xiao, are you okay? Lin En reached out in astonishment. What dash? With a cry, Xiao Xiao burst into tears, pointing at her baby tooth, saying, Doctor, my tooth, the pretty tooth cracked. Wah hit crack sob sob dash. Lin En was stunned, hanging upside down, as Xiao Xiao opened her mouth to show him her cracked front tooth. It's cracked, I can't even speak properly. Wah dash. Xiao Xiao burst into tears. She cried very sadly. Meanwhile, behind a distant hill, the Unicorn Demon King stared at the scene in the distance, his mind buzzing. Almost instinctively, he turned his head to look at his big brother and sister-in-law. In an instant, his expression turned to one of panic. Those two heads, larger than small mountains, sat side by side, with dark clouds gathering ominously above them. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. From behind, their expressions were invisible, but the terrifying aura emanating from their silent backs gave a sense of an impending storm. This is bad. Really bad. Because he knew all too well how much his big brother and sister-in-law doted on their daughter. They treated her like a treasure, fearing she might melt in their mouths or shatter in their hands, always escorting her from afar, following quietly, afraid she might encounter any mishap. And now, a big fight had broken out. The Unicorn Demon King swallowed hard and said, Big brother, sister-in-law, I think. Crack. Countless terrifying cracks instantly spread out from beneath those two heads. The Unicorn Demon King exclaimed, Wah! Titan's skull squinted its eyes, as large as a small building, and said, Just now did you see clearly dash? The female head showed a malicious expression and said, Saw it very clearly dash. At this moment, these two heads, which had been at odds for thousands of years, stood in rare unison. Titan's skull said deeply, I am very angry right now dash. The female head ground its teeth maliciously and said, I am too dash. A brief silence. And then, in the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the Unicorn Demon King, Boom. A loud noise. The two heads leaped into the air, soaring thousands of meters high in an instant. The Unicorn Demon King watched in disbelief. Gone. Absolutely gone. He swore, daring to make their daughter cry in front of his big brother and sister-in-law, not even a god could save him now. That guy really had no sense. Didn't even consider who he was dealing with before picking a fight. Originally, losing a few puppets would have been fine. But now he's truly done for. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, under the control of that massive consciousness, countless surviving hunters and mechanical swarm units quickly gathered around the gigantic god hunter puppet. Standing tens of meters tall, like a skinned giant, its menacing and scarlet muscles were clearly visible. The god hunter puppet raised its head, expression indifferent, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. It flexed its wrist, looking down at the crying Xiao Xiao and Lin En, who was comforting her, saying, "Baby, don't cry," and said indifferently, "You must be the human who destroyed one of my flesh puppets a few days ago. A root-level creature, impressive, with such power you can indeed walk unchallenged in this dark world. But you should never have dared to provoke the Demon Society. Today, after destroying so many of my biological puppets, I don't think you should expect to leave. Warning. Crisis level 100%. Warning. Crisis level 100%. Lin En suddenly raised his head, his expression calm, and flipped off Xiao Xiao's head. Click. He instantly raised his revolver with one hand, pointing it at the massive god hunter puppet in the distance, squinting as he said, "Do you know how much psychological damage a big fight can cause to such a small child?" Wah dash. Behind him, Xiao Xiao cried even more sadly. The god hunter puppet sneered, cracking its neck, and said, "You seem brave. What? Do you think you can challenge me with that toy in your hand? Ha ha ha, let me give you some advice, you can still escape now. Before I finish off this root-level creature, you should cherish the time you have left." Bang! A shot. A demon-hunting bullet instantly hit the god hunter puppet's forehead, sparking tiny electric currents before falling to the ground. But Lin En didn't stop. Bang 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 bang. He kept pulling the trigger until he emptied all the bullets in his revolver. The spectators in the field of vision were all instantly shocked by this scene. Is he crazy? That creature looks like it's not easy to deal with. Even that root-level creature might not be its match. This guy, he's really lost it. That slap just now sent the root-level head flying dozens of meters, enough to show the problem. This person, he's too brave. You dare shoot at me? The god hunter puppet squinted, crushing the bullet in its hand into fragments. Lin En looked at him calmly, the dark muzzle aimed at his head, and said, "Yeah, it's a bit weak. But bullying her patient in front of her doctor, no matter how you look at it, is really annoying." Wah dash. Xiao Xiao cried even louder. Ding. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you +10. Ding. Xiao Xiao's favorability towards you +10. Ding. Xiao Xiao thinks you're a reliable and dependable partner. Ding. You've triggered an epic achievement, Root Friend, gaining 200 base experience. Root Friend, epic achievement, awarded when a root-level creature's favorability towards you reaches trust. Achieving this means you have a root-level friend. Strive for deeper friendship. You gain a permanent bonus, root-level creature base favorability +5, charm +5, constitution +5, love +1. Lin En turned his head, gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up, and his teeth gleamed with a bright spot. His expression seemed to say, "Don't worry. Big brother is here. Don't cry." Xiao Xiao wiped her tears and said, dash. Ding. Xiao Xiao's trust in you +1. Even at a time like this, he hasn't forgotten to act cool. The spectators in the field of vision all showed expressions of disbelief. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Is he truly fearless, or is he just mentally unstable? This is like facing a nuclear missile head-on, not running away, but flipping it off, and still trying to look cool for the little girl behind him. The God Hunter puppet laughed heartily and said. Interesting, very interesting. Are you trying to improve that root-level creature's favorability towards you? You are indeed a very shrewd human, but the premise is that you have to leave here alive. But do you think that's possible? This body of mine possesses power beyond the monarch level. If I unleash my full strength, even a true root level being wouldn't be a problem, and that head behind you has only just stepped into the root level. Lin En squinted his eyes, blowing the black smoke from the gun barrel, and calmly said. Do you really think I only have this one friend? As soon as he said this, the God Hunter puppet burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Even the surrounding modified hunters joined in with fits of laughter. Oh. Could it be that you can summon a few more powerful root-level creatures? Are you performing a Deus Ex Machina for me? Do you think root-level creatures are so cheap that they come at your call? He shouted, pointing in Lin En's direction. But just as he finished speaking. Boom. Boom. Two massive sonic booms. In an instant, under the stunned gaze of the spectators in the field of vision, two gigantic heads, taller than mountains, descended like meteors from the sky, landing right behind the God Hunter puppet. The laughing modified hunters behind him were instantly crushed into splattering blood mud. A brief silence. The fierce wind howled, scattering the dust around. A gigantic shadow was cast from behind, and the God Hunter puppet remained in a posture, pointing at Lin En. Two chaotic gazes, like spotlights, illuminated a circle around him. Lin En seriously blew the gun barrel and adjusted his monocle, saying, Didn't they just arrive? Xiao Xiao was also stunned, running in the wind, father mother. The entire scene was as silent as if time had stopped. Ding! Heart-Eater sanity value -10. Ding! Heart-Eater sanity value -20. Ding! Heart-Eater sanity value -30. The God Hunter puppet stood there stiffly, looking at the massive shadow cast from behind, subconsciously swallowing. His tens of meters tall body seemed as small as a little Lolita in front of those two enormous heads. You were quite arrogant just now, Dash. You seem to have given my daughter a dual dash. The God Hunter puppet turned around stiffly, creaking. Buzz. His gaze instantly went blank. Reflected in his eyes were those two venomous heads standing like two Mount Tai in front of him. The terrifying aura, countless times more intense and chaotic than that small head, locked him in place like explosive magma. The Real. Root level. Heart-Eater fear level +10. Heart-Eater fear level +10. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Did that kid's mouth have divine power? Why did a Deus Ex Machina really appear? What kind of joke is this? Could that kid be the embodiment of the supreme will? How did one sentence summon two even stronger root-level creatures? And the spectators in the field of vision were all staring blankly at this scene, their minds buzzing, unable to utter a word. Because what happened today had far exceeded their understanding. Hit a small one. And two big ones are airdropped for you. This. Its parents have come. Omega. It's them. It's those two headhunters. I definitely won't mistake them. A few days ago, this family of three wandered near Wandering Soul Alley, devouring several places around there. They're a family. They're a family. What kind of joke is this? Is that apprentice really this terrifying? When did he get acquainted with this whole family? The comments on the screen exploded at an unimaginable speed. On the battlefield. Lin En maintained a calm expression, but inside, his heart was pounding. He seemed as steady as an old dog, but in reality, he was panicking. That's right. He had indeed guessed through the system's prompt that Xiao Xiao might not be coming alone, as he had learned from that old lady long ago that there were far more headhunters than just Xiao Xiao. So after Xiao Xiao was defeated in that duel, Lin En felt that this battle was secure. Truly. You shouldn't, by any means, hit someone's daughter in front of their parents. Unlike himself. He treated their daughter with utmost care and kindness, which made him welcome everywhere. You are quite brave, Dash. The Titan's skull squinted and said. Thud. The God Hunter puppet's legs buckled uncontrollably, and he stammered. No, not brave. I was just saying it casually, really, really. Heart Eater sanity value -20. The female head licked her lips venomously and said. That duel just now you slapped quite happily dash. Ding. Heart Eater fear level +40. Ding. Heart Eater fear level +50. Ding. Heart Eater fear level +100. No. No. I didn't. Really didn't. The God Hunter puppet, trembling with fear, hugged his shoulders and said. I was just joking with her. Such a cute child, who would bear to slap her, really, really. Please don't misunderstand, actually, that was. He widened his eyes, spreading his hands, and nervously explained. It's a tradition in our demon society to express affection and goodwill. When we encounter particularly cute and friendly creatures, we express our inner goodwill in this way. It's actually a cultural difference, a regional cultural difference, it's really a very friendly. Smack. He slapped a nearby hunter. He widened his eyes and said, see, it's just like this, it's as normal as a handshake, you see, he's also very happy. The two enormous heads' gazes fell on the hunter beside him. Crackling. With sparks flying, the hunter's head rolled to the feet of the two large heads. God Hunter puppet. Used too much force. A brief silence. He widened his eyes, pointing at the hunter's head, and said, see, even though his head did fall off, but, he's still very happy, look, how nice his smile is. The God Hunter puppet, winky face, knelt there, hugging his arms, unable to utter a word. The Titan's skull said deeply, why not continue? The female head squinted and said, weren't you very happy just now? The God Hunter puppet, winky face, nearly broke down in tears, trembling and crying, I can't cover it up anymore. God Hunter collapse level +10. God Hunter collapse level +10. In the next moment, two massive heads furiously dragged him over, and countless tentacles shot out from their necks, pummeling the God Hunter puppet with unimaginable speed. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, screams echoed continuously, and the God Hunter was tossed up and down amidst a cloud of dust. You son of a hit me, you, bleep. Do you know how much psychological damage that duel caused my daughter? Hit first, eat later eat, then hit, then eat bleep. The ground trembled with a rumble. The towering giant, dozens of meters tall, was like a helpless rag doll in front of the two Titan skulls, with no chance to fight back. All the spectators were left with their mouths agape in terror, their minds blank at the sight. They vaguely saw the giant, surrounded by the two heads, try to resist by reaching out, only to be instantly pinned down and trampled. Slap 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 slap. The rhythmic sound of the beating and the screams sent shivers down everyone's spine. They were beaten to the point of no return. Is this the power of a root-level being? Truly, one thing subdues another. Omega, that giant was so arrogant just now. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. In front of Lin En, the information about the two heads appeared instantly. Titan's skull. Level. Race. Attributes, chaotic evil/chaotic neutral. Combat ability, no need to run. Description, the head of a Titan that fell from a higher unknown world into the dark world, its consciousness filled with endless rage and chaos. The resulting curse made it one of the most unsolvable root monsters in the dark world. It rarely has moments of clarity, but when it falls into chaos, it becomes a calamity for all living beings in the dark world. Warlock's skull. Level. Race. Attributes, chaotic evil/lawful evil. Combat ability, trust me, sometimes death is a blessing. Description, a head that fell alongside the Titan's skull, the curse made her extremely cruel and vicious. She enjoys toying with her prey, and every being she targets ultimately dies in extreme pain. It seems only such malice can suppress the madness in her heart, yet her love for her daughter remains undiminished. She especially wants to marry her daughter off. Lin En. Seeing the introduction of the two massive heads, his heart pounded. Lin En's eyes widened. From the description, it seemed that Xiao Zhao's parents might be connected to those elusive deities. This was beyond his knowledge, as that realm was far too distant for him now. And if they were related to the gods, then wouldn't Xiao Xiao also be? He turned his head to look at Xiao Xiao, who was waving her tentacles and grinning with her teeth showing. God! Lin En's gaze became hollow. Lin En sanity value -1. As if noticing Lin En's turn, Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue and licked Lin En all over, covering him in sticky slime. My dad-mom are very powerful, though I don't know why they came here dash. Later I'll introduce a doctor I really like to dad and mom dash. Lin En wiped the saliva off his face, suddenly feeling, star. Indeed. Xiao Xiao was still very friendly and cute. With Xiao Zhao's connection, the two elders should be very friendly to him too. Rip rip. Under the ferocious tearing of the two massive heads, the giant of flesh and blood let out a piercing scream and was instantly torn in half by the sinister jaws. Run, run. In terror, he finally managed to pull his consciousness out of the god hunter's shell at the last moment. This forced extraction without any procedure also severely damaged his consciousness. In an instant, his consciousness returned to the core area of the inverted tower of the Demon Society. In the hall, the servants were horrified to see a hand covered in slime suddenly reach out from a container in the center. Crackle. Countless sparks shot out. Under their gaze, their president gritted his teeth and struggled to climb out of the container. The thick cables and tubes attached to him snapped as he leaped out, completely naked. President. What happened? Your body is still in the modification phase, how could you? The surrounding servants, pale-faced, gathered around. Immediately issue the highest level order to the entire society. Heart-Eater gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger. All senior personnel still inside the inverted tower, stop all work immediately and activate the zero-level defense plan. Also, initiate the emergency evacuation plan and teleport all parts of the Colossus immediately. At these words, all the surrounding servants were shocked. The zero-level emergency plan? What a joke. That plan was only to be activated when the Demon Society faced an unsolvable crisis threatening its survival since the establishment of the inverted tower. Could it be that the Demon Society had reached a point where they had to use that plan? Hurry! Heart-Eater roared. The servants trembled all over, rushing frantically towards the communication devices around them. No joke. Their president was not joking. The Demon Society was indeed facing an unimaginable crisis. Buzz buzz buzz. In all major areas inside the inverted tower, all the lights flashed crimson, and the piercing alarms echoed throughout the tower. Warning, warning, all society members, please note, zero-level emergency evacuation plan is being activated, all members, return to your posts. Warning, warning, the doors to the outside world are about to close, the inverted tower is about to be fully sealed, initiating highest-level emergency evacuation. Inside the inverted tower, all the members of the various sections were shocked as they listened to the warning echoing in their ears. The president has activated Plan Zero. What on earth has happened? Could it be that our Demon Society is facing a life-and-death crisis? Hurry! Get back to your posts. In an instant, everyone inside the inverted tower was running around in a panic. And it wasn't just the members inside the inverted tower, members of the Demon Society all over the Dark World received the notification of Plan Zero being activated almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Bloodsaw, who had left the doll's courtyard and was rushing through a forest towards Wandering Soul Alley, was also immediately shocked, feeling the alarm ringing inside his body. This is... Plan Zero has been activated. His face instantly showed a look of shock. He had once been an elder of the Demon Society, and even during the initial establishment of the society, he had participated in the construction and renovation of the inverted tower alongside the old president. This emergency signal had been embedded in every member's body since the inverted tower was first built, to ensure that if the Demon Society ever faced an insurmountable threat, the information could be relayed to every member as quickly as possible. The activation of that signal meant the initiation of Plan Zero. And he was very familiar with Plan Zero, as he had been one of the key members involved in its creation. How is this possible? Who has the capability to attack the headquarters of the Demon Society? He was utterly shocked. Even though he had long since left the society and was now even being hunted, he still had a very accurate understanding of the current strength of the Demon Society, which was at its peak. Not to mention the God Hunter puppet kept in reserve, even the modified flesh puppet Type 3 had the absolute power to handle most crises. "What's wrong with you?" the doll lady, who had caught up, asked loudly. Bloodsaw gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing, and said, "Something's happened to the Demon Society. They seem to be facing some enormous threat, it's simply unimaginable." The doll lady quickly moved alongside him, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "What do you think it could be?" Bloodsaw gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know, let's speed up. On the way to Wandering Soul Alley, we can pass by the road leading to the inverted tower, maybe we can witness something." With that, he immediately sped up, rushing out of the forest. Explore the extended edition on. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, the Titan skull and the Warlock skull were devouring the massive God Hunter giant, crunching its flesh and blood in their mouths. "Have you located that guy yet, woman? I'm still very angry." The Warlock skull chewed forcefully on an arm, blood oozing menacingly from between her teeth, and she said viciously and cruelly, "He can't escape hit my daughter and think he can just leave. Where does he think he can go?" As she ate, she turned her head to look at Xiao Xiao in the distance, and her vicious gaze instantly became tearful. "Daughter, come, let mommy hug you," UV suffered. Two long tentacles instantly stretched out, lifting Xiao Xiao up, and she rubbed her daughter's face tearfully, like a perfect loving mother. Xiao Xiao, carrying Lin En, ran with a carefree expression and said, "Mom, why are you here?" The Warlock skull, tearfully licking her daughter's face with her tongue, said, "Your dad and I were worried our precious daughter, afraid our precious daughter would be deceived by some bastard, so we quietly followed." Lin En sat on Xiao Xiao's head, holding on to two strands of her hair, his expression vacant, his sanity value dropping rapidly. After all, when two incredibly powerful and unfamiliar root-level monsters are right beside you, it's really hard to stay calm. But, it should be fine, right? I'm Xiao Xiao's good friend and personal dentist, it should probably be fine, right? Lin En sanity value -10. Lin En sanity value -10. Xiao Xiao cheerfully pointed at Lin En on her head with her tentacle and said, "Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Lin, who I super like. He's a great person, very skilled. Every time I visit the doctor he makes me feel very comfortable." She flashed her clean teeth, indicating her fresh breath. Buzz. Instantly, Lin En felt two murderous gazes fall on him. Warning. Warning. Crisis level rising to 99.9%. Warning. Warning. Crisis level rising to 99.9%. Lin En's hair stood on end. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Why does it feel like Xiao Xiao's parents seem to want to kill me? Hello, uncle and auntie. Lin En widened his eyes, using all his strength to keep himself from breaking down. I'm Xiao Xiao's dentist and caregiver, my surname is Lin, I live at 55 Wandering Soul Alley, 17 years old, unmarried, own a house, both parents deceased, some savings, please take care of me, uncle and auntie. Silence. Those four eyes, larger than houses, stared at him, as if ready to devour him at any moment. In this situation, he was really trying hard not to crack. Is that so? The two skulls squinted at him. Warning. Crisis level rising to 99.99%. Warning. Crisis level rising to 99.99%. Lin En shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Something's wrong. I've explained myself so clearly, why is Xiao Xiao's parents' hostility not decreasing but increasing instead? Young man, not bad. The Titan's skull extended a tentacle, squinting, crunching on flesh, and poked Lin En's side, saying, "You're quite skilled at driving the big car." Lin En's sanity value -10. Lin En sanity value -10. Another forked tongue poked Lin En's side from the other side, and a friendly, ear-piercing cold laugh echoed in his ear. One letter and you managed to deceive my precious Dash. You're really good at deceiving little girls. You riding my daughter must be very comfortable Dash. In Lin En's ear, the sound of his sanity value plummeting kept ringing. Warning. Warning. Host's current sanity value is about to hit 0. Host's current sanity value is about to hit 0. Please stabilize your mind immediately, stabilize your mind immediately. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a special achievement, Root Level Malice, you have gained 300 base experience. Root Level Malice, Special Achievement, surviving for 60 seconds in front of a root level creature with great malice towards you has a chance of being obtained, proving you are a brave person. You gain a permanent boost, Mental Power +5, Constitution +5, Courage +5. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the second stage achievement, Double Portion of Malice, you have gained 500 base experience. Double Portion of Malice, Special Achievement, what? You actually survived for 60 seconds in front of 2 root-level creatures with great malice towards you? No one knows how you did it, but it undoubtedly proves your ability to attract hatred is unparalleled, your courage is unmatched. You gain a permanent boost, Mental Power +10, Constitution +10, Happiness +10. No. Lin En stood there stiffly. I'm not happy at all. Where do you see me being happy? At a time like this, you add 10 points of happiness. Are you trying to make me leave happier? Damn system. Xiao Xiao nodded vigorously, saying, yes, when the doctor rides Xiao Xiao it's really happy. Xiao Xiao is also very happy. Catch shrimp dash. She recited the lyrics Lin En sang while driving. Buzz. Lin En instantly felt empty, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. Warning. Sanity value is about to hit 0. Sanity value is about to hit 0. Xiao Xiao. At a time like this, let's not say anything strange. Okay. Because, there's already a murderous intent brushing his hair, his neck feeling cold, he's really, about to crack. Looking at Lin En in his current state. The Titan's skull opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sinister teeth, and patted his shoulder with a grin, saying. After we eat that guy who slapped my daughter Dash. How about we have a little chat, just the two of us Dash. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. A private chat. What do we have to discuss privately? ... Could it be that Xiao Zhao's father misunderstood something? Heaven and earth can testify. Although he did have the thought of inviting Xiao Xiao over to help him solve this crisis. But he swears, he harbors absolutely no malice. Because with such a cute and friendly guest like Xiao Xiao, who could possibly have any unhealthy intentions towards her? But looking at her parents' sinister smiles, there must be a huge misunderstanding. Come on my dear, haven't you eaten enough yet? Since we have this opportunity today, just eat to your heart's content. Xiao Xiao, Omega, said, dash. Meanwhile. On a vast wasteland, the ground began to rumble. Plan 0 crisis response has been initiated, fully activating dash. Accompanied by the screeching sound of mechanical friction and the surge of blood and flesh. The earth slowly cracked open, revealing the structure leading to the underground inverted tower breaking through the surface. If someone were here, they would be shocked to see it. The building, tens of meters high, was rising bit by bit, the ground breaking apart, the earth splitting, accompanied by the sound of massive arms, each hundreds of meters long, breaking through the ground from the surroundings. Crash. With a thunderous noise. A massive creation, a fusion of flesh and mechanical structures, slowly emerged from underground to the surface. It seemed to be an inverted mechanical tower, and at this moment, the surface of the tower was covered with hard, pulsating flesh. Plan 0 fully activated. Maximum defense mechanism engaged. Prototype Colossus 012 fully operational. Entering emergency combat state dash. In a deeper underground sealed space. The president of the Demon Society, Heart Eater, watched the screen coldly as the inverted tower rose from the ground. Countless data flashed continuously on the screen, displaying various statistics of the massive colossus. President. Plan Zero has been perfectly initiated. All data is running smoothly. Heart-Eater's expression was icy, his mouth twisted in a cold smile, and he said, "Good. Very good. This was the strongest defense mechanism set by the Demon Society since its inception. Once Plan Zero is activated, the entire inverted tower would transform into a colossus, becoming an unparalleled weapon of war. And over the centuries, with successive upgrades and modifications by the elite members of the Demon Society, the current inverted tower is incomparable to its former self. More importantly, with the gradual excavation of the Colossus's major components, 10 years ago, he personally led a comprehensive upgrade and modification of the inverted tower. It can be said that the current inverted tower is their closest research success to a Colossus. Its destructive power and defensive capabilities are catastrophic. President, what exactly happened? Why are we in such a hurry to activate the prototype Colossus? The high-ranking members gathered in the core area asked gravely. Heart-Eater said deeply. We've been targeted by 3 root-level creatures. If we don't activate Plan Zero immediately, there won't be any chance once they arrive. At these words, everyone's faces changed drastically. What? Root-level creatures? And 3 of them? How is that possible? Sir. You must be joking. Who's the fool that dared provoke such beings? Are they insane? If they want to die, they shouldn't drag us along. Heart-Eater said deeply, I provoked them, so what? Everyone around fell silent. Heart-Eater raised his head, his eyes flickering, and said coldly, the inverted tower holds all our association's research data over the years, we absolutely cannot abandon it easily. Immediately go and arrange for the transfer of all data related to the Colossus project first, followed by other advanced biological weapon data. He gazed deeply at the screen displaying the towering inverted tower, squinting his eyes. However, I have confidence in my top creation. Even if those 3 root-level creatures come together, so what? Even if we can't win, we can definitely buy a few hours. Desolate Wilderness, location of the Demon Society. The figures of Bloodsaw and Doll Lady suddenly leaped from the other side of the misty mountains, and the entire wasteland appeared before them. Almost instantly, Bloodsaw saw the towering, flesh-wrapped tower at the edge of the wasteland. His expression turned grave immediately. Indeed. Plan Zero has been activated. What exactly is that Heart-Eater trying to do? How dare he activate this creation? Doll Lady gazed from afar at the towering structure piercing the sky, murmuring. So big. So tall. So thick. A pillar reaching the heavens. Covered in menacing flesh and ravines, surrounded by countless massive mechanical arms. Such a terrifying colossus, it's unimaginable that this could be a man-made object. Judging by its massive size, even if a root-level creature came, it would definitely have the power to fight. What exactly is that? Doll Lady asked in astonishment. Bloodsaw squinted, flexing his explosive muscles, and said fiercely. This is our Demon Society's highest research achievement, the first-generation prototype war machine modeled after a colossus. It incorporates the cutting-edge technology of our Demon Society through the ages, and it's the largest creation we can currently produce. It's derived from the technology of a technological civilization that crashed into our dark world. At these words, Doll Lady shuddered. She had some understanding of the Demon Society's research. In this dark world, the Demon Society is a massive organization specializing in mechanical and flesh modifications, and in this field, they are unparalleled. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. This was the founding principle of the Demon Society. However, as the Demon Society developed, they began to specialize in both flesh modification and mechanical ascension. Thus, they reached unprecedented heights in the fields of flesh and machinery in the dark world. Doll Lady questioned, a technological civilization? Bloodsaw said deeply, yes, but rather than a technological civilization, it's more like the lost legacy of that civilization, and because we obtained that legacy, we have the subsequent Colossus project. A blueprint. a perfect blueprint. And a true colossus shattered from the outside world into the dark world. It was probably around 3,000 years ago when this colossus, embodying an entire civilization's technology, came crashing down from a higher realm. It was the perfect fusion of flesh and machinery. From the information they uncovered, the colossus in its complete form possessed power far beyond root level, reaching a level beyond their comprehension. And because of this, generations of Demon Society members have been fanatically eager to unravel the secrets of this colossus, even attempting to rebuild it. Because if they could truly reconstruct the colossus, no one in the dark world could stand against them. However, due to some terrifying discoveries later on, the plan was expressly forbidden by the former president. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. The various parts of the unearthed colossus were then safeguarded by a group of elders who had led the project, causing the colossus project to be shelved. But who could have imagined? After the Heart Eater took over, he completely disregarded the former president's orders and restarted that dreadful plan. The doll lady frowned as she gazed at the inverted tower, asking, "How does this tower's combat capability compare to the true colossus you mentioned?" Bloodsaw replied deeply, "It can't be compared at all, but it was built using some of the colossus's theories. In terms of destructive power, it rivals the root level." The doll lady suddenly thought of a possibility. Just as she was about to share her guess with Bloodsaw, suddenly, the ground shook violently once more. It was as if some colossal footsteps, or a massive mountain, were rumbling and crashing against the earth. Boom! Boom! Could it be? The two of them were shocked, immediately turning their heads to look in the direction from which the tremors came. And in the next moment, boom! With a massive tremor, in the distant wasteland, a gigantic girl's head suddenly leaped up from a chasm, appearing in their view. "That's a hunter." Bloodsaw was instantly shocked, recognizing the enormous creature in their sight at a glance. He quickly picked up binoculars to observe closely, and finally confirmed. "That's right. It's indeed a hunter. Could it be that the Demon Society has provoked such a monster?" Seeing this scene, Bloodsaw immediately understood the reason for the activation of Plan Zero. Indeed, Plan Zero was established precisely as a contingency for when the Society encountered Monarch-level and Root-level terrifying creatures. They're absolutely insane. Bloodsaw was filled with anger, gazing at the enormous head from afar. Even though he was currently being hunted, as a former elder of the Demon Society, seeing this scene filled him with rage. But that hunter seems to be smaller in size, its power should not compare to those truly formidable roots. He gazed intently, saying, "If it's just this one, the prototype colossus should still be able to handle it easily." But just as he finished speaking, boom! Another loud crash. A head several times larger than the previous one suddenly leaped up from the chasm behind it. Bloodsaw. Doll lady. Bloodsaw was instantly stunned. Another one. His gaze quickly shifted to the other head, which seemed to be a female head, full of malice and cruelty, making one shiver just by looking at it. Bloodsaw was terrified, gasping, and said tremblingly, "It's over. I thought there was only one, but it turns out they've provoked 2 root levels at once. And one of them is a mature form." The doll lady opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Bloodsaw pondered for a moment, thinking, but if it's just 2 roots, even if the prototype colossus can't hold out, it should still buy some time for data transfer, this time should. Boom! Before he could finish, a head much larger than the previous 2 suddenly leaped up from the chasm, landing heavily beside the other 2 heads. Bloodsaw, Omega, wah. Doll lady, this. Bloodsaw was utterly shocked. 3 of them. Damn it. Did we stumble into a nest of roots? Are you kidding me? The doll lady murmured, "What do you think, are the Demon Society's chances of winning?" Bloodsaw stomped his feet, exasperated, "Win what? It'd be good if there's anything left. No matter how powerful the creation, you can't handle 3 of them. With this time, you might as well go home and wash up for bed." The doll lady blankly picked up the binoculars, gazing at the 3 root-level hunters that appeared in the distance. To be honest, in all her years in the dark world, it was the first time she had seen so many root creatures gathered together. She had to admit, it was both terrifying and magnificent. She gazed intently, and in the next moment, she was suddenly startled. Because she suddenly saw the smaller head open its mouth, extend a tentacle, and pull out a humanoid creature, placing it on its head. And the previously terrifying girl's expression instantly turned, Omega. Doll lady. Wait. Something's not right. Why did the style suddenly change so drastically? Why would a root-level hunter have such a cute expression like a neighbor's little sister acting coy? And what's with that human? It doesn't seem like emergency food for the hunter. After all, who would put emergency food on their head, let them ride on them, and show such a cute expression to emergency food? She blankly held the binoculars, murmuring. Bloodsaw, look. I found something odd. There's an invincible guy, riding that root-level hunter. Upon hearing this, Bloodsaw raised an eyebrow, grinding his teeth. Now's not the time for jokes, the inverted tower is definitely gone, we should hurry and figure out how to bypass this road to Sin City. The doll lady murmured, no, look. I'm not joking, there's really a human riding that hunter. Bloodsaw was a bit impatient. At a time like this. Still joking. A human. Riding a hunter? Why not say a mouse riding a cat? He impatiently picked up the binoculars, looking in the direction of the 3 hunters. Buzz. Instantly, his gaze went blank. His body stiffened on the spot, as if petrified, frozen in place. That is. On the head of the smaller headhunter, a human youth was sitting cross-legged, playing cat's cradle with his hands, smiling as he demonstrated it to a curious tentacle holding an eyeball in front of him. Just like a friendly neighborhood big brother, trying every possible way to use strange tricks to raise the affection of some curious little girl next door. But that wasn't the point. He almost instantly recognized that youth's face. Disciple. Bloodsaw instantly shouted in shock and astonishment. Doll mistress? Bloodsaw. This is impossible. Must be my old eyes playing tricks on me. Right, must be because I'm so worried that I'm having bad hallucinations. After all, how could my obedient little apprentice possibly be riding around on a headhunter? Yes. Must be hallucinations. If my disciple really had such abilities, he'd already be dominating the dark world. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, murmuring as he extended his hand, bit his finger, and began drawing a small magic circle on the ground. Maybe I should contact him first. If he's not dead, he should be able to receive the message sent over. As if to prove something. He wrote a few lines on that small magic circle. Disciple, are you still alive? After writing, he chanted incantations, a flash of bloodlight in his eyes, instantly pressing his hand onto the magic circle. And almost at the same time, sitting on little one's head, smiling as he demonstrated cat's cradle techniques to her, Lin suddenly jolted, then immediately felt a surge of blood energy rising in his stomach. Our new bee. The next moment, he painfully groaned and vomited a pool of blood into his hand. This is... Master. Lin was both shocked and overjoyed. Then he immediately saw the pool of blood in his hand quickly begin to squirm, then slowly gather into several extremely ugly large characters. Disciple, are you still alive? Lin jumped up excitedly, shouting joyfully. Of course I'm alive. I'm living very comfortably. So Master is really okay? Almost unable to contain his excitement, Lin immediately looked up and shouted into the wilderness around him. Master! I'm alive. Are you dead? When are you coming back to the shop? Your disciple all alone. Is very scared. And almost the moment he finished shouting, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on triggering achievement, first attempt at scaring teacher unconscious, you received 200 basic experience. First attempt at scoring teacher unconscious, special achievement, obtained with certain probability when scaring your teacher into convulsions by any means. You've taken a solid step toward deceiving masters and destroying ancestors. Congratulations on obtaining permanent bonuses, Spirit +1, Strength +2, Happiness +20. Lin. He was full of black question marks. Completely bewildered. What kind of weird achievement is this? When did I scare my master into convulsions? This system can't just randomly give people inexplicable achievements. Mountain Peak. Bloodsaw. Bloodsaw. Why are you convulsing? Don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Doll Mistress looked shocked at Bloodsaw lying on the ground convulsing, feeling completely unsettled. What's going on here? He was fine just moments ago. Could it be an epileptic seizure? That shouldn't be. Logically speaking, can a modified human even have epilepsy? Bloodsaw convulsed vacantly, saying. That guy riding a root level headhunter really is my disciple. Doll Mistress, Omega Omega. Out in the wilderness, Lin looked around bewildered, finally could only shrug, not understanding what happened. Time continued to pass. A few minutes later. We have arrived. Godweaver had licked her lips with a fierce smile. Lin immediately opened his eyes, and his gaze was instantly drawn to a massive flesh tower appearing at the edge of the wilderness within his sight. He immediately stood up, looking into the distance with an astonished expression. Could that be the Hanging Tower? The stronghold of the Demon Kin Association, the main base of that organization hunting him and his master. Is that it? Billowing dust and mist dispersed, revealing a tower reaching into the clouds before his eyes, shimmering with metallic and mechanical luster. Massive gears interlocked with dark, expanding flesh, together constructing a bizarre colossal statue combining machinery and meat. One after another, huge mechanical arms grew eerily from the flesh cysts beneath the tower. The tower's peak resembled a giant chimney, billowing black smoke reminiscent of the post-industrial era. The collision of flesh and machinery. It actually had an extremely grotesque steampunk style. Hanging Tower. And almost simultaneously, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Prototype Colossus Unit 012, Hanging Tower. Level. Type, Flesh Mechanical Construct. Attributes. Combat Ability, Unmatched Anti-Root Colossus, Pseudo. Introduction, the latest creation of the Demon Kin Association, a prototype Colossus derived from Dead Star Civilization relics. However, due to only using partial structures from the Colossus blueprint, it cannot compare to a true Colossus. But the Hanging Tower, incorporating centuries of the Demon Kin Association's research, still possesses terrifying strength rivaling root-level entities. And almost simultaneously, a series of continuous system notifications triggered in Lin's ears. Ding! You encountered your first miracle construct. Bestiary system activated. You can now freely use the bestiary system to record any creature or wonder you encounter, and spend a certain amount of skeleton coins to perform deep analysis on any entry. Ding! Skeleton coin cost for bestiary analysis relates to target strength and construction. After analysis completes, you can obtain more in-depth information about the target entry, including personality, preferences, true strength, weaknesses, and more introduction information. Lin. Miracle Construct. Wonders. Bestiary. Indeed, this system definitely has more functions waiting for me to develop and tame. But, why does it increasingly feel like I'm in an MMORPG world? Lin stared wide-eyed. He immediately saw that next to the site icon in the lower right corner of his interface, there was now an additional bestiary icon. He tried clicking it. Instantly, page after page of bestiary information displaying appeared before his eyes. Ding! Miracle Construct detected. Would you like to record it immediately? Record. Ding! Recording successful. Prototype Colossus, Hanging Tower, has been added to Wonders page, current number 001. You obtained collection reward, free attribute points plus 10. Lin. 10 points of free attributes. That's strong. And all of this was just because he recorded information on one wonder, it immediately handed out such a lavish reward. Mind you, he literally only glanced at it. Beep. Bestiary system triggered. Host, please record as many bestiary entries as possible. Each entry will award attribute points based on the target information. Host, please continue your efforts. So that's how it worked. If that's the case, then couldn't little one, little one's mother, and little one's father all be recorded too? Remember, they were root-level entities. Without hesitation, Lin quickly fixed his gaze on little one beneath him. Sure enough, the system notification sounded in his ear instantly. Beep. You have recorded a root-level entity, Headhunter, little one, in the bestiary. You have received system reward, 6 points of free attributes. Lin brightened at once. So it really worked. No more words. He immediately turned his head toward the other 2 root-level entities not far away. Beep. You have recorded a root-level entity, Headhunter, Titan Head, in the bestiary. You have received system reward, 20 points of free attributes. Beep. You have recorded a root-level entity, Headhunter, Godweaver Head, in the bestiary. You have received system reward, 15 points of free attributes. Lin. Unstoppable. Once this bestiary system activated, the boost to his personal strength was unimaginably huge. He'd only recorded 4 entries so far, and it had already given him 51 points of free attributes. That was far more than the attribute gain from leveling up. Little one propped her eye up cutely, Omega, looking at Lin with curiosity, and said, "Doctor, you look so happy." Lin gave her a thumbs up and smiled, because something happy happened. Of course I'm happy. Little one, Omega, said, Dr. Happy, little one also happy. Almost at the same time. In the sealed chamber beneath the hanging tower, the large screen immediately displayed the images of those 3 massive headhunters. The senior members of the Demonkin Association who saw this all trembled and broke into a cold sweat. They really came. The heart-devouring demon sneered, propping both hands on the screen as he stared fixedly at the 3 headhunters, his face savage. Good. Very good. Since they've come, I'll let you witness the overwhelming power of our association's top-tier creation. Slap. His hand slammed onto a mechanical switch in front of the screen. Prototype Colossus full activation, entering combat mode, target locked, initiating route countermeasures. Colossus blueprint fully launching, Phase 1 data construction complete, Phase 2 energy transmission complete. Commencing hunt. Buzz. In an instant. Out in the desolate wastelands, the hanging tower, which pierced the clouds, abruptly began to move. Its massive body was slowly drawn up from the ground, gigantic mechanical legs sheathed in dark flesh creaked as they pushed out from the ruins. NB. Dozens of enormous mechanical arms hung behind the tower like the limbs of zombies, slumping and clanking. It rose up slowly, shedding countless grains of sand. A dazzling red glow radiated from the huge tower body, and thicker smoke billowed from the massive chimney at its top. After centuries of effort by countless association members, we've synthesized flesh and blood tissue comparable to the root, combined it with precise alloys based on Colossus structure and demonic energy skeleton. The heart-devouring demon watched the screen with an even more sickly, ferocious look. We imitated the wingspan trait of the abyssal bone dragon, used the core of a giant lava colossus as the power source, added the blood demon aggregate's regenerative ability, and bound it all together with curses from the descendants of the old gods as precise structural links. What can you possibly use to fight me? Even if you are root-level entities, so what? In the face of the highest-level research achievement of the Demonkin Association, what can you possibly use to fight me? He howled savagely. Outside, the wind rose, clouds churned, and rolling black mists formed a massive, constantly rotating vortex above the towering Colossus. The prototype Colossus slowly moved its enormous mechanical legs, turned, and locked onto the 3 distant headhunters. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Colossus let loose a terrifying bellow toward them. The heavens seemed to change color. The earth trembled. Warning! 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 You have triggered an emergency special mission, flee. Mission objective, escape the desolate wastelands in the shortest possible time. Mission rewards, Black Skull Coins, 5, Base Experience, 10,000, Special Reward X1. Lin clapped his hands over his ears, utterly shocked. But it was precisely at the moment the Colossus finished roaring. PSSHT. A dozen or so slicing sounds sounded right by Lin's ear. Then Lin immediately saw Titan Head fling open its massive maw, and one by one, extremely thick tentacles, like bolts of lightning, suddenly shot out toward the Colossus. Smack. A huge whipping sound. The Colossus that had just roared at them staggered. Its body, which had reached the clouds, toppled down and crashed to the ground. A brief silence. Lin stared blankly at the scene, his head buzzing. In the sealed chamber underground, the smiles on the faces of the heart-devouring demon and the others were shaken as well. Ah, ha. Lin had a hazy premonition of something. Then, in the next moment. Pa 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 pa. Those dozen or so huge tentacles that had shot from Titan Head's mouth lashed out like donkey whips, smacking the Colossus' body again and again with a flurry of sharp, rhythmic impacts. They struck flesh and metal apart. Sparks flew everywhere. Lin. Heart-devouring demon. God damn it, a little mechanical thing, dares to act, bleep, in front of your grandpa dash. I'll, bleep, you, bleep. I'll make you roar, roar, roar dash. The tentacle whip strikes were delivered with full rhythm and relentless tempo. Lin stared dazedly at the rapidly whipping scene. He couldn't shake the feeling. This wasn't what he had imagined. Why did the atmosphere, which should have been tense, suddenly feel off? By all rights, this should have been a fierce, manly duel, headhunters versus Colossus, pumping blood and adrenaline. Almost at the same time, the system notification chimed in his ear. Beep. Current mission cancelled. Beep. You have triggered a new mission, scavenge the battlefield. Mission description, after the battle ends, gather as many valuable items as possible from the wreckage of the prototype Colossus to enrich your collection. Mission reward, whatever you take. Lin En, the underground sealed space. Before the flickering large screen, the high-ranking members of the Demonkin Association stared vacantly at the image displayed on the screen. That massive construct reaching into the clouds now stood like an insurmountable mountain. Whap whap. With every whap, the vacant gazes of everyone present trembled slightly. Especially the heart-devouring demon, who was currently leaning on the screen standing there, his face still maintaining that stiff smile, but for some reason, he felt his cheeks burning hot. As if those tentacles whapping down again and again on that Colossus weren't spanking the Colossus, but were slapping his own face. President. A high-ranking demon in black robes trembled as he spoke. I don't think the advantage is on our side this round. Didn't you just say, even if the Colossus couldn't stop those 3 root-level entities, it could still fight back and forth, buying us several hours? But looking at the current situation, I think 10 minutes would be a very generous estimate. In the dark environment, the high-tech command center's massive screen flickered with halos of light. No matter how you looked at it, this environment and atmosphere were extremely serious and formal, but the image projected on the large screen of being pinned down and spanked repeatedly. No matter how you looked at it, it felt like the style had completely collapsed. Like an Ultraman being pinned down by a monster and spanked repeatedly. The heart-devouring demon trembled with anger, a surge of fury rising and falling in his chest that he couldn't expel. Don't just stand there dazed. Hurry up and organize the documents, take everything you can carry, immediately prepare the full jump devices, do you understand? I said immediately. Right now. Go. He roared. Wee-oh-oh, wee-oh-oh. Throughout the base, piercing alarm sounds accompanied by glaring red lights flashed continuously. A mechanical synthetic voice echoed throughout the base. Warning, warning. All personnel with clearance level 2 or above, please proceed immediately to full jump hull number 1 for orderly evacuation. Warning, warning. Current hanging tower damage level. 85%. 84%. Estimated core mechanism failure within 5 minutes. Evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. Along with the piercing tones ringing in their ears. All the researchers in the base showed expressions of terror and shock. This can't be real. The hanging tower is being destroyed. What kind of joke is this? Didn't we already activate Protocol 0? It's only been how long since activation? You're saying the hanging tower is being destroyed? What kind of power could possibly take down the hanging tower? Nigerian Nairobi Epsilon S. Wait. Level 2 clearance personnel. What about personnel below level 2? Instantly, the entire base was enveloped in an atmosphere of panic. Everyone knew that their demon-kin association was likely facing imminent annihilation. Meanwhile, outside. The battle, which was completely different from what Lin had anticipated, had already begun. Titan Head and Godweaver Head had charged forward and were now surrounding the massive colossus in the distance, engaging in a mixed double spanking session. Watching that scene, Lin felt his throat go dry, unable to utter a word. Then he suddenly understood. Exactly. The kind of true manly steel collisions, the rumbling impacts of machinery against flesh, the spectacular scenes of Ultraman fighting little monsters that he had imagined in his mind, would only happen between two sides of relatively equal strength. The kind of true manly steel collisions, the rumbling impacts of machinery against flesh, the breathtaking scenes of Ultraman fighting little monsters that he had imagined in his mind. I've learned. I've learned. Lin stared wide-eyed. He felt he had grown. Immediately, his gaze sharpened. He immediately activated Flesh Calamity, calamitously transforming a evil spirit vertical eye on his cheek. If this was indeed the Demon-kin Association's headquarters, and the hanging tower had already been deployed, then the association's other members must be hiding nearby. His gaze fell on the massive crater not far away. His vision slowly penetrated deep underground. Immediately, with the help of evil spirit vision, he detected dense biological signatures hundreds of meters below ground from the evil spirit's perspective. They're indeed underground. Lin smiled slightly, gently wiping away the eye on his cheek. Little one, since we're just idling here anyway, and you said you weren't full earlier. How about we go find some tasty treats now? Little one exclaimed in surprise, MMPH. MMPH. At the mention of food, little one immediately became wide awake. Little one exclaimed in surprise, MMPH. MMPH. Lin shouted, pointing toward the deep crater. In an instant. The obedient little one leaped up, carrying Lin and diving, Omega, headfirst into the massive crater. Inside the base. Warning, warning. Powerful curse source detected rapidly approaching the base exterior. Comprehensive defense system activating. Preparing to intercept. The heart-devouring demon, who was roaring commands in the deepest part of the base while directing the evacuation of the association's confidential materials, immediately heard the piercing alarm in his ears. Through his consciousness connected to the entire base's facilities, he immediately visualized an Origin rider rapidly approaching their base through the long corridor outside. It's him. Seeing Lin's face, the heart-devouring demon's rage immediately surged. It was that human. This entire disaster started because of that human. If it weren't for this guy, their demon-kin association would never have provoked these three terrifying root-level entities. And now, he actually dared to target their base. As if sensing his gaze, Lin, riding little one, smiled and looked up, gently drawing his finger across his brow in a very polite gesture toward the direction he was watching from. Bang! The heart-devouring demon punched the steel wall beside him. Activate the defense system immediately. Attack. Aim at that human, shoot him down. He roared with boiling anger. Ding! Heart-devouring demon's resentment toward you +20. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Lin smiled slightly, looking at the monitoring equipment spread throughout the huge corridor above. He crouched down on one knee, like a leopard ready to spring. Little one. Just charge forward without worry, leave the rest to me. Our target is that guy who dared to offend you. Little one, Omega, nodded vigorously, quickly wriggling her tentacles, her massive head charging forward like a heavy-duty lolly, speeding like lightning toward the front. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Lin smiled slightly, looking at the monitoring equipment spread throughout the huge corridor above. In her heart, Lin had long become a trustworthy, awesome Dr. Big Brother, a friendly existence with whom she could have deep conversations. Zwa. Stop pretending to be dead. I know you've been awake for a while now, it's time to put you to use, wake up quickly. Little one, Omega, nodded vigorously, quickly wriggling her tentacles, her massive head charging forward like a heavy-duty lolly, speeding like lightning toward the front. Ding! Zwa's was affinity toward you -1. In her heart, Lin had long become a trustworthy, awesome Dr. Big Brother, a friendly existence with whom she could have deep conversations. Slap. Lin gave it another skull, hand, crack. Ding! Zwa's was affinity toward you -1. Appeared above Lin's head. He closed his eyes. Took a deep breath. Then. Bang 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 bang. Aye. With the afterimages trailing from that skull smash, Lin's ears were also filled with a flurry of system notifications ringing ding ding ding. Finally, Zwa let out a wail and opened her huge mouth, biting down on his right hand in one chomp, shouting. Stop jerking. Stop jerking, please. What are you doing, playing with cotton? I already told you to stop waking me up, you don't care whether I can stand it or not, and you just keep pulling so hard. Lin didn't give her a chance to argue. He grabbed two of her fingers and said sternly. Zwa, you're not chickening out, are you? The left hand's fingers shivered instantly, it made a winky face and said. Chicken out? What a weird thing to say. Do you think I chicken out? As if. I'm not afraid of heaven or earth, okay? Even if it's a huge head or whatever, this hand would still dash. As if having heard that strange conversation above, little one who had been careening along at full speed neatly plucked off one of her eyeballs, propped it up on a tentacle, and curiously looked toward Lin. Doctor, did you hear someone talk dash? Why ya dash? Seeing the rolled up eyeball, Zwa instantly went, Omega, berserk, whipping Lin's arm back and hiding behind his shoulder, teeth chattering. Ding! Zwa was fear toward little one +10. Accompanying the repeated system prompts. Little one tilted her eyeball curiously and said, It's fine, little one, don't mind her. My left hand's a bit shy, she'll get used to it. Lin kept his eyes closed, the corner of his mouth lifting into a sly smile. Little one responded with curious, oh dash. Then she slid the tentacle back. She wasn't surprised that the doctor's left hand seemed to move on its own and was afraid of her. After all, just as she had many tentacles, it was perfectly normal that the doctor had a moving left hand. BS. Feeling the left hand trembling, Lin grabbed the hand's wrist with a mischievous grin and held it up before his face, saying. Zwa, you're shaking. The left hand, curled its pinky and thumb around its own palm and said, No. Where did you see me shaking? I was just casually stretching. Did I shake? I did not shake. Ding. Zwa was fear toward little one +5. Acting soft. Afraid of the tough. Lin showed an ambiguous grin and pointed at the left hand with unmistakable mischief. The left hand flinched and cried, No. I didn't. There's no being soft and scared of the tough. I'm a perfectly normal mutant. When I encounter a creature I can't possibly beat, of course I'm going to be afraid. That's completely normal. Her expression went hollow. She looked at Lin's increasingly malicious, scheming smile. It felt like two evenly matched opponents, one day suddenly discovering the other's exploitable weakness and mercilessly using it as a breakthrough. Zwa. The left hand heard the voice. She snapped back to attention. And then suddenly found a sinister face, *fi*, right up close. Ding. Zwa was fear toward you +2. Lin leaned in with a grim look. Cold sweat ran in rivulets down the back of Zwa's hand. You should be obedient, right? Zwazwa wouldn't be disobedient, right, right. After all, pickled pig's trotters are so crunchy, would other hands be crunchy too? The voice was eerily chilling, like someone blowing cold air on your scalp. Ding. Zwazwa's fear toward you +5. Ding. Zwazwa's fear toward you +10. Zwazwa's teeth chattered, she swallowed and said, you aren't hinting that, you'll feed me too, feed me too. Ding. Zwazwa's fear toward little one +20. Lin said kindly, of course not. You've been my single left hand for 17 years, how could I do such a cruel thing? After all, I'm not a devil. Zwazwa finally exhaled in relief. But you should be fried and seasoned with some cumin first. Zwazwa. Ding. Zwazwa's fear toward you +10. Lin's eyes crinkled happily as he produced a lollipop and a bottle of pesticide from his chest and placed them in front of Zwazwa. Zwazwa cried in fright, what are you doing? Wah. Lin smiled, a multiple-choice question. Obedient kids get candy, disobedient kids get medicine. Zwazwa, do you want to be the obedient kid or the disobedient kid? Zwazwa protested, can I choose an obtuse angle? A brief silence. Little one. Today the doctor treats you to a cold marinated left hand. Lin turned and shouted. Zwazwa. Little one asked curiously, it's delicious dash. Delicious beyond words. Fresh ingredients, lively and kicking, take a bite and you'll get a special, wah wah wah, accompaniment. So novel I'd love to try dash. Zwazwa. At this point, Zwazwa finally cracked. Given this guy's perverse personality, he might actually do it. Fine. I never said I'd be disobedient. Never. When you grow up big I'll be the small one, okay? Wah. Don't pickle me. Ding. Zwazwa's submissiveness toward you +1. Hearing the system notification, Lin's smile blossomed like flowers. He picked up the lollipop and said with a smile. Open wide. Zwazwa, obediently opened her mouth. Lin closed his eyes, pinched Zwazwa's pinky and said, is that better? After all, I'm not a devil. If you're obedient, we can still get along. Live with your host and you can rest assured. If you get a bite of my flesh to eat, you'll have some bones to gnaw too. Sweet, right? Zwazwa held the lollipop in her mouth. Sweet, wah. Having temporarily subdued the left hand, Lin felt extremely relieved. Although he had used threats and bribes, at least there was staged progress. He believed that with a mixture of kindness and severity, he could eventually turn this disobedient mutant into his asset. Doctor, there's a door ahead dash, little one's voice came from beneath him. Lin smiled slightly, suddenly looked up, and pulled a grotesque severed hand out from the system space. It was the arm of dragon breath. Rustle. Flesh calamity activated. Vines of flesh sprouted wildly from his shoulder and fused onto the arm of dragon breath. The dragon head's dead-looking eyes on that arm flared with surging firelight. Ding. You have linked to the arm of dragon breath. Warning. Your body is severely overloaded. But Lin didn't care. System. Allocate all attribute points to Constitution. Ding 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 ding. In an instant. A cascade of system-level stat-up prompts exploded in his ears. The moment allocation finished, he immediately felt a surging heat flood through his body like a breached dam, pouring into every part of his mechanism. And because he was linked to the arm of dragon breath, that enormous pressure it had been exerting was instantly eased by the incoming torrent of heat. Ding. Full Constitution allocation complete. Arm of dragon breath load reduced to light load. At the same time Lin's status panel sprang up before his eyes. Lin. Level 10, pending job change, experience accumulating. Race, human, mutated. Alignment, analyzing. Strength, 47. Agility, 51. Intelligence, 61. Constitution, 154. Special attributes. Happiness, 70. Affection, 1. Description: the shrewd human apprentice at the Bloodsaw potion shop, a perverted lowly lover who's good at tricking little girls. Even after many battles he still can't shake his habit of suddenly popping up and pretending to be impressive, but he seems to have very high pain tolerance and mental tolerance. He never reacts with the normal surprise to strange changes in his body. Lately, he's increasingly addicted to the thrill of living off others. Lin. Damn it. This system has to be beaten up. You're the lowly lover. Your whole family are lowly lovers. Equals. He decisively ignored the system's wildly unfair appraisal and its disgusting slander. Lin looked at his constitution, which had now exceeded 100, and crooked his mouth into a smile, welcoming whatever came. With such a high constitution, it meant his flesh would have much greater vitality and plasticity. Combined with the flesh calamity skill, he was no longer a fragile squish, he had become an indestructible cockroach. Little one. Ram it in by force. Little one. Ram it in by force. Boom. A tremendous roar. The steel gate leading into the underground base was smashed open by Little One's head, leaving a huge hole. Target intrusion detected. Base defense systems fully activated. Hunter biomachines launching. Target locked. Open fire. Hum. Almost instantly, seams split open down both sides and above the steel corridor. Automated machine gun turrets revealed themselves with mechanical clicks, and countless red laser dots targeted Lin riding Little One. Reno yes. Locked. Attack dash. Rat-a-tat-tat. The huge turret spun up and spewed dense tongues of flame in Lin's direction. As expected of the Demon-Kin Association. They actually have this kind of fully automated defense system. Lin was about to drop and dodge. But his left hand stretched out in an instant. Under Lin's gaze, it bulged and transformed into a pentagonal shield made of flesh. Bang 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 bang. A hail of bullets struck the shield left hand had formed and were bounced away. Lin was astonished. Zwa. You already able to change forms at will? Zwa, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, said, stop the nonsense. Hurry up and take out those turrets. Their shots make me go pa, it hurts. With Zwa's shield in place. Lin instantly withdrew his Demon Hunter revolver from his holster. His expression turned grave. Bolstered by the Origin Rider bonuses, his gaze locked onto several turrets ahead. Bang. Ding. Your firearm mastery +1. Bang. Ding. Your firearm mastery +1. A few precise bursts. Crackle. Electric sparks danced, the turrets were instantly put out of commission by Lin's legendary revolver. Little One. Keep charging. Lin shouted. Little One. Keep charging. Lin shouted. Lin's shooting speed grew more practiced. His face was focused and serious, eyes flashing as he locked onto turret after turret. He popped his head out and fired 6 rapid point shots. 1 turret per shot. Waiting for bullets to form. Bang bang bang. Cool down. Bang bang bang. Repeat the steps. After a few rounds, all the defense turrets had fallen beneath Lin's revolver. Ding. Congratulations, you triggered the achievement, Marksmanship 100 for 100, you gained base experience 200. Marksmanship 100 for 100, a milestone achievement. When using firearms or other projectile weapons to attack, if you hit more than 100 targets in a short time without any misses, you obtain this. While not as difficult as the similarly named 100 shots, 100 hits, it still serves as a milestone recognition for the host. You receive permanent bonuses, accuracy +5%, shooting speed +5%, ammunition cooldown speed +5%. At this point Lin could no longer be bothered to roast the stupid system. Little One. The turrets are down. There's a second gate up ahead. Lin yelled. Little One. The turrets are down. There's a second gate up ahead. Lin yelled. Got it dash, little one sped up even more. But in the next moment, the gate ahead suddenly rose with a thunderous rumble. At the same time Lin saw the corridor beyond packed with hunters poised and ready. Unlike the hunters he'd seen before, these had not the sharp mantis blades, instead, muzzle assemblies were fused to their left arms. Target locked. Highest directive. Intercept. Commence attack immediately. Ding 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 ding. Dozens of hunters' eyes flashed with light. Almost simultaneously, the muzzles in their hands belched out scalding lava-like plasma. The rolling plasma instantaneously filled the entire corridor. Spraying fire at me. Lin was shocked. Is this supposed to be tolerated? Are you kidding me? In an instant Lin sprang up. The dragon head on the arm of dragon breath linked to his shoulder stirred as though alive, turning viciously toward the raging flames. A dragon's roar. The huge black dragon head tilted back and howled, spewing out scalding, extreme temperature flame. No. That wasn't mere flame. That was dragon breath. Roar dash. Gritting his teeth, Lin wildly restrained the nearly uncontrollable arm of dragon breath. The gigantic dragon maw unleashed a rolling dragon breath at the incoming plasma. Whoosh. Two massive tongues of fire met. The corridor began to melt under the extreme heat. Ding. Your flesh calamity ability +1. Warning. Warning. Plasma spray unable to suppress target. Immediately switch to defensive mode. Immediately switch to defensive mode. Crackle. At the end of the corridor, the plasma projectors held by those hunters began to spark and burst from overload. The reflected light of the flames danced over their skin as they were increasingly suppressed. Warning. Overload. Overload. Initiate defensive protocol. And almost at that same moment when the alarm sounded, a dragon-like roar tore through the sky and directly pierced their flame screen. That scorching, everything-melting dragon breath instantly enveloped them like an apocalyptic wave. Crackle. The flesh on their bodies dissolved continuously, revealing the silver-white mithril structures beneath. But even those highly reinforced metal frames quickly began to show signs of melting under that terrifying dragon breath. Target fire tongues weakening unit integrity loss 41%. Armor fully compromised. Switch to combat mode. Prepare to intercept. Too late. In an instant. The hunters, sparks spraying from their whole bodies, suddenly lifted their heads. Reflected in their eyes, a youth surged violently through the firewall. He gripped a half-meter-long black blade, his face wearing an unervingly polite, morbid smile. Pfft. The legendary night demon blade sliced instantly into the neck that had already been burned nearly to melting by the dragon breath. Ding! You have killed a hunter. You gained base experience, 500. Almost before the other hunters could react, Lin's left hand suddenly opened a massive maw, swelling to the size of several people, and swallowed another hunter whole in one bite. Sizzle, crackle. The nearly dissolved hunter kept spitting and sparking, but it did nothing meaningful. Ding! Your left hand devoured a hunter. You gained friendship experience, 100. Little one, said, that was mine delicious wa dash. Ding! Little one's affinity towards Zwazwa -1. Ding! Zwaz was fear of little one +10. The left hand immediately, shook its head frantically, decisively shut its mouth, then the whole arm twisted in an instant and turned into a long sword blade. Lin exclaimed, you can turn into a sword too. The left hand, flailed wildly, carving deep wounds across the hunters' bodies as it danced. Pfft. The dexterous left hand, transformed into a 10-meter-long blade, cut through the hunters like dumpling wrappers, suppressing them. Lin was astonished but not outdone. Using flesh calamity, he bit a hunter's head off one by one, unleashing a surge of dragon breath with each bite. No wonder it was his own left hand. It actually had such an awesome trait. He felt like he was playing some overpowered slaughter simulator. If weapons can change, maybe other things can change too. For example. Not saying more now, if he got the chance, he would definitely explore was extensibility and potential thoroughly. Lin immediately perked up. Pfft. Your combat ability +1. Ding. Your combat ability +1. And in the next moment, with little one joining in, the hunters who had nearly lost all resistance under the dragon breath instantly became little one's feast alone. Anos. Lin used the opportunity to slam through a huge wave of combat ability and firearm mastery gains. That damned human. The heart-devouring demon glared at the dark footage coming from the corridor, his entire body close to bursting with rage. The corridor's surveillance had already been utterly destroyed by the earlier roaring flames, but the feed kept spitting out notifications of the hunter's annihilation, continuously telling him that the guy had broken through their defenses and rushed into the base. But he no longer had time to deal with that intruder. 2 headhunters on the ground had almost devoured the hanging tower, they could join the fight at any moment. But it was almost over anyway. The data that needed to be transferred had already been sent to a secure location. This place was useless now. If you're so eager to barge in, then you'll stay here forever, the heart-devouring demon snarled. He quickly linked his consciousness to the base's main control console. Prepare to initiate base self-destruct measures. Permission authentication, highest level authentication successful, command sent, base self-destruct measures initiating, current countdown, 10 minutes, all personnel, evacuate immediately. A shrill alarm blared through the entire base. Everyone inside heard the explosive synthetic voice from above and panicked. Self-destruct? Are you kidding? We haven't evacuated. We haven't left yet. Hurry. Go to the full jump hall. Now. Many members yelled. At a time like this, they didn't care about defying orders. If the self-destruct started, they would be buried in the inferno with the base. In the full jump hall, the heart-devouring demon, flanked by dozens of Demon-Kin Association executives, shoved the doors open and strode grimly toward the full jump device. Is the full jump position set? Coordinates confirmed. Most of the precious data has been transmitted. We can depart at any moment. Good. Activate the full jump device. Yes. Hum. The massive machinery in the hall roared to life. A blinding blue light surged and began to gather in the center, slowly forming a blue light curtain. Full jump device activated, coordinates locked, full jump gate generating, countdown 10, 9, 8. The heart-devouring demon gritted his teeth and stared back. It won't end that quickly. We'll see about that. One day, when the Colossus is born by my hand, every one of you will pay for today. But just as he finished speaking, the hall's light violently flickered. Then crack. The whole hall suddenly plunged into darkness, then emergency red lighting flared back on. Warning, base power core damaged, power efficiency reduced to 3%, full jump activation failed. Hum. The blue light curtain that had almost formed instantly dimmed and shattered. What's going on? The faces of the dozens of executives beside the heart-devouring demon turned pale. He was violently shaken, suddenly realizing something. He stared, trembling, at the emergency beams that had lit up because the power supply had failed. Could it be? He instantly linked his consciousness at top speed to the base's deep power supply core. On the monitoring screens for the energy core stacks, which were sputtering and flickering due to power loss, the heart-devouring demon saw a scene that nearly shattered him. This is... He reeled back in terror. Within his conscious view, the hundreds of meters high reactor core that powered the entire base now displayed a huge transparent hole. Accompanied by a few sparks and explosions, it was faintly recognizable. It seemed something had, not long ago, smashed straight through the core's power supply facility. A clear outline of a huge human head appeared on the core, and atop that head a tie-shaped humanoid contour was visible. Sizzle. 2 streams of sparks shot from the pierced energy core. The heart-devouring demon stood dumbfounded, his mind blank and buzzing, he couldn't form a sentence. That brazen outline hurt more than having a dozen burly men stomp on your most precious parts while jeering. It felt like being slapped across the face a dozen times and then watched with a leering grin as someone left. That feeling. Arg. He threw his arms wide and howled at the sky, the humiliation made him cry. What was the most despairing thing? Was it the 3 root-level headhunters? Or the toppled hanging tower? No. The most hopeless thing was that he had just initiated the base's self-destruct, the full jump had coincidentally failed, and now he was trapped inside a base about to explode. The sensation. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. The heart-devouring demon sounded half-sobbing. Once self-destruct starts, no permission can stop it. To prevent enemy intrusion and sabotage of power supplies, the self-destruct was originally designed with its own emergency power system. It's ruptured. It's really going to rupture. And almost immediately afterward, a deafening boom rang out. From the southeast of the full jump hall, a root rider riding Little One and firing wildly broke through hard steel with a crash, drifted, sparks everywhere, and skidded to a stop inside the hall. Found you, laughter turning creepier. Blood streaming down his face, Lin smiled faintly, shouldering the arm of Dragon Breath and riding Little One. The muzzle of his .44 revolver was pointed straight at the heart-devouring demon's head from a distance. Behind them, looking out from the gigantic mouth they had smashed open, you could clearly see a straight line that ran neatly from the base's outer corridor all the way here. The outline was clear, with all kinds of postures. Perfectly straight. This was literally ramming straight through. You destroyed our energy supply hub. The heart-devouring demon gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and stood up with a ferocious glare. All the high-ranking members in the full jump hall were wide-eyed with fury, drawing their weapons as they stared intently at Lin standing atop the massive head. Lin gazed at him calmly, lightly wiping his cheek where a vertical eye slowly opened. Since you have a device capable of full jumping, I knew you would escape. But since it's a machine, performing a full jump must be very energy-consuming, right? He cocked the revolver's safety. I just didn't expect you to be so insane, actually activating the base's self-destruct sequence before leaving. Did you want to blow up your entire base along with everyone here? Lin revealed his white teeth in a smile. Don't mention it, it suits me perfectly. It was precisely because he detected this intention that Lin didn't rush to have Little One come here, but instead sent her immediately to destroy the base's power supply facilities. And with the help of Evil Spirit Vision's vertical pupil, it allowed him to effortlessly locate their base's energy center. He didn't destroy the power core itself, only wrecked the transmission hub supplying energy to the base, which directly caused the entire base to temporarily shut down. The shrill alarm sounds continuously ringing around them reported the countdown to the base's explosion. 6 minutes 21 seconds. Good. Very good. The heart-devouring demon's eyes turned increasingly icy, the fury in them receding like a tide as he said coldly. 3 root-level beings indeed possessed the strength to completely destroy us. However, you overlooked one thing you shouldn't have, appeared before me. Almost in that instant. His pupils instantly turned completely silver. Buzz. One after another invisible ripple spread out from his body, and Lin immediately felt his entire brain as if about to explode, with a thunderous roar. Warning! Warning! You have suffered intense psychic blast. HP decreasing. HP decreasing. The change came too quickly, and Lin's eyeballs instantly became bloodshot and swollen, blood streaming down. Everything happened too fast. So fast there was no time to react. Head. Swazwo was greatly alarmed. She and Lin shared one body, so she immediately sensed that brain-tearing psychic pain. This was a mental attack. Little One clearly hadn't reacted yet, her gaze bewildered, evidently having no prior experience with similar assaults. At this moment, Swazwa hesitated almost not at all. She suddenly opened a huge mouth, emitting a sharp, evil spirit-like shriek. The entire arm rapidly dissolved, turning into puddle after puddle of viscous, pitch-black liquid that splattered down onto the ground. Wah dash. A baby's cry. The black viscous fluid that fell on the ground immediately struggled, metamorphosing into baby after baby that looked exactly like Lin. And the moment these babies appeared, they opened their black mouths wide, emitting waves of eerie cries. Distortion. Bizarre. Contamination. If the blood-robed evil spirit were here, she would certainly recognize with shock that those terrifying viscous infants were the same mutation that appeared when Lin was inside that flesh puppet before. Are a Nigerian Naira. And almost simultaneously, the heart-devouring demon immediately felt an intensely strong sense of nausea and dizziness wash over him. Those cries were like an extremely malicious curse, a terrifying psychic pollution that instantly caused massive interference with his mental waves. You actually, can also. He bent over painfully, interfered. And the psychic shockwave he launched at Lin immediately experienced a brief interruption due to this sudden interference. And almost in that same instant, Lin suddenly opened his bloodshot, swollen eyes, abruptly raised his revolver, and coldly aimed it at the heart-devouring demon's forehead. Bang! 3 gunshots. The demon-hunting bullets instantly struck his body, massive holy electricity crackling and spreading over him. And almost simultaneously, Little One's tentacles followed right after. Thwack! Sharp tentacles instantly pierced through his neck, severing his head from his body. He endured the intense pain in his brain, tumbling down. Looking at his left hand that had dissolved into countless black viscous fluid, Lin said gravely. Zwa. How are you? Splash. The viscous fluid began to gather again, then slowly crawled up his body, congregating on his left arm, reforming into his left hand. Zwa's condition was clearly somewhat listless. Evidently, utilizing that terrifying method just now had consumed enormous energy from her. Zwa retched and vomited a mass of black viscous fluid, going embarrassed face, as she said. I'm fine, just have a bit of lost appetite, probably won't feel like eating for several days. Seeing Zwa's dizzy state, he knew that if she hadn't reacted in time just now, he would likely have suffered mental explosion and direct brain death by now. This world is truly dangerous indeed. Even with a root level being like Little One by his side, absolute safety is impossible. Doctor, what was that just now? Lin looked up and said, a mental attack, an ability that directly assaults the opponent's will and mind. Hard to defend against, extremely fearsome. Clearly, Little One wasn't a being specialized in this area. Her understanding of mental attacks was only partial. And that guy just now was clearly targeting him specifically. He must have known that even if he tried to launch a mental attack against Little One, given her root-level consciousness, it would likely have little effect. He really wanted to kill me. Actually, after learning his name from the system's prompt, he should have realized that this guy possessed extremely strong mental power and would inevitably use psychic techniques. If not for Zwa, he might have capsized in a minor ditch just now. That guy, is he dead? Lin narrowed his eyes and said, he probably transferred his consciousness out at the last moment. This guy likely has more than one body. Because the system's mission completion prompt hadn't sounded. That proved the guy was still alive now. Without another word, Lin immediately activated evil spirit vision, smiling deeply. Little One, let's go. Since he didn't finish me off the first time, don't let him think there will be a second chance. Meanwhile, the deepest core area of the base. From the depths of a massive vessel, faint mechanical synthesized sounds could be heard. Consciousness transfer complete. Body number 1 aggregation finished. Rebooting. Crackle. Countless electric sparks burst out within the vessel. And the next moment, a precise mechanical hand shattered the vessel's hard outer wall with a crash. A pair of eyes flickering with red light faintly lit up. The flesh is weak, machinery is supreme. A hoarse voice spoke. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, instantly blowing the entire containers lit away in the blast. Countless solutions vaporized into billowing pale currents amidst the explosion, and within those pale streams, a humanoid mechanical body slowly emerged. His entire form was covered in mechanical bones, devoid of any flesh, with crimson electric currents resembling blood vessels flowing all over him. The heart-devouring demon emerged hoarsely. This was his body number 1. It was also his strongest combat body, aside from the God Hunter puppet. The energy loss prevented the full jump device from activating normally, leaving this body behind in this base. And this became his final trump card. I remember you all, and I won't let you off either, but not now. When I return in the future, you will all die by my hand. His voice was hoarse, his mechanical hand clenching with a series of clicks. He didn't linger for a moment. Whirling around abruptly, his precise mechanical body erupted with overwhelmingly powerful force. Controlling the mechanical body, he leaped up, smashing through the hard steel structure above, and instantly reached the underground higher levels. Base self-destruct countdown, 4 minutes and 5 seconds. He didn't bother going after Lin again. Instead, he immediately raced along the corridor, swiftly heading towards a secret passage leading outside the base. Because even if he restarted the energy supply hub now, it would be difficult to complete the full jump before the base self-destructed. The only escape method left was through physical means. And as the current president of the Demon Kin Association, it was impossible for him not to have left himself a way out. Boom 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 boom. The precise mechanical body smashed through wall after wall unstoppably, making him like a rampaging giant hand, advancing relentlessly. But just as he burst through a wall and entered a long corridor, a mocking and familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Just as I expected, you have a new body. I thought, how could the president of the Demon Kin Association be taken down so easily? It's that human. The heart-devouring demon almost instantly recognized Lin's voice. That tenacious devil. Immense fury made the heart-devouring demon whirl around, immediately launching an even fiercer psychic blast towards the direction of the voice. Hum. The emergency lights in the corridor burst one after another amidst the rolling psychic shockwaves. Get out here. The heart-devouring demon, enraged beyond reason, continuously launched psychic bombardments in all directions. His powerful psychic energy even twisted and shattered the hard steel walls directly. And in the next moment, a massive head instantly smashed through the wall in front of him, like a heavy-duty truck, crashing directly into him and sending him flying dozens of meters. Boom. A loud crash. The heart-devouring demon's steel body slammed heavily against the wall. But he stood up as if completely unharmed, the red light in his eyes flashing with a sinister glow. His gaze immediately locked onto the appearing little one. As you wish, and then. Lin's slightly amused voice sounded from little one's mouth. The heart-devouring demon didn't hesitate at all, immediately roaring as he launched another, larger-scale psychic blast towards Lin, who was hiding inside that head's mouth. Hum. The huge psychic impact landed on little one, but it only caused negligible ripples in little one's consciousness before quickly dissipating. The heart-devouring demon was greatly shocked, retreating repeatedly. You. Inside little one's mouth, Lin sat cross-legged, arms folded, eyes closed, and said. You shouldn't be able to affect a root creature, right? No matter how strong your psychic power is, it can't be stronger than a root creature's, can it? So that's why you didn't dare use psychic blasts on little one because you knew it would be useless. Lin slowly opened the evil spirit vertical eye on his cheek, rubbing his temple. So you only dare to bully me. Heavy Mechanical God, Type 71 Modification. Type, Heavy Mechanical Construct. Alignment, None. Level. Combat ability, comparable to a Monarch-level heavy armor of root origin. Introduction. The highest-tier mechanical construct created by the Demon Kin Association, a war weapon purely composed of mechanics, distinct from the God Hunter puppet. The discovery of Colossus technology caused the initially upheld mechanical ascension philosophy of the Demon Kin Association to waver, leading to the Heavy Mechanical God project being shelved. However, the heart-devouring demon secretly continued modifying this mechanical body. After successfully integrating Colossus technology, it became one of his most powerful bodies. Lin's evil spirit vertical eye peered deeply at the heart-devouring demon through little one. The heart-devouring demon emitted a series of hoarse mechanical synthesized sounds, saying, Indeed a shrewd human, actually thinking of this method to evade my psychic blast. You've truly made me see you in a new light. But I still don't understand, why must you annihilate us completely? Lin smiled, arms still folded, speaking across the distance. Annihilate completely. Don't you think saying that is too shameless? When you sent flesh puppets to Wandering Souls Alley to try and kill me, why didn't you say that? When you sent hunters for a second cleanup, I didn't see you wanting to reason with me. Oh. Right, I was just an incidental creature that could be disposed of casually. Your goal was to kill my teacher, and my little treasure at home. You probably never imagined that the one standing before you in the end would be a mere apprentice from that potion shop, right? Lin grinned, revealing a row of white, sinister teeth. The heart-devouring demon's eyes flashed wildly. The countdown was already down to the final 2 minutes. There wasn't enough time. No. No matter what, he must escape from here, absolutely cannot waste any more time with this guy. He suddenly turned, gritting his teeth, charging towards the end of the corridor at an unimaginable speed. Little one. Lin narrowed his eyes. Time to eat. Not giving him any chance. Little one instantly wriggled her tentacles angrily, rushing towards the heart-devouring demon at an even faster speed. Boom. A loud crash. The heart-devouring demon's body was directly crushed heavily by Little One, sent tumbling dozens of meters. Dare bully my Dr. Little One beat you to death dash. Smack. A massive tentacle slammed heavily onto the heart-devouring demon's body, sparks flying everywhere. Little One instantly launched a fierce assault, countless tentacles firing like machine gun bullets at the heart-devouring demon's mechanical body. The heart-devouring demon roared wildly as he stood up, retreating abruptly. 2 high-temperature long blades extended from his arms with a series of clicks. Clang. The twin blades clashed with Little One's hardened tentacles, exploding with countless sparks. For a moment, the lights in the entire corridor flickered, the clanging impacts echoing throughout. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The heart-devouring demon's roars grew increasingly savage. But he had no way to break free from Little One's onslaught. And the piercing self-destruct alarm grew more and more intense, the entire base could be destroyed at any moment. Meanwhile, inside Little One's mouth. Lin narrowed his eyes, slowly reaching out a hand, his gaze falling on the heart-devouring demon through the gaps in Little One's teeth. So. Are you truly a mechanical construct? Or just a hollow shell? Since it's consciousness transfer, you should still be inside this shell, probably hiding some filthy flesh. Right? Ding! You are using the active effect of random diagnosis technique. Do you wish to activate it immediately? Of course, Lin said, narrowing his eyes. My lovely patient. Buzz. Almost at that instant, Lin's outstretched arms suddenly clenched. Ding. Random diagnostic technique successfully used. Ding. You have diagnosed a random disease in the target, cerebral parasite. Ding. You have diagnosed a random disease in the target, cerebral thrombus. Ding. You have diagnosed a random disease in the target, cerebral infarction. Ding. You have diagnosed a random disease in the target, Alzheimer's disease. Ding. You have diagnosed a random disease in the target, schizophrenia. And at almost that same instant, the heart-devouring demon who had been glaringly locked in combat with Little One's tentacles was shaken throughout his entire body. One wave after another of indescribable, abnormal sensations rolled through his brain and swept over every major sensor throughout his body. His control over the mechanical body began to falter. The imagery generated by his visual sensors in the brain started to blur and become unclear. At that moment, he actually felt severe cerebral hypoxia and vascular blockage, accompanied by intense vertigo and nausea, and wave after wave of cognitive errors that interfered with his mental judgment. This is. His consciousness was thrown into panic. At the same time, shrill alarms began to blare continuously throughout his mechanical frame. In almost an instant, the sensors connected to his brain analyzed all the anomalies appearing and transmitted them to his visual receptors. When he saw the list of diseases displayed, his vision immediately went black and he almost collapsed outright. This can't be. He howled in terror. And due to the brain's pathology, his mechanical body was instantly struck by Little One's tentacle and hurled hundreds of meters away. Cerebral infarction. He was manifesting symptoms of cerebral infarction. There was also a cerebral thrombus. And a series of malignant cerebral disease complications. What kind of joke was this? What kind of joke is this? He was aghast. And in the next moment, from Little One's mouth far off Lin's voice came through. You're not a true spirit. This mechanical shell is only a husk to protect your brain. If you were using a real flesh and blood body, I might have no way to deal with you, but your mistake is that you used a mechanical armor in front of me, with circumflex. Lin spoke through Little One, eyes closed, expression calm. From the system feedback a moment ago, Lin had already understood the construction of this mechanical body. Beneath the composite mechanical structure lay nothing more than a frail fleshy brain. It was like you dug out your brain and put it into a machine. No matter how powerful your mechanical body, it didn't change the fragile reality of your brain. And his random diagnostic technique depended on his own mental strength and the target's constitution. The weaker the target's constitution, the higher his chance of success, the stronger the target, the lower the success rate. If the heart-devouring demon still had his previous full body, Lin's success rate would indeed have been low, but for this brain without a true body, the result was unsurprising. Because before a true mechanical bearer for the will is realized, the so-called mechanical body is nothing more than a deeper kind of weapon. Little One. The weak point is his head. It's up to you now. Lin rose with a sly smile. In an instant, Little One thundered over like a heavy-duty truck, its massive tentacles slamming the heart-devouring demon's mechanical head into the ground. Boom! The heavy impacts rattled. And in the heart-devouring demon's ears and before his eyes, warnings from the mechanical body kept echoing. Warning, visual transmission damaged, auditory transmission damaged, neural source signal weakening, brain abnormal pathology, initiate emergency treatment immediately. Warning, external cranial skeleton suffering severe impact, brain pathology worsening, incurable, pathology escalating. Cerebral infarction. Cerebral thrombus. Parasites. Alzheimer's. The heart-devouring demon could never have imagined that he would falter like this at such a moment. Cursed. That guy must have used some kind of curse to bypass his mechanical body and directly affect his brain. He had never been sick before, and all of a sudden he was struck with so many illnesses. Transfer, initiate immediately, consciousness transfer, now. He painfully endured the increasingly severe brain pathology. He knew. He only had time to initiate a second transfer to survive. Otherwise, this diseased brain would become the root of his destruction. If his consciousness dissipated within this brain, he would be completely dead. Quick! Quick, he snarled, forcing his control. Locating, fourth brain lock acquired, emergency consciousness transfer in progress. Warning, abnormal mental flux detected, current concentration 37%, please concentrate immediately, transfer cannot proceed otherwise, please concentrate immediately. Boom. Outside, the terrifying tentacles continued to pound his mechanical skull. With every strike, his mental concentration experienced massive fluctuations. He roared with effort, struggling grimly against the escalating brain lesions within. But gradually, he began to sense something strange in his own mind. That strangeness quickly manifested in his cognition. His mind intermittently froze, and he suddenly couldn't remember what he was supposed to be doing. And with the massive external blows to the skull, the phenomenon worsened. Suddenly, his voice changed. Heh heh heh, 1 + 1, 2 + 2, 3 + 3, heave-ho, the two of us heave-ho. He broke into a silly little laugh, his tone had become odd. Keep the music going, keep the dance going, heave-ho, I'm a happy snotworm, I want to. Buzz. His consciousness abruptly fell into a brief void. No dash. What was he doing just now? The scene from that blurred moment immediately surfaced in his mind. His whole body trembled, realization hit him. Terrifying characters gradually formed in his head. Mental. Dis. Order. Schizophrenia. A thread of fear finally appeared in his eyes. No. Not acceptable. Transfer. Transfer now. He used almost his last strength to roar, his voice hysterical. I can't die here. I am the president of the Demon Kin Association, I still have to complete the Grand Resonance Project. I still have to. Scrub scrub. Scrub scrub. Heh heh heh, keep the music going, keep the dance going heh heh. He suddenly snapped back to clarity. No. He finally screamed out in terror. And almost at the same time, an external countdown for the base's final explosion sounded. 10. 9. 8. Lin suddenly looked up and shouted loudly. Little one, the base is about to explode. Let's get out of here first. What about him? What should we do? Lin smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow as he said. Of course we'll come back to dig him out later. Without any hesitation, little one immediately stopped pounding on that hard mechanical body. Countless tentacles leaped up, crashing through the steel structure above and quickly moving outward. 5. 4. 3. The countdown continued. The heart-devouring demon, suffering from severe brain lesions, crawled forward grotesquely, desperately reaching out, trying to climb outward. But the brain lesion severely interfered with his consciousness, making this mechanical body unable to properly receive commands from his brain. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. He repeated that phrase viciously, his resentment and hatred toward Lin almost twisting his will. I will definitely take your life, I will definitely, fly I want to fly take off flying he he he. His schizophrenia flared up again, and he burst into a series of foolish laughs. And almost simultaneously, the countdown ended. Self-destruct system activated. Boom 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 boom. Countless explosions occurred throughout the base, roaring flames instantly engulfing the corridor where the laughing heart-devouring demon was located. A Nigerian Naira empty set S. Outside, as a head leaped out from the large crater, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters instantly collapsed with a rumble. The massive explosion sent towering flames shooting into the sky. Little one's huge head landed steadily. A quick stop. Bouncing and hopping to land at the edge of the explosion area. Ding! You have exceeded the task requirements, leave the body intact. Task reward, 5 black skull coins, base experience, 3000, special legendary reward, skill, echoes of the past. Ding! You have completed the special task, kill the president of the Demon Kin Association. Task reward, black skull coins x1, base experience 5000, special reward, skill enhancement scroll x1. Accompanied by the system notifications in his ears, Lin smiled slightly and leaped out from little one's mouth. The explosive shockwaves blew fiercely against his forehead. He smiled as he gazed at the billowing ruins. Finally, it's over. Echoes of the past. Category, skill. Quality, legendary. Description, special skill, consumes large amounts of mental energy, can briefly reproduce a target state at a certain point in their past. Cannot change the target's actual power level. Success rate is proportional to the target's resistance level. Returns to normal after duration ends. Duration, 1 hour. Skill enhancement scroll, can enhance already learned skills, slightly improving skill effects. Maximum enhancement level, 10. Plop. The enhancement scroll landed in his hand. And his skill list now contained a new skill. Echoes of the past. Lin looked at the skill description, carefully pondering it. Judging from the description, this seemed to be another overpowered skill like his random diagnosis ability. Can reproduce a target state at a certain point in their past. Does that mean I could turn a target into a fertilized egg? Lin stroked his chin, considering some special applications. But quickly, he dismissed that idea. Because if it's just reproduction without actually affecting the current power level with that past state, then it didn't seem very useful. His mind instantly conjured an image of a fertilized egg chasing after him, making slapping sounds. He looked utterly bewildered. And just then, a massive earth-shaking sound came from the distance. Titan Head and Godweaver Head had heard the commotion here and came bouncing over. Each jump was like a small mountain crashing heavily onto the ground, making it terrifying to behold. It seems our daughter has taken care of all of them. Godweaver Head emitted a malicious, terrifying laugh. Titan Head chewed on the large amount of mechanical structures and flesh in his mouth, foul blood continuously oozing from between his teeth. He chewed viciously, saying, "Sorry daughter, that Colossus I ate it all." Little one, Omega, said, Daddy, did you break a tooth? Let the doctor replace it for you. An eerie silence spread wantonly around them. Lin vaguely sensed the killing intent behind him. He coughed and said, "Little one, did we forget something? Maybe we should dig out that machine first." Although the system had already notified him that the heart-devouring demon was dead, he didn't think that mechanical body would be so easily destroyed. After all, even with Little One's terrifying monstrous strength earlier, they hadn't been able to crack open that machine's head. Clearly, that machine's defensive strength was absolutely comparable to a root-level entity. After about 10 minutes of effort, with Little One's help, Lin quickly excavated the smoking mechanical body from the explosion's wreckage. It was covered in burn marks, extremely hot to the touch, but aside from obvious surface melting signs, its internal structure remained intact. This gave some indication of just what kind of high-strength mechanical creation this was. The structure isn't severely damaged, but the brain inside is probably ruined. Lin flexed his hands, then pulled out his never-dulling night demon blade, forcefully inserting it into the back of the mechanical creation's head. Turning around, his eyes reflected Little One as he said, "Little One, give it another smash. I'm very interested in that heart-devouring demon's brain." Little One, Omega, said, "Okay." But before Little One could act, Lin was instantly enveloped by two massive shadows. Lin turned around, wide-eyed, staring at the two huge heads coldly looking down at him as they approached. Cold sweat instantly broke out. "Already starting to order my daughter around, are you?" Titan Head clacked his terrifying fangs. "No." Lin stared wide-eyed. "This marriage, I haven't agreed to it yet." Godweaver Head narrowed her eyes, looking quite malicious. "Huh?" Lin was baffled. "Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. What are they talking about? Why do I feel like I don't understand? Marriage? What marriage?" Slap. A loud noise exploded, shaking all creatures on the ground up 2 meters into the air. Lin turned around wide-eyed, swallowed hard, and then saw Little One's mother's huge tentacle rise up, his own night demon blade having been thrust directly into the mechanical creation's head. The skull cap was pried open directly. Lin stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard as he said, Thank you, Auntie." Godweaver Head showed a strange, mysterious smile, clacking her mouth open as she said, "No need to thank, almost family now, too formal." Lin shuddered. For some reason, he vaguely had an absolutely terrifying guess. Lin turned around. He could feel the terrifying gaze piercing his back from behind, but he tried hard to maintain composure, carefully approaching the machine. When he saw the situation inside the head, Lin froze for a moment, his expression quickly turning serious. Just as he had guessed. A brain. A flesh and blood brain. The grotesque brain tissue and folds above were still steaming with heat, but the temperature wasn't actually very high and hadn't been affected by the explosion, clearly demonstrating this machine's excellent protective capabilities. As for its true cause of death, it was the numerous pathologies he had inflicted upon the heart-devouring demon's brain. That steaming brain was bubbling with thick fluid mixed with blood streaks, obviously completely non-functional now. "Would you like to immediately add the target to the archive?" "Yes." Ding. "You have collected the Mechanical Heavy God archive entry. You have received 5 free attribute points as reward." Ding. "You have collected the Heart-Devouring Demon archive entry. You have received 2 free attribute points as reward." Heart-Devouring Demon Archive. Current sample integrity, 13%. Abnormal pathologies, cerebral thrombosis, cerebral infarction, Alzheimer's disease, parasites, schizophrenia, etc. Introduction: an ancient race existing within the dark world, also known as brain demons. They possess extremely powerful mental abilities but lack physical bodies of their own. Certain special heart-devouring demons can parasitize within a host's body, gradually consuming or assimilating the target's brain. The assimilated brain becomes the new vessel for the heart-devouring demon's consciousness, allowing rapid consciousness transfer between multiple brains. Looking at the information in the archive, Lin stroked his chin. Brain demons? So that's how it is. Although slightly different from what he had guessed, it was generally quite close. The reason Lin could inflict so many pathologies on it at once was actually very simple, because it wasn't parasitizing a flesh and blood body but rather residing within machinery. Thus, his diagnostic abilities could completely ignore the mechanical influences and directly target its brain. And in terms of constitution assessment, how could a single brain possibly compare to his 100+ constitution points? Lin smiled slightly, carefully packaging up that brain, saying, "I'll bring this back for teacher. I think he'll definitely like this gift from me." On a distant mountain peak, the doll mistress witnessed the entire massive explosion and the process of those two root-level entities destroying that colossus. She took a deep breath, her heart still trembling even now. Her gaze fell upon Lin, who stood before the three root-level beings, and settled on the smile on his face. "So he's Bloodsaw's disciple," she murmured, her eyes shining with unusual light. "Too outstanding, really far superior to that Bloodsaw fellow." She felt somewhat intrigued. After all, such a young and highly capable being was rare even in this dark world. And most importantly, he was human. A human being able to thrive so remarkably in the dark world was an even more perfect bonus point. She glanced sideways at Bloodsaw, who was still bubbling away unconscious, and suddenly lost much interest in this old pervert. After all, if it hadn't been for the difficulty of finding even somewhat normal humanoid beings back then, she would never have allowed this completely unromantic fellow to help her lift the bloodline curse. She slowly began forming some ideas in her mind. Because originally, she had intended to have Bloodsaw help lift the curses on her daughters too. But now, her thinking had changed. If she could trick that outstanding disciple of his to come to the doll manor, and then use some special methods to let him interact properly with her daughters, perhaps like how things developed between her and Bloodsaw back then, feelings might slowly cultivate. Alpha and Beta S. When the time comes, if things proceed naturally, she wouldn't have to watch her daughters suffer trapped by the doll curses anymore. She secretly made up her mind, her expression turning serious. Then she glanced at the still, Bloodsaw beside her. Smack! She kicked him right off the cliff. Useless trash. Been vomiting for over half an hour already, such a waste of food. Sight. Intelligence agent, major event. The Demonkin Association headquarters in the desolate wastelands has been severely damaged. 1 hour ago, the three root headhunters launched a cleansing operation against the Demonkin Association. The Demonkin Association headquarters has been completely destroyed, casualty numbers unknown. Specific intelligence requires further investigation. Intelligence agent, compilation footage of headhunters vs Demonkin Association available now. Those wanting detailed process, focus attention to acquire, cost, skeleton coins x 500. Instantly, all major regions throughout the dark world were shaken by this sudden news. Although the Demonkin Association kept to a remote corner, in the dark world, they were still an extremely powerful faction. Their powerful mechanical and flesh constructs displayed a unique style that many beings passionately pursued. And now, such a powerful organization had actually been destroyed. Headhunters. Unimaginable. How did the Demonkin Association provoke those three monsters? If it's the headhunters, then it's not surprising. Root-level beings are taboos in this world. No matter how strong you are, offending them inevitably leads to death. Pitiful and lamentable. Another organization wiped out by root-level hands. He. Immediately, all regional channels were abuzz discussing this event. And the intelligence agent's combat compilation footage quickly spread throughout the dark world. But for some reason, in all the footage released by intelligence agents, the face of that humanoid being accompanying the three headhunters had been deliberately erased. Who is that humanoid being? Could it be some region's monarch? To actually travel alongside those three headhunters? I suspect it must be that monarch from the Unicorn Evil Ghost tribe. Besides that existence, who else could maintain good relations with these three headhunters? But that doesn't seem right. Even if it's the Unicorn Ghost King, would those root-level headhunters allow him to ride on their heads? Look how happily that being is riding up there. For a time. Speculation about the identity of the figure accompanying the headhunters surged back and forth. Only residents near Wandering Souls Alley remained silent. They knew who that figure was, but they didn't dare mention it, because they lived near Wandering Souls Alley. If they really angered that youth, who knows what terrifying things might happen. As for why the intelligence agents deliberately erased his appearance, that, no one knew. Several hours later. Ding! You picked up lava core, damaged, X1. Ding! You picked up precision gears X51. Ding! You picked up damaged mechanical structures X30. Ding! You picked up wriggling eyeballs X5. Ding! Congratulations on achieving stage accomplishment, Scavenger, you obtained basic experience X200. Scavenger, stage accomplishment, obtained after collecting over 1,000 pieces of junk. This indicates you have preliminarily mastered the essence of scavenging and waste collection. You obtained permanent bonuses, Strength +2, Constitution +2, Happiness +10. Living up to the system's expectations. After confirming that the Demonkin Association hadn't left many survivors, Lin immediately began scavenging vigorously. Whether useful or not, as long as it could be picked up, Lin fully embraced the mindset of utilization, gathering everything indiscriminately. And after promising Little One he'd help her use better materials to fix her teeth. Little One became as happy as a 20,000-pound child. She also agreed to help transport all these goods back to Wandering Souls Alley after he finished scavenging. After several hours of busy work, Lin gazed satisfied at the large bundles of loot before him, smiling as he reached out to high-five Little One's, Omega, tentacle. Everything all packed up so happy dash. Indeed. Lin wiped sweat from his forehead, hands on hips, smiling like a youth who'd just finished some exercise. Then let's prepare to head back, otherwise we might attract attention from other things. Aha! Then Lin immediately felt a tentacle wrap around his waist from behind, lifting him up. Lin patted the tentacle, for all, saying, Little One, stop messing around, I have acrophobia. Being rolled up this high isn't fun at all. Little One curiously raised her head, Little One isn't rolling you dash. Lin's expression froze. Then. He subconsciously opened his eyes wider, turned his head, and a massive malicious female face instantly appeared before his eyes. Lin was dumbfounded, swallowing hard, it's Auntie. San value -1. Godweaver head looked down coldly at Lin who was like a little mouse, saying, finished, busy. Lin said dazedly, finished busy. Godweaver head sneered as she opened her mouth, want to chat alone with Auntie Dash. Lin said blankly, can I say no? Godweaver head sneered as she extended her tongue, slurping and covering Lin with sticky fluid, what do you think? Lin widened his eyes and said fearfully, what should we talk about? Godweaver head sneered as she licked her lips, talk about something to make you happy. He dash. San value -1. Lin felt that something was wrong. He stared wide-eyed, though he was trying hard to maintain his composure. But facing a crisis level as high as 99.99%, unless you were a mentally twisted pervert, it was truly impossible to remain as steady as an old dog. Right now. Lin stared, desperately trying to salvage the situation. How about, we call Little One to join us? I think with Little One present, we should have more common topics to discuss. What do you think? The smile on the Godweaver head's face grew even more radiant, but combined with her mountain-sized cheek and the malicious gaze that naturally emanated from her, this smile was really not something an ordinary person could endure. "Daughter, do you mind if mommy has a private chat with your doctor?" Little one, Omega, nodded vigorously and said, Has mommy finally also seen how awesome doctor is?" "Yes indeed dash." Little one, said, "In that case little one is willing to share with mommy dash." Ding. Little one is extremely happy that she could bring you a new guest. Lin. The smile on the Godweaver head's face became even more expansive. Then Lin, in a state of, Omega, was wrapped up by the giant head's tentacles and dragged with a rumbling noise towards the distant woods, while little one was still waving, amazed face, behind them. Behind a small hill. Lin was like an ant on a hot pan, hands behind his back, head lowered, pacing back and forth incessantly. His heart rate had now exceeded 200 beats per minute. Because it was already obvious earlier that little one's parents harbored ill intentions towards him. As expected. His little scheme had been seen through after all. Writing a nasty letter to trick little one into coming here from far away because he couldn't handle the threat from the Demonkin Association. No matter how you thought about it, it was indeed quite repulsive. Lin anxiously brainstormed. But the situation back then was truly critical, and among all the foolproof strategies he could think of, little one was the only existence that could 100% resolve this crisis, a new beta. As for the marriage talk he heard earlier, he didn't think much about it, because that was definitely a joke, no need to consider it. Lin was extremely worried and stressed. Finally. He suddenly raised his head, and the expression on his face quickly returned to calm. Time to admit his mistake. If that was the case, considering his relationship with little one, there was a high probability that the Godweaver head would let him off. Thinking this, Lin finally turned around and looked with determined eyes at the towering, mountain-like head whose back was turned to him. "What have you figured it out?" The Godweaver head transmitted a malicious, mysterious laugh. Lin raised his head, took a deep breath, pounded his chest with one hand, and said seriously and firmly. "Auntie, I must apologize to you." "Oh." The Godweaver head transmitted an interested fluctuation. "The matter of me writing a letter to little one before did indeed involve a bit of selfishness. Because the situation was truly critical at the time, I had no choice but to write a letter to little one overnight." He seriously raised 3 fingers and said. "But I can swear to you, I had no malicious intent. Because from the very first time I saw little one, I knew she was a very kind and lovely girl, so I also deeply cherished this hard-won friendship. And such an adorable little girl, who wouldn't like her?" Lin's expression was serious, extremely firm, showing no flaws whatsoever. There was no other way. Because the only method to extricate himself from this private chat situation now was to continue emphasizing the deep relationship between him and little one. Even though it was truly only their second meeting. But with the affinity level raised, little one could indeed be considered his close friend. Ding! Godweaver head's affinity towards you +1. Although the Godweaver head hadn't spoken yet, the system prompt that sounded in his ear truly told Lin that this strategy of his was definitely effective. "It seems you really like my daughter." The Godweaver head's tone became mysterious and cruel. Lin seriously raised 3 fingers and said, I like her very much, how could I possibly not like her? Isn't that a joke? What a joke. Try saying you don't like her at a time like this. You'd be crushed into dust in minutes. Ding! Godweaver head's affinity towards you +10. The attitude had clearly improved. The Godweaver head coldly smiled with a stern face and continued asking, "Don't you mind that my daughter is just a head dash? And you don't even know what race we are dash. You dare befriend my daughter?" The Godweaver head's tone turned sinister. Ding! Crisis level increased to 99.999%. Lin's expression quickly returned to calmness, putting himself into the zone. He reached out to adjust his monocle and said profoundly. "Auntie, that's where you're mistaken. What does race matter? What does form matter? What does beauty or ugliness matter? True friendship is about seeing the sincere heart hidden beneath the appearance. There's an old saying among our people, beautiful appearances are all alike, but an interesting soul is one in a million. So what if a being has the most magnificent appearance? If her heart doesn't match her magnificent exterior, then everything is just fleeting clouds. Because true friendship never lies in how the other looks, but in whether you can create dazzling sparks between you. Lin waved his hand grandly, his expression calm yet passionate. Ding! Skill, infectious aura triggered, increasing the infectiousness of the atmosphere during speeches. Arguing this point had really hit his specialty. As a good young man from the 21st century who had received 9 years of compulsory education before crossing over, this kind of theory was practically an innate talent. If he wanted, he could easily lecture you for an entire afternoon. Eloquence +1. Moreover, little one doesn't mind that I'm just a mere human, so how could I mind what race little one is? Lin calmly added another sentence. The God-Weaver head was clearly stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat incredulous about this guy's suddenly passionate words. But after carefully pondering what he said, it seemed like every sentence was reasonable, with no faults to pick. The God-Weaver head's expression gradually grew solemn, becoming serious as she looked down deeply at Lin's face. Could it be? He genuinely had his heart set on her daughter. Now she had to take this seriously too. Although she had indeed thought about this possibility before, she later always felt it was unreliable, especially seeing the relationship between this guy and her daughter, which seemed to be purely friendship. But after hearing these words now, it seemed to be getting more and more suspicious. No way. This concerned her daughter's happiness. If he really wanted to become her son-in-law, she must vet him properly. The God-Weaver head narrowed her eyes, changing from her previous maliciousness to a serious expression, and said, "Do you swear you will be worthy of my daughter, and not just playing around?" Lin deeply adjusted his monocle and said, "Auntie, that statement is even more mistaken. Let's not talk about those sentimental words first. Do you think if I were really just fooling around, would little one let me off? Would you and uncle let me off? Do you think offending a powerful being like you would be beneficial for me? What a joke. Of course it couldn't possibly be just fooling around. Little one was his first root-level major member. No matter which establishment she was placed in, she would be a supreme VIP, a super client that required the boss to personally come out and respectfully receive. There was no way Lin wouldn't understand this basic reasoning. Ding! God-Weaver head's affinity towards you +10. God-Weaver head looked into Lin's unwavering, determined eyes without any evasion, and listened to his reasonable and well-grounded words, gradually softening a bit inside. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for her daughter? She felt somewhat indecisive. Indeed there would be no benefit dash. Her eyes flickered, squinting as she said, "But do you think you have the capability to properly care for my daughter? Can you make my daughter happy?" After all, this guy was so small. Lin closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Auntie, you don't need to have any worries about this matter, because I'm professional in this area. Not to mention little one, even you, Auntie, I can serve at any time. I guarantee that after experiencing it, you'll be all smiles and return satisfied." God-Weaver head. God-Weaver head stared in shock at this little guy before her, then quickly glanced at her husband far away. After confirming he hadn't heard, she whooshed her tentacle and wrapped Lin up. Has this guy always been this bold since he was young? Experience? What kind of experience method? Was this guy not satisfied with having designs on her daughter, and now he openly wanted to make moves on her too? She was truly astonished. What kind of perverted guy could directly say something like that? Are you flirting with me? God-Weaver head narrowed her eyes and said, "You're quite brave, aren't you?" Lin said in astonishment, Flirting? No. When would I dare flirt with you? The experience you mentioned earlier, what kind of experience method is it?" God-Weaver head's killing intent began to spread. Lin said confusedly, "Oral care, beauty and skin care, hair care, dietary wellness." A brief silence. An inexplicable atmosphere spread recklessly around them. A few minutes later. Screaming sounds, omega omega, resounded throughout the high altitude. In the distance, Little One immediately saw with surprise that above the hill, Lin was spinning like a helicopter rotor, wrapped by a tentacle and moving in circular motion at extremely high speed. Ranobes. Little One jumped up and down in surprise and excitement, saying, "Doctor flying up dash." A few minutes later. Behind the hill. Lin, with a livid face and unsteady steps spewed out. Staggering, his eyes spinning like mosquito coils, he almost threw up everything from last night. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering achievement, Human Windmill, you obtained Basic Experience 200. Human Windmill, Special Achievement, obtained with probability when spinning yourself at 500 km per hour speed in any way without dying. You obtained Permanent Attribute Bonus, Anti-Dizziness +1, Agility +5, Happiness +10. Auntie, what was that about? Lin retched dizzily. Godweaver Head closed her eyes and said, "Nothing. Remember to speak completely in the future. Just consider this as a test from your girlfriend's mother dash." Lin retched, wanting to vomit. What kind of damn test was this? I approve. Godweaver Head closed her eyes, maintaining the dignity of an elder on her face, saying, "Although you're not very reliable since my daughter likes you so much and you've made promises before me dash. You can now date my daughter, but if you want to marry my daughter you still need my husband's approval dash." Ding! Godweaver Head approved your marriage, Godweaver Head's affinity towards you +20. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, "That's really great, thank you so much for your magnanimity, Auntie, I." A brief silence. Lin's expression suddenly became hollow. Wait. What did she just say? Marriage? What marriage? Dating? What dating? Godweaver Head looked down at him and said, "You're still the first creature who wants to date my daughter, although you are indeed a bit small, but I just thought about it dash. What you said earlier was indeed correct dash. Don't judge people by appearance. Look at the heart. I was still hesitant before, but since you've expressed yourself so clearly dash. Auntie is also very willing to give you a chance." Godweaver Head grinned, finally revealing an unconcealed, massive smile of relief. Lin's SAN -20. Wait a moment. Lin stretched out his hand in great alarm, saying, "Auntie. This is no joking matter. What we were discussing earlier was about whether you'd let me off or not, right? How did it suddenly turn into dating and marriage? My relationship with Little One isn't what you think. What I've been emphasizing all along was the very pure friendship between me and Little One. It's that very pure kind." Godweaver Head closed her eyes, repeatedly pressing a button, playing the sound on single loop. "You still want to quibble? The terrible things you did to my daughter we've already collected sufficient evidence dash." Lin stood there dumbfounded, his mind roaring like a nuclear bomb had been dropped into a fish pond. This isn't right. Lin clutched his head in shock. He quickly rushed over, jumping up to snatch the device held by the Godweaver Head's tentacles, but the Godweaver Head kept her eyes closed and swiftly raised it higher, preventing him from grabbing it. "Please let me explain." Lin was genuinely panicking, his face pale with alarm. "Things aren't what you think they are. Seeing is believing, hearing is doubtful. We weren't doing those terrible things you imagined at the time, it was just a very normal maintenance session. I was helping Little One clean her ears, really. Believe me. Please believe me." The Godweaver Head kept her eyes closed, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The wise expression on her face had already given Lin the answer. She slowly said with a faint smile, "I was somewhat doubtful before, but seeing how panicked you are now I'm actually even more certain dash." That expression seemed to be telling Lin. "You little rascal. I've seen right through you. Trying to cover it up. Don't even joke about it." Lin frantically scratched his scalp, feeling like his whole being was about to split apart. "Auntie, please listen to me, things really aren't what you think. If you don't believe me, you can. No need to say more." The Godweaver Head interrupted him with closed eyes, saying, "Young people, it's quite normal, you don't need to feel embarrassed dash. But as a mother I still need to remind you dash. I don't oppose intimacy between you and my daughter, but my daughter is just ahead right now. Dash. A brief silence fell. Dash. Lin grabbed his head as if splitting apart, banging it against the nearby small hill, letting out a series of frustrated, tearless howls that defied explanation. That's not it. That's not it. Why can't I explain this clearly? What you're imagining didn't happen, please let me finish. We really just have a very pure friendship. As soon as these words were spoken, the God Weaver head instantly narrowed her eyes, radiating killing intent. Oh. Are you saying you don't want to take responsibility? Buzz. Lin's expression instantly went blank again. That's not what I meant. The God Weaver head's expression immediately softened again, saying gently. That's good then, if that really was what you meant. Auntie here would have trouble resisting taking a bite out of you. Dash. After all, if it weren't for my daughter particularly liking you, I really couldn't resist having a little dessert. He dash. Lin's SAN-10. Lin said vacantly, Is that so? Is this a life or death question then? No. Not acceptable. Although life is indeed important, compared to innocence. Well, life still seems more important. Damn. Cold sweat poured down Lin's forehead as he lowered his head, his eyes flickering wildly, his brain working at an unimaginable speed. No good. There's no way to explain this clearly here. This misunderstanding is too serious. Even if I explain, she definitely won't believe me. Wait. Little one. There's still little one. He was just the client in this matter. As long as little one casually tells her parents what happened this morning, the misunderstanding will be immediately resolved. A new Thailand bot. Right. Once he understood this, Lin immediately raised his head, his expression becoming extremely determined. The God Weaver head said gently, What, still trying to quibble? Dash. Lin narrowed his eyes calmly and said, Auntie, I probably can't explain it clearly to you, and even if I try to explain, you'll definitely think I'm just making excuses. But little one is a very pure girl. If you don't believe me, we can confront little one directly. You wouldn't think little one would lie, would you? The God Weaver head also narrowed her eyes, saying. Did it and don't want to admit it? Lin gritted his teeth and said, Auntie, you can certainly kill me, but you can't falsely accuse me of losing my innocence. He suddenly pointed into the distance. Shouting loudly, If little one says that something really happened between us, then I, Lin, won't say another word and will do whatever you say. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. How about that? The God Weaver head licked her lips coldly and said, Interesting little fellow, fine, since you want to deny it then call my daughter over, let's ask. Dash. Let's see how you explain it then. A few minutes later. Behind the small hill, little one looked at her mother on the left and Lin gritting his teeth on the right. She wasn't very clear why the atmosphere here seemed to have become somewhat strange. Little one turned to look at her mother and said, Mother, are you not satisfied with Dr. Big Brother? The God Weaver head's face instantly showed a soft, doting expression, extending a tentacle to pull little one over, nuzzling her. Not at all, as long as my daughter is satisfied, mother is satisfied too. Dash. I called my little darling over this time to ask about some things. Daughter, you must tell mommy the truth. Dash. Little one asked puzzled, What things? Dash. The God Weaver head smiled and asked, Daughter, this morning when you and this doctor were in that alley, did you do any strange things? Lin immediately cast a hopeful gaze toward little one. Quick. Little one. Tell your mother all about the maintenance I gave you, tell her we were just doing normal, proper things, not those strange behaviors. Little one looked blankly at her mother, then turned to look puzzled at Lin. Little one immediately remembered the care Dr. Big Brother had given her this morning. Little one instantly showed a omega expression, and the tentacles around her began to dance cheerfully. Yes, we did. Dash. Lin. Her mind conjured up the image of Lin using various tools, tirelessly helping her clean out all the internal and external stains, and then carefully grooming her. He was really very dedicated. Every single part, even the pores, were scrubbed clean with lots of bubbly liquid. That serious face he made while diligently helping little one bathe. It was really very captivating. After it was done, little one felt completely clear all over. Ding! Little one's affinity towards you plus 20. Lin. It's impossible to explain now. This really is impossible to explain now. The loving smile on Godweaver Head's face became even brighter. She gently stroked little one's head and said, "Daughter, do you like this, Dr. Dash?" Little one immediately, Omega, nodded vigorously and said, "Super, like doctor is a very good person Dash." The expression on Godweaver Head's face softened even more, and she said, "Is that so then, sweetie, would you like to like him a little more Dash?" Huh? Little one blankly used a tentacle to form a question mark and said, "Like a little more." Godweaver Head lovingly poked little one's cheek and said hopefully, "Yes, for example a relationship like mommy and daddy have, getting married or something Dash." Lin. Little one, Omega, said, "Married?" Although she didn't really understand what those two words meant. But mommy and daddy, even though they occasionally go crazy and fight each other, when they're not crazy, they are inseparable and have a very good relationship. Could that be what getting married means? If that's the case, I want to. Little one immediately jumped for joy. Little one wants to have a better relationship with Dr. Hm. Ding. Little one's affinity towards you plus 30. Lin, deceiving and ignorant lowly. Forced arranged marriage. Coercive sales and insertion. Godweaver Head seemed to completely ignore Lin's currently broken expression, lovingly wrapping her tentacles around her daughter, tears pattering down. Ran empty set beta. Mommy, why are you crying Dash? Little one curiously extended a tentacle to wipe away her tears. Godweaver Head wiped her tears and showed a faint smile, saying, "It's nothing, it's just I am really touched Dash. My poor darling was only 5 years old when she died. If it weren't for that failed war back then, my precious daughter would probably have grown into a graceful young lady by now." She wept, utterly heartbroken. And now she has to suffer in this hell with them. Turned into such a terrifying monster along with them. Usually, she has to endure her two incompetent parents who periodically go insane. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had failed her daughter. Today, they finally encountered someone her daughter particularly likes. As parents, they must keep him no matter what. Because it's been so long since they've seen their daughter show such a happy expression like a normal child. Godweaver Head O. Very sad. Lin also O. He was even sadder. Because this is a sin. What kind of sin have I committed? I'm only 17, I'm still a minor, I haven't even reached the legal marriage age yet. Godweaver Head quickly suppressed her sad expression, then swiftly, as if afraid the duck in hand would fly away, used a sharp tentacle to lightly prick little one's tentacle. A drop of blood immediately floated up from the spot. Little one said, "It hurts." Godweaver Head hurriedly said lovingly, "Endure it for a moment, this is our Titan clan's tradition, if you really like a certain boy you can first sign an equal contract with him Dash." Little one asked puzzledly, "Equal contract?" Godweaver Head smiled and stroked her daughter's head, nuzzling her. "Yes, a very simple magic, it doesn't place great restrictions on either party, but it will tell other Titans that you already have a very close partner, that you are a young lady ready to be married at any time Dash. Although, the Titan clan has long had no survivors." Little one immediately, Omega, said, "Is it a symbol of a very good relationship?" Godweaver Head said while wiping tears, "Yes, it's a symbol of growing up Dash." Little one said happily, Little one is very willing, will Dr. Big Brother be willing?" She turned her head and looked hopefully at Lin, whose mouth was sealed by the facehugger, O. Dr. Big Brother is crying. Little one was curious. Godweaver Head said while wiping tears, "They are tears of joy, he is also very willing." The facehugger, sealing Lin's mouth, grew a small tentacle from behind, then poked the back of Lin's head, nodding up and down rapidly. Godweaver Head said while wiping tears, "See how happy he is Dash." Little one, Omega, said, Ding. Little one's affinity towards you plus 10. Ding. Little one's trust towards you plus 10. And in the very next moment, accompanied by a strange fluctuation, Lin immediately felt that some kind of indescribable connection seemed to have been established between him and little one. It was like telepathy, or some kind of strange link, allowing them to clearly feel each other's heartbeat and the distance between them. Simultaneously, an ancient cross pattern slowly appeared on both his and little one's foreheads. It flashed briefly and then quickly disappeared beneath their skin. And a system prompt instantly sounded in his ear. Ding! You have signed a soul contract with little one. You have obtained a permanent bonus, Titan clan reputation increased to friendly, Godweaver head's affinity plus 30, all attributes plus 10. Soul contract, a traditional ritual from the ancient Titan clan that allows the two parties who sign the contract to become more attuned to each other. Introduction. According to Titan customs, during the annual festival, giants who are interested in each other would propose signing a contract to the one they fancy. If accepted, it means they can get to know each other more deeply. If suitable, they can become eternal partners in the future, blessed by the Titan gods. Lin O_O. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the epic achievement, Titan Lover. You have obtained 200 base experience. Titan Lover, fake epic achievement, obtainable when you have a Titan clansman of the same or opposite sex who has signed a soul contract with you. This means you are heading down the point of no return on the path of driving a big rig. You have obtained a permanent bonus, little one's trust plus 30, spirit plus 10, constitution plus 10. Little one curiously plucked out her eyeball, gazing at the rapidly fading mark on her forehead, saying, "Is this getting married dash?" The Godweaver head smiled fondly and lovingly, saying, "Not exactly, this is just a mark that lets you understand each other better. Of course if someday you feel it's not suitable it can be erased dash. If after a long time you still don't absolutely dislike each other then you'll get the real marriage mark dash." She smiled with extraordinary happiness, like a mother watching her own daughter grow up right before her eyes. Little one said curiously, "So that's how it is dash." Although not really understanding. But it seemed like a good thing. Because she could instantly feel a wonderful connection with the doctor. Little one immediately, Omega, extended her tentacles and lifted Lin, who was in an O_O state, to her front, saying, "Doctor, such a wonderful connection dash." The facehugger sealing Lin's mouth plopped off under the Godweaver head's control, giving Lin back his freedom to speak. Looking at little one's innocent eyes that understood nothing, Lin said O_O. How should I explain this to you? It happened too fast. This whole process was really too fast. So fast he couldn't react, so fast he didn't know how to explain this current situation. And from the moment the Godweaver head sealed his mouth, he had already realized she definitely knew this was a misunderstanding. She was deliberately playing dumb. Just how deep was this obsession, to be so impatient about marrying off her own daughter? No. He must find an opportunity to carefully explain all these complications to little one. Otherwise things would really get troublesome. Still completely unaware, the Omega, little one happily placed Lin on top of her head, turned to look at her mother, and said, "Mother, can we go now dash?" The Godweaver head smiled lovingly, "You may he dash." Finally, she had fulfilled an obsession in her heart. Evening. Black mist rose. By a small hill outside the desolate wastelands, Lin sat dejectedly, with the curious-looking little one following beside him. Seemingly noticing Lin's depression, little one extended a tentacle and gently poked Lin's shoulder. "Doctor, not happy dash?" Lin raised his head, gazing emptily at the distant sky, saying, "How could I be happy like this? It was so sudden, I didn't even get a chance to speak, and I ended up signing that damn contract with you, little one. Ranobes. Sorry dash." Little one said, "I thought doctor also wanted to improve relationship with little one dash." Lin helplessly lowered his head. He knew this wasn't little one's fault. Although she was powerful, her mentality seemed quite young, and she was indeed easily influenced. Lin said dejectedly, "It's not that I don't want to deepen our relationship, it's just. Little one, do you know what marriage really means? Little one blinked her eyes, saying, is it like mommy and daddy better playmates and friends dash? Lin laughed bitterly, saying, no, marriage is a sacred thing. It means spending your whole life with someone, a sacred vow made only after a long accumulation of feelings. Little one looked confused, not really understanding. The evening breeze blew. Lin sighed and shook his head. How could little one possibly understand? Although she was huge, by giant standards, she was probably still a child, right? Instantly, the descriptions from little one's parents' status panels echoed in Lin's mind. Heads fallen from a higher world. Surviving filled with resentment and curses. War. Death. Titan. Lin stared blankly ahead, his gaze falling on little one's confused yet pure face. Were they Titans, who had their heads chopped off? And what about little one? Did she also have her head chopped off at that moment 3,000 years ago, also falling from the higher world into this hell? If that were the case. Little one, can I ask you a question, how old are you? Little one, Omega, hopped up and down, shaking the ground, saying, Daddy says 5 years old, Mommy says 3,005 years old. Little one doesn't remember either dash. Lin jolted. 5 years old. He murmured. Could it be? Have you always been without a body? Or is it just here? Little one said, seemed to remember had one long ago, then suddenly didn't, too long ago, can't remember clearly dash. Lin sat there stunned. Could it be? At 5 years old, little one had her head chopped off, in the war they experienced. Then fell. Eventually becoming the current headhunter. The current root-level entity. Lin instantly felt an indescribable chill growing in his heart. If even children weren't spared, then what they experienced back then was probably a true war of genocide. Lin turned his head, his gaze toward little one now containing something else. Perhaps sympathy. Or maybe pity. Especially seeing her still innocent appearance, seemingly with no memory of her past life, how must she have felt when she died back then? Calamity. He closed his eyes. His hand clenched slightly. Little one looked curiously at Lin's cheek, saying, Doctor, what's wrong? Unhappy again dash. Lin raised his head and stood up from the ground. The evening wind blew through the strands of hair on his forehead, and a smile appeared on his face. Nothing. He patted the dust off his clothes. Just suddenly thought of some things. He turned his head, smiling as he reached out his hand to little one, suddenly asking. Little one, would you like to return to how you were when you had a body? Little one looked puzzled but curious, saying, huh? Lin smiled and spread his arms, saying. Yeah, like me, the doctor, having parts besides just a head. Want to? If you do, I can help you. Little one immediately became excited and happy. Really possible? Really? Although it's only for a brief hour, it's enough. Lin slowly extended his right hand toward her, his smile spreading. Because, I really want to see what the real little one actually looks like too. Wasteland. What? You let our daughter sign a soul contract with that guy? Titan head almost exploded in rage, extending massive tentacle after tentacle that rustled as they aimed squarely at Godweaver head. Godweaver head sneered coldly, confronting him, and said venomously. So what if I did? Since it's a creature my daughter likes, we must keep it no matter what. Hearing this news, Titan head nearly went insane with fury. His eyes bulged with rage, his expression growing increasingly ferocious as he snarled cruelly at her. You're absolutely insane. Our daughter is only 5 years old. How dare you? You're crossing a line. Godweaver head stood before him like a massive mountain, blocking the way, and sneered. Have we both been dead for 3,000 years? Do you still think it's like the old days? If you hadn't lost back then, our daughter wouldn't have had to come down here and suffer dash. My poor child, her head was cut off when she was just 5. She was so young she didn't understand anything dash. It's all because of you, this useless thing, and now you dare criticize me. Godweaver head grew angrier the more she spoke, the venom and chaos in her huge eyes becoming increasingly evident. A dark, menacing aura began to form grotesquely around her head, and that malicious curse spread recklessly around them. "Get out of my way, I'm going to kill that human right now dash." He roared, his massive head instantly slamming Godweaver head back dozens of meters. He glared furiously towards the night-shrouded horizon. His enormous head, like a great mountain, began rumbling ominously in that direction. How could he not understand that madwoman's thinking? She felt guilty towards their daughter, and after turning into this kind of monster, she obsessively wanted to make up for her feelings of remorse. She was trying everything to make their daughter live out the trajectory of a normal person. But how was that possible? It was practically a delusion. And how could his daughter sign the sacred contract of the Titan clan with such a weak, feeble race? But right at that moment, behind him, Russell. Tentacles thick as pythons shot out one after another, tightly wrapping around his head. "You dare attack me dash." Titan head raged, madness in his eyes. Godweaver head was venomous and cruel, controlling the tentacles, saying, "You useless waste, do you really think our daughter is still that 5-year-old child from back then dash R alpha and beta epsilon? If it weren't for you, my daughter would be grown up by now, would have become an outstanding Titan dash. I'm telling you, if you dare interfere with our daughter's preferences today, I'll tear you into bloody shreds dash." Almost the instant she finished speaking, Godweaver head surged forward with her tentacles. A foul, terrifying giant maw grotesquely clamped onto his face. Squelch. A large chunk of flesh was torn off by her and swallowed. Titan head, furious and humiliated, grew even more deranged in his eyes. Like a madman, he instantly exploded the tentacles, binding him into countless bloody fragments. "You madwoman, it's all because of you, all you. Curse you. You give me no peace, you deserve to die dash." Squelch, squelch. His massive tentacles instantly stabbed into Godweaver head's eye sockets, crushing her eyeballs into bloody pulp. But Godweaver head seemed to feel no pain, instead madly gnawing at his head. "Ha ha 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 he you useless thing, the crazier you get, the more useless you become, no matter how angry you are, you can't go back to the past, ha 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 ha, you're just a twisted monster dash." She laughed venomously. The two heads tore at the flesh on each other's heads like frenzied beasts. The curse and malice that had been suppressed earlier surged back within them once more. The clarity in their eyes was rapidly overwhelmed by venomous madness. But they seemed eternally unkillable. The flesh they gnawed off each other healed at a visible rate, rustling back into place, and with each healing, the curse grew a fraction stronger. Squelch. Titan head grotesquely tore off the entire skin of her face, torrents of blood flowing from between his teeth. Driven by raging fury, he slammed Godweaver head heavily, sending her flying hundreds of meters away. And once anger began to rise, it surged almost uncontrollably wildly. The crazier they became, the more they hated, the deeper they sank. Titan head whipped around and stormed furiously in the direction of Lin and the others. "Ha ha 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 he you useless waste, ha 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 ha, all you know is impotent rage, he dash." Tentacle after tentacle shot out from behind him again, dragging him back firmly. But Titan head no longer wanted to pay attention to the madwoman behind him. Dragging the cackling, mocking head behind him, he advanced step by step, furiously. "Die, you will all die dash." Meanwhile, on the hillock, the night breeze whistled past, tousling the stray hairs on Lin's forehead. He smiled and stretched out his open hand towards Little One. "Little One, if you're ready, then relax your mind. Only if you trust me and don't resist me can I perform that technique." Little One said nervously, "Really, is it really possible dash?" She was nervous but also somewhat expectant. Lin smiled and said, "I believe I can do it. Starting now." His expression instantly turned serious, focusing all his mental energy on Little One. Perhaps it was sympathy, or maybe pity. He just suddenly felt, why should such an unjust fate befall a girl who was merely innocent and curious about everything? She didn't even know anything. She might even have been asleep. Just like that, her head was unjustly cut off, just like that she fell into this dark hell, becoming a monster no one dared approach. If that's the case. In an instant, Countless fine, fragmented lights shimmered in Lin's eyes. Ding! You are activating the skill Echoes of the Past. Do you wish to intervene on the target immediately? Yes. Without any hesitation. The description of that legendary skill also surfaced in his mind. Although it only lasts for an hour, and possibly even shorter because the target is root level, if it can truly bring forth the little one from back then, even if not forever, it would at least be a comfort. Ding! Please set the reappearance time point. 3,000 years ago, the moment before her head was cut off. Ding! Setting complete. Analyzing target's rejection level towards the host. Ding! Analysis complete. Current target's rejection level towards you, 0%. Resistance level towards you, 0%. Trust level bonus, 200%. Really now? Lin looked at little one opposite him, who was watching him expectantly, Omega, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. That's really touching, little one. In an instant. Echoes of the Past. Activate. Buzz. The dazzling light instantly enveloped little one before them. The faint glow emanating from the massive head, within this pitch-black dark night shrouded in black mist, was like a curtain of light tearing through the darkness, instantly illuminating the surrounding blackness. In the distance, Titan Head, who was being frantically driven by fury to inch closer bit by bit, also saw the surging, enormous curtain of light in an instant. It was as dazzling as sunlight, as grand as time itself. It was as if they had suddenly returned to the upper world, with a sun hanging high in the sky, and light warming their entire bodies. Titan Head stopped in a daze. His entire face was illuminated by the magnificent radiance. And Godweaver Head behind him also stood there dumbfounded the moment the light curtain appeared, unable to utter a single word. The dark world has no blazing light. Here, there is only the eternally unchanging black mist and a lifeless sky. The only light you can see is the dimly flickering soul lamp swaying in the black mist, and even that is a light born from the suffering of burning souls and blood. Never before this moment had there seemed to be sunlight-like rays showering upon this pitch-black hell. But at this moment, they saw it. Light. Dazzling, magnificent light. It was like time rumbling backwards, making you recall in the midst of frenzied malice the nearly forgotten, final thoughts from before death. Buzz. After that momentary shower, the massive beam of light transformed into countless points of light that slowly vanished into the air. And it was within that light that a figure, so familiar to them, so deeply missed, that it even made them tear up every time they thought of it, appeared before their eyes like an illusion. That is. Titan Head's pupils actually trembled. His uncontrollable, boundless rage actually crumbled in an instant the moment his gaze fell upon that figure. Daughter. Godweaver Head murmured vacantly. Unnoticed. A trail of glistening turbidity dripped down along the fierce, fleshy cheeks, plopping onto the ground. The light faded. Right in front of that small hillock, a pair of crystalline, emerald-green eyes opened bewilderedly, like pools of deep water. A large bow was tied on her head. Long, smooth golden hair draped down her delicate, round cheeks onto her chest. She wore well-fitting pajamas embroidered with flower buds, her slender arms hugging a pillow. Sitting in a W position in front of the hillock, she looked up blankly at Lin, who was perched on the hillock like a doll-sized figure. And huh. She looked down in surprise and bewilderment. Looked at her own slender hands. Looked at her own long, pale legs and feet. Really? Little one widened her emerald-green eyes, jumped up in astonishment and delight, and exclaimed happily. I have a body now. So amazing. Really, truly amazing. Boom. That one jump nearly shook half the small hill apart. Lin looked up, stunned, struggling to keep his balance as he gazed wordlessly at the girl dozens of meters tall before him. Was this little one from 3,000 years ago? Although gigantic, her body proportions were unexpectedly perfect and harmonious. And she was clearly not in her mature stage. Her appearance and characteristics really weren't much different from a proportionally enlarged human little girl. Moreover, she was really very beautiful. Very exquisite. Although childishness still lingered on her face, anyone could tell at a glance what a peerlessly elegant girl she would become when she grew up. A golden-haired, emerald-eyed little girl. Doctor. 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 Little one was almost beside herself with joy. She quickly sat down in a W position, leaned close to the miniature Lin standing on the hillock, and said with extreme delight. So incredible. You are truly too incredible. Little one really has her own body now. She threw her arms open wide and cheered. Then she reached out, joyfully scooped up the miniature Lin, held him tightly against her chest as if cradling a beloved doll, and rubbed her cheek against him vigorously. Woo-woo, this is just too amazing. The doctor really is a super awesome doctor. Really. I'm just so excited I might burst. Little one was extremely happy. Ding. Little one's affinity towards you plus 50. Ding. Little one's trust in you plus 40. Ding. Little one's trust in you plus 50. Ding. Little one's attitude towards you has changed from trust to fondness. You gained 200 base experience. Ding. Your epic achievement, Origin Confidant, has successfully advanced to Origin Bosom Friend. You gained 500 base experience. Origin Bosom Friend, Tier 2 Epic Achievement. When a root-level entity's trust in you exceeds 100 and their affinity towards you exceeds 500, there is a small chance to advance upon gaining trust. This signifies that you have gained a bosom friend among the roots of the dark world. You obtained a permanent attribute bonus, all attributes plus 20, little one's affinity towards you plus 50. Ding. Admiration value unlocked. Introduction, whether to continue deepening mutual friendship and trust, or to head towards a certain higher direction, this is a fork in the road. Lin. Before Lin could even react, little one could no longer contain her joyous mood. Gleefully, she stuck out her tongue and began licking Lin with extreme affection, just like a kitten. Lick. I like the doctor so much. The doctor is so awesome. Woo-woo, really, I just like him so much. After just a few licks, Lin was completely drenched. Clearly, even though her original form was temporarily restored, the habits of expressing affection between monsters developed over so many years were not something she could change easily. And Lin hadn't expected that little one's original appearance would be this adorable. Wait. Wait. Little one, stop licking for now. Listen to me first. Lick. I'm wet. Soaked through. And I'm very dirty. Covered in dust. Lick, lick. Why are you getting more into it the more you lick? Lick, 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 lick. In the distance, Titan Head and Godweaver Head stood side by side, staring dumbfounded at the scene. The wounds left on their heads from the recent bloody battle were rapidly healing under the effect of a curse. Is this our daughter? Godweaver Head murmured. And the furious Titan Head, for once, had also uncharacteristically lost his anger. Moving his lips numbly, he gazed at that little fellow so familiar in his memories. In that instant, the scene before their defeat flashed once more through his frenzied mind. Amidst the flying flames and ashes consuming their clan, he had watched helplessly as his daughter, waking bewildered from sleep, had her head severed right before his eyes. And he had been so close then. He had charged over madly, but still failed to save his daughter's life at that final moment. Back in those days, she was so young, she had absolutely nothing to do with that war. And it was from that moment that the unending, burning rage became a curse that drove him mad for 3,000 years. Most of the time, he was in a state of chaos. Because whenever he regained clarity, seeing his daughter still as innocent as before, seeing her pure, happy gaze, he would recall that scene from back then, remember the descent of that blood-red blade. He had been living in that war-torn night all along. So he never wanted to, nor was he willing to, acknowledge all the time that followed, unwilling to acknowledge these 3,000 years of hellish journey, unwilling to face the present. Because in his memory, his daughter had always been only that big, always that sensible child who would cheerfully pounce on him in the morning, affectionately calling him daddy. In an instant, turbulent, scalding tears streamed from his chaotic eyes, each as large as a house. Even snot came gushing out. Is this an illusion? Yes. It must be an illusion. It must be the chaos brought by the curse, making him lose his mind once again. But if he could truly preserve this scene before him, then he would rather never be clear-headed again, forever living within the curse brought by chaos. And as if sensing their presence, the little girl, as big as a small mountain, who was holding Lin and rubbing against him, twitched her ears, then turned her head puzzledly, looking in their direction. The moment their eyes met, Titan Head and Godweaver Head shuddered instantly, even holding their breath. And in the very next moment, the golden-haired little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. A sparkle appeared. Daddy! Mommy! Little one quickly jumped up from the ground, holding Lin, happily cheering and skipping, pattering over in their direction. And when they heard her call out those 4 words, both Titan Head and Godweaver Head trembled greatly, tears and snot uncontrollably surging out all at once. Dao, daughter. The next moment, little one cheerfully hugged the 2 heads, closed her eyes, and pressed her cheek against theirs. It was as if they had instantly returned to many, many years ago, to a very distant past, within those distant memories that had already become blurred and hard to recall. Knob. It seemed such scenes used to happen every day. Peaceful, serene, carefree. In an instant, feeling the warmth of their daughter's cheek, sensing her real, physical body, Titan Head and Godweaver Head could finally no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. That was an echo of the past. A kinship taken away by time and curse. In this hell, within this dark, mysterious world, they had even forgotten what they looked like when they were alive. But why did they remember this child before them so clearly? So clearly that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't forget. Loud sobbing. Crying unrestrainedly. They held on tightly for a long time. Even their words were choked up, unable to be spoken. Lin, who had been held against little one's chest the entire time, was now squeezed in the middle in a way that no one would notice, though due to the excessive size, Lin was somewhat terrified of being crushed to death. But raising his head, looking at little one's parents crying with tears and snot, he still felt a trace of comfort in his heart. Actually, if it weren't for this dark world, in the world they lived in before their deaths, they were probably a happy family of 3 too. He hadn't really planned anything deliberately, and being able to see such an outcome would probably make anyone feel very happy. He closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and a small, almost imperceptible smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes later, little one sat on the ground in a W shape, blinking her eyes, holding Lin against her chest, her long golden hair swaying in the wind like an autumn wheat field. That's how it is. Little one lifted Lin up, happily rubbing her cheek against him again. It was the awesome doctor who gave little one a body, really, it's like a miracle, really super amazing. Ding. Little one's affinity towards you +1. Ding. Little one's adoration value towards you +1. Instantly, Titan Head's serious gaze fell upon Lin. And Godweaver Head was still wiping tears beside little one, her long tentacles gently combing through little one's long golden hair as if touching a treasure afraid of breaking. Because of him? Titan Head's gaze was serious, his eyes full of doubt. Lin looked up, coughed, and said, "It's not that amazing, just an ability I was born with, allowing me to reproduce things from the past. After I roughly understood little one's situation, I just tried it casually, didn't expect it to actually succeed." He looked up, saw little one blinking down at him from above, his old face reddened, and he coughed, saying, "Sorry, I actually never thought little one used to be this cute." Stare. Lin instantly felt 2 incredibly terrifying gazes stabbing into him. Lin widened his eyes, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, raised his hands, and said, "I was just saying randomly." Titan Head's gaze towards him still held some doubt, some disbelief, because this was simply unimaginable. In his view, this guy was just a somewhat capable, weak human. Apart from knowing how to charm his daughter, he had almost no merits. But he truly never expected that this guy actually possessed such a bizarre ability. Can it be maintained permanently? Titan had spotted the key point. Lin seriously raised a finger, adjusted his cracked monocle, and said, 1 hour, that's my current limit. Even though he had guessed this ability couldn't possibly be permanent, a full hour still exceeded his expectations. Because in this dark world, they are practically root-level entities at the ceiling. Titan Head said gravely, what is this ability of yours called? Lin closed his eyes and said, Echoes of the Past. Titan Head murmured those 4 words. Echoes of the Past. A fitting name indeed, an ability that allows the dead to finally reappear as they were in the past, is it? His gaze towards Lin became complicated. It's just an appearance, she hasn't really changed back, right? Lin looked up, met his gaze, and said, yes. A trace of gloom flashed in Titan Head's eyes. Lin knew what he was thinking. But that was absolutely impossible. Because that would mean reversing time, reversing life and death, something he absolutely couldn't achieve. Even if this skill could do it, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. His Echoes of the Past is merely a reproduction of the past. A real phantom. And beneath the phantom's appearance, nothing has actually changed. Little One is still a root-level headhunter, she still had her head severed. Silence fell around them. And Lin suddenly felt Little One's hand move, then he was placed in her palm, lifted to her face, so close he could even see her lake-like, large jade-green eyes up close. She blinked at Lin. I like you. Omega. She suddenly said playfully. Lin was stunned for a moment. Then he saw those pure, flawless, lively eyes. Lin smiled slightly, leaned against her hand, gave her a thumbs up, showing his white teeth. Same. Ding. Little One's adoration value towards you +1. Lin. Wait. Wait. Stop. Stop. Lin panicked instantly. Little One, you need to understand, when I say, same, it's the kind of liking between normal friends, without any other elements mixed in, purely the liking between good friends, do you understand? Little One looked at Lin with, Omega, eyes and said, understood. Lin let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Ding. Little One's adoration value towards you +1. Lin. What's going on? Why is it increasing even faster now? Omega Omega. And as if seeing Lin's embarrassment, Little One mischievously showed her white teeth, her eyes sparkling, and then immediately hugged him like a doll. Happily holding him against her chest. Like moi. After a long while, Lin finally recovered from Little One's suffocating embrace, letting out a breath and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. No. This situation developing in an abnormal direction must be stopped immediately. Even though she really is 3005 years old. She's still a very small lowly after all. People shouldn't, at least they ought not. Just as Lin was contemplating solutions, a tentacle poked him from behind. Lin turned his head and immediately saw a terrifying face almost right in front of him. The storm-like breath from its nose blew against him noisily. San -1. Lin stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard as he said. Uncle, is there something you need? Titan Head narrowed his eyes, resembling the head of a majestic lion, and said gloomily. Since you can temporarily return my daughter to her original form, could you dash? His expression slowly began to look somewhat unnatural. I mean dash. Lin stared wide-eyed, his body stiff, not daring to move a muscle. That dash. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, a tentacle from behind sent him rolling out over 10 meters like a ball. Lin stared speechlessly at Titan Head, who rolled out like a ball with smoke coming from his head. Useless thing, stammering when asking for help, acting arrogantly. UV really lost all face. Godweaver Head had her eyes closed, veins throbbing at her temples. Lin stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. That hit seemed to carry some personal grudges too. In an instant. Godweaver Head, who had taken Titan Head's place, instantly revealed an extremely gentle and friendly smile on her face, as if by magic. But because her entire face was too terrifying, the smile actually made her look even more sinister. Ho 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 dash. Godweaver Head covered her mouth with a tentacle, like a reserved noblewoman, her gaze full of praise and laughter as she looked at Lin, making his hair stand on end and his SAN value plummet. Our Nigerian Naira o Thailand Batias. I knew it, I didn't misjudge you, our son-in-law is unexpectedly outstanding dash. Lin's hair stood completely on end. Our daughter's judgment is absolutely correct. The more I look at you, the harder it is to dislike you. Having a virtuous son-in-law like you in our family, I could really laugh out loud in my dreams dash. Lin. Even the way she refers to me has changed. San -1. Lin stared wide-eyed and said, Auntie. Godweaver Head covered her mouth, and said, why still call me auntie? So impolite. Time to change how you address me. Like little one, call me mom. Calling me mom is so much more intimate. He dash. Ding. Lin's SAN -10. Lin sat dazedly on little one's lap, opening his mouth but unable to say a word. The image of being thrown into the air and swung around and around reappeared in his mind. Do things change this quickly? Lin let out a breath, rubbing his temples as he said. I'll still call you auntie for now. Auntie, do you also want me to help you, to reproduce your past form like I did with little one? As soon as these words were spoken, Godweaver Head's smile became even more radiant as she covered her mouth. No, as a mother-in-law how could I make demands of my son-in-law? That would be truly immodest. He dash. Then she instantly leaned closer, her huge eyes suddenly approaching to less than a meter away from Lin, saying seriously. Can we do it now? Lin said dazedly, I guess so. More than 10 seconds later. Lin stood in little one's palm, seriously gazing at the slightly nervous and uneasy Godweaver Head in the distance. He stretched out his hand and said solemnly. Auntie, first you need to understand that my ability has significant limitations. Although the mental energy consumption won't exhaust me, there's an important prerequisite: you need to completely lower your guard against me. Otherwise, with your power, even the slightest resistance, this ability cannot possibly activate successfully. Godweaver Head looked somewhat nervous and said, I'm ready dash. Lin nodded seriously. Ding. You are activating echoes of the past. Do you wish to immediately affect the target? Yes. Ding. Detected target's rejection level towards you, 50%, resistance level towards you, 12%, trust bonus towards you, 0%. Lin. Looking at the slightly nervous Godweaver Head, Lin let out a breath, lowered his hand and said. Auntie, you're still too resistant towards me. Relax a bit, don't think of me as someone you dislike or a threatening creature. Otherwise, I really can't succeed. Godweaver Head thought for a moment, then her gaze turned serious as she said. Now it's fine dash. She looked completely confident. Ding. Target's rejection level towards you, 60%, resistance level towards you, 21%. Why did it increase? I really can't help you like this. Lin grew anxious. Godweaver Head thought for a moment and said seriously, wait a moment, let me adjust my state dash. Then, under Lin's watchful gaze, Godweaver Head turned around, muttering to herself, and took more than 10 deep breaths. Then she turned her head back, looking seriously at Lin as she said. Now can. But before she could finish speaking, she covered her forehead with a tentacle, frowning as she turned her head away, murmuring. No, I'm still not ready. As soon as I see you I automatically equate you with the bastard who tricked my daughter. I can't help it. Lin. A long time passed. Until Lin was already feeling discouraged and ready to give up. Godweaver Head suddenly looked serious and said, thought of a solution dash. Lin had a question mark above his head. Click. Under Lin's astonished gaze, Godweaver Head seriously extended a tentacle, then transformed the end of that tentacle into something resembling a pocket watch. She flicked it. Then the pocket watch began swinging before her eyes. Could it be? Lin stood up in shock. Godweaver Head's eyes seriously followed the swinging pocket watch as she said, I was once the most powerful shaman of the Titan clan. Hypnosis is my specialty dash. Wait a moment, let me erase my bias against you, it'll be quick dash. Then Lin heard the words she was muttering. He is my friendly and harmless son-in-law, he is not the bastard who abducted my daughter, not the unscrupulous and perverted Lolican, not the scoundrel who likes older women dash. I haven't thought about dismembering him, swallowing him alive, skinning him, draining his blood, turning him into a doll dash. Lin listened dazedly to the various tortures directed at him that reached his ears. All counted, he tallied 121 different varieties. This malicious. It seems, if not for little one's relationship. His survival until now was somewhat miraculous. Several minutes passed. Activate. Godweaver Head seriously narrowed her eyes, a purple glow emanating from them. She immediately closed her eyes heavily, all her tentacles drooping down. While I'm hypnotized. She murmured dreamily. Hurry up and do it to me. Her voice grew lower and lower, until it was almost as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Remember, the reproduction time is 4,500 years ago. That was my most glorious time. She had hypnotized herself. Ding. Target's rejection level towards you reduced to 0, resistance level towards you reduced to 0. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Lin's gaze immediately turned serious. Success or failure depends on now. Reproduction time. 4,500 years ago. Do you wish to immediately activate echoes of the past? Yes. Lin said deeply. Hum. In an instant, dazzling light surged forth. This time's reproduction immediately made Lin feel an unprecedented pressure. Because although all aspects of rejection had dropped to 0, first there was no trust bonus, and second this was essentially a deceptive method, unlike little one who truly believed in him from the bottom of her heart. Lin gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the reproduction. Hopefully it will succeed on the first try. Otherwise. And then in the next moment, Lin suddenly roared, pouring all his mental energy into it. Hum. The light instantly converged. Lin collapsed breathlessly in little one's hand, gazing at the surging light screen. It should be successful. Slowly. As the light dissipated. Godweaver Head, feeling the changes in her body, immediately woke herself from the hypnosis. She almost couldn't wait, urgently looking down at herself. Has it changed back? Have I returned to my most glorious form? The time before I married that waste, when I was still the noble shaman. Godweaver. The next moment. A familiar pair of small hands wearing black silk gloves came into her view. She was immediately stunned. Then she immediately saw the small, swan-like black dress she was wearing on her body, and the almost completely flat chest with no substance at all. She opened her mouth, trying to make a sound. Immediately, a childish voice reminiscent of a little villainess came from her mouth. Hum. Her gaze instantly became vacant. Could it be? She quickly extended her hand, conjuring a large mirror out of thin air in front of her. Instantly, she saw a little girl with long, straight black hair, wearing a black swan dress and bright red lipstick, reflected in the mirror. Buzz. Her mind went completely blank as she staggered back several steps in a daze. This is. She remembered. This was from much further back in time, when she was just a young shaman of 12 or 13, wearing formal attire specifically for her promotion ceremony. This reproduction hadn't recreated her prime from 4,500 years ago at all, but instead recreated an even earlier period from. Dash. An extremely sharp, frustrated shriek erupted. But because her voice was far too childish, even this high-decibel scream sounded soft and weak. That guy actually turned me into a. Almost simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Lin's ears. Ding. You have triggered a special achievement, everything can be a lowly. You have received 200 base experience. Everything can be a lowly, perverse-oriented achievement. Obtainable with a certain probability when using the echoes of the past skill to reproduce a target into a period that can be called XX. Whether intentional or not, this sufficiently indicates the host possesses very healthy psychology. You have received permanent bonuses: shooting speed plus 5%, stamina plus 5, endurance plus 3, defense penetration rate plus 5%. Lin. Little one clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling incredibly brightly, and exclaimed with immense surprise. "Mom! You've become so young. That's so cool." Tears shimmered in her eyes as she repeatedly expressed her amazement. She then quickly rushed over, wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, looked up with a omega expression, and rubbed against her vigorously, saying, "Mom, you're so soft." The Godweaver head trembled, feeling horrified as she experienced this youthful body. Then her gaze instantly fell upon the dazed Lin, who was perched on little one's head. Her expression instantly shattered into one of extreme fury. "This guy turned me into a little lowly. Damn it. Damn it all. Do you have a death wish?" Smack. Lin was instantly grabbed by that slender hand, snatched up like a mouse. The Godweaver head stared at him furiously, gritting her teeth with an angry expression, and said, "Didn't I say it? I told you to reproduce me from 4,500 years ago. Didn't you hear me clearly? 4,500 years ago. Not 7,500 years ago. Row." She shouted. Her chest heaved up and down with anger. But because she was far too young, her angry words carried not a shred of intimidation, instead having a hint of cuteness. Her face flushed bright red with shame and rage. She resembled an angry little girl whose skirt had been suddenly lifted by a weirdo, practically about to combust. "An explanation. I need an explanation," the Godweaver head screamed. Godweaver head's rage plus 10. Lin quickly regained his composure, thought carefully, and said calmly, "Auntie, please calm down. There was indeed a minor technical issue. When I reproduced little one, I didn't expend much mental energy, but the load and pressure you gave me was dozens of times greater than little one's. So there might have been some slight confusion during the temporal positioning. Because to prevent ultimate failure, at the final node, I expended all my mental energy at once, therefore." Lin looked up, gazing deeply at the furious black-haired, straight-haired lowly before him, and said profoundly, "Perhaps I did make you slightly younger than intended. Ding. Godweaver head's affinity towards you minus 10. Slightly younger." She was shocked. Furious, she grabbed the empty front of her dress and yelled, "Is this just slightly younger? Is this just a little bit? My impressive figure, developed over 3,000 years, is gone. Do you see? Empty. It's completely flat." Lin returned to normal, adjusted his monocle, and said with a calm expression, "Auntie, I must disagree. It's normal not to have developed at this age. And since this is a reproduction of the past, shouldn't Auntie be more delighted to experience the joys of youth?" She flipped the table in anger. "Experience your big radish head." The Godweaver head furiously pulled him closer, gritting her teeth fiercely, and said, "I think you did it on purpose. You bastard. I knew you weren't normal. No wonder you approached my daughter, you despicable, shameless, perverted lolicon. You're actually into this. You're finished." Lin was shaken. He immediately felt deeply insulted. It was clearly just a small accident. Yet she immediately escalated it to this level. How could he tolerate that? Lin immediately pointed with a furious expression and said, "Auntie, you can take medicine recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. I've always been a very proper person. If I were truly a perverted lolicon, why wouldn't I just choose a time when you were bathing to reproduce you? Wouldn't that be even more exciting than now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin immediately realized he had misspoken. Although the person before him appeared to be a harmless heavy-type lowly, her essence was still little one's mother, that terrifying Godweaver head. Lin shuddered. Sure enough, he immediately saw the black-stockinged lowly's expression turn bright red with rage. Instantly, a loud scream erupted. I throw. The Lin in her hand was instantly flung away into the distance with a smack. Just you try it. Little one was greatly alarmed and quickly scampered out, lunging forward to catch the flying Lin with both hands. Just as the God Weaver head was gritting her teeth, rolling up her sleeves, and preparing to angrily confront Lin with fierce momentum, a tremendously deep, mocking laugh suddenly came from far behind her. The God Weaver head shuddered. Then she heard the thumping sound approaching from the distance. Daddy! You're awake! Little one exclaimed joyfully and ran over, holding Lin. The Titan head looked at the God Weaver head with a sinister sneer and said, "That's right, after hearing the commotion, I woke up quickly just to mock her dash." Then, under the stunned gazes of Lin and Little One, the Titan head sneered as he circled around the God Weaver head, who had turned into a little lowly, appraising her back and forth. The Titan head appraised her with a general sneer and said, "Tisk tisk dash. If it isn't the famous shaman, haven't seen you for a few minutes, how did you become so weak dash?" Wushan's face instantly flushed crimson with shame and anger. "Is this you when you hadn't even grown all your feathers yet? So short even among our Titan clan you managed to be this short, seems you had a second growth spurt later dash. Eek, you already learned to wear lipstick back then, quite skilled, even learned to wear black stockings. Very avant-garde dash. I thought you were that nasty witch from childhood, turns out you had such a silly cute phase too dash." Titan head extended a tentacle and flicked the large rabbit ear headpiece on her head. "The famous shaman would wear this kind of headpiece too dash. Ha 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 ha." Titan head began laughing recklessly, very loudly, clearly in a good mood, very refreshed. "You think you're a bunny girl dash?" Titan head laughed even more mockingly. Wushan gritted her teeth, her two fists clenched crackingly, her face flushed completely red. Being seen by her damned husband in her childhood form and being recklessly mocked like this, no matter how you think about it, it's something that can't help but make one angry. Because when she was alive before, whether in front of their daughter or him, she always maintained an extremely noble, dignified lady image. Nothing like now. Instantly, Wushan raised her head in shame-induced rage, her gaze at Lin almost capable of tearing him apart. But because she was just too childish, even when trying hard to glare angrily, it was difficult to feel threatening. Of course. This is excluding the factor of size. Wushan closed her eyes, gritted her teeth crackingly, clenched her fists and said, "Had enough laughing, idiot. This is just a small mistake. I think a useless person like you would probably want to revert to your former self to take a look too, right? But sorry, my virtuous son-in-law can't help useless people who have ill intentions toward him. So even if you want to change back, you have no chance." Titan head let out a cold, crackling laugh. "Hey, you can hypnotize yourself, you think I can't dash?" Wushan coldly glanced at him mockingly, sneering, "With what? A brute whose brain is all muscle. You can handle delicate curses? Stop bragging. And with your size, even if you wanted to hypnotize yourself, it's impossible." Titan head sneered, "Who said I'd use hypnosis dash?" Wushan's small eyebrows raised. And the next moment, under Lin and Little One's shocked gazes, two tentacles instantly shot out, directly coiling around the small hillock not far away. Ran empty set beta s. Swish. Lin and Little One suddenly looked up, wide-eyed, staring in shock at the small hill that was thrown immeasurably high. Because the speed was so fast, almost instantly the small hill became a tiny dot. Ding! The light dot flashed and vanished. It disappeared. Lin said in shock. "Thrown so high?" Little One exclaimed in surprise. Titan head sneered as he flexed the muscles on his face, found the right position, and wriggled over. "A real Titan never uses those flashy tricks dash. I've already lowered my defense to the minimum, conscious self-repulsion is also suppressed dash. Can you compare with me, can you match me, he dash." Boom. A huge roar. Under Lin and Little One's shocked stares, the small hill thrown high into the sky, with unimaginable acceleration, amid Titan's mocking laughter, crashed boomingly onto his forehead. Billowing dust scattered. Titan head lay on the ground, embarrassed face, his long tongue lolling out, sticky brain fluid bubbling out, surrounding tentacles twitching sporadically. Remember dash, Titan head tremblingly raised one tentacle, struggling weakly. 3001 years ago my peak state reproduce it father-in-law will protect you for life dash. Slap. As soon as he finished, the tentacle dropped to the ground, silent. Father. Little one trembled and knelt down suddenly. Uncle. Lin trembled, his eyes moistening. The bleak wind whistled sorrowfully. The black-haired seeing off the white-haired. An inexplicably mournful atmosphere wantonly spread around. Strangely, the feeling of holding a funeral ceremony suddenly emerged. The two of them started crying instantly. Your father isn't dead yet, daughter, why are you crying? Wushan said, arms crossed, temple twitching. Little one, wiped her tears, saying, Dr. Brother cried so little one cried too somehow it feels so sad sob dash. Wushan head's eye twitched, teeth gritted, and why are you crying, kid? Lin wiped his tears, eyes slightly red, sorry, lost composure. Used to follow master to nearby funerals often, really can't bear seeing this kind of scene, can't help shedding tears at the sight. Crying once earned 50 coins. Little one, said, sob that's quite a lot dash. Wushan closed her eyes, fists clenching crackingly. This won't do. Feels like if daughter continues with this guy, my perfectly good daughter will eventually become abnormal too. Does this person even know the difference between himself and normal people? Stop crying first. Wushan had opened her eyes, twitching. He went through so much trouble to knock himself out, see if you can reproduce for him. Lin wiped the tears from his eyes, thought for a moment, sensing his remaining mental energy. Then he pondered, mental energy is almost depleted. Even excluding other interference factors, with my current mental energy, I don't have full confidence. Wushan sneered, that's easy. If you lack mental energy, I can give you some. Just reproduce for him. Lin thought about it. Then nodded. He stood up from little one's hand, his gaze turning serious, slowly reaching his hand toward the embarrassed face, state Titan head. Ding! Would you like to immediately activate skill Echoes of the Past on Titan head? Yes. Ding! Detected target's rejection level toward you is 120%, resistance level toward you, 200%, trust level bonus, -20%, cannot complete reproduction. Ding! Detected target is in a highly unconscious state, detected target's mind has granted you special permissions, various influences temporarily erased, can proceed with effect. It actually works. Lin's expression remained composed. He immediately thought of another way to use Echoes of the Past. If it couldn't be used in a normal way, then as long as he knocked the target unconscious, wouldn't he be free to do whatever he wanted? An indescribable image flashed through his mind. But he quickly banished that wicked thought, and his face returned to calm. Then activate it. Hum. In an instant, under Lin's influence, a piercing light began to surge around Titan head. Just as Lin felt his remaining mental energy rapidly draining to nothing, a vast, slightly chaotic mental force poured into his brain, instantly replenishing his expenditure. Don't move. Continue the reenactment. The Wushan's faint voice came from behind. Clearly. Little one's mother had provided him with tremendous mental support. With that backing, Lin no longer had any worries. He closed his eyes and focused on pinpointing the time point he needed to reproduce. It didn't take long before Lin precisely locked the time at 3001 years ago. Perfect. Lin smiled faintly. But just as he was about to withdraw his mental energy and complete this use of Echoes of the Past, the Wushan's voice suddenly echoed mysteriously in his mind. Go further back. Lin paused, saying, but it's already 3,000 years back. Add one more zero. A brief silence. What do you mean by add one more zero? Lin was stunned and quickly asked in his mind. Wushan had squinted and said, it's fine. That old waste of space mocked me earlier. Do you think I can swallow that? Push him further back. If he dares cause you trouble, I've got your back, on OES. Lin, ... Said, but if we add another 0, won't that erase everything? Lin exclaimed, are you sure? Are you really sure nothing will go wrong? Wushan squinted, stop whining. I already said I'll cover you, what are you afraid of? Do it. Things had come this far. Might as well. Lin gritted his teeth. He continued to mobilize mental energy, quickly dragging the target further back in time. The relentless, immense mental power from behind made his consumption almost negligible. Finally. The time point was fixed at 30,010 years ago. This should be enough now, right? Add another 5,000 years, give him a super doubling. Lin. A few minutes later. Lin said, now. Wushan pondered, since we've already pushed this far, it doesn't matter. Add another 2,000 years for him. Consider it a gift. Lin was already numb. Fine. Add. The customer is King, do as you say. A few more minutes passed. Lin hollowly said, this time you won't add more, right? Wushan said, how about pulling him back another 5,000 years? What do you think? Lin snapped, do I even get to give an opinion? Wushan, pull. Keep pulling. Pull him to the limit first. I'll do some fine-tuning afterward. Lin. Finally, after pushing a total of 53,005 years back, they reached the limit. They could go no further. Because that was the beginning of life itself. Any further and they'd have to split the calculation. Wushan thought for a moment and said, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Q said, of course it's too much. We pulled him back to the very beginning. If that's not too much, what is? After all, the Titan was her husband. Although a fool, he had been her spouse for thousands of years. Memories of their past tenderness still seemed vivid. Touched by the scene, Wushan wiped the moisture from the corner of her eye and whispered, then, rewind 1 minute forward. After all, he's still my husband. Lin. Several minutes later. Accompanied by a loud shimmering flash, the great light vanished. This reenactment, which had lasted over 10 minutes, finally drew to a close. Titan Head, slowly regaining consciousness, immediately sensed changes in his body. Though the curse and his power remained unchanged. The entirely different physical sensations made him instantly shocked. His awareness quickened. Finally. After 3,000 years of death. Could he once again stand upon the earth in the form he had at his peak? The glorious Titan giant. Defender of the earth. Ripper of the sky. His invincible figure, wielding 2 colossal world-cleaving axes, burst through his sealed memories and flashed in his mind. He grew excited, even fervent. At last. Could he relive his bygone days? In the next instant, the light around him slowly dissipated, and before him appeared blurry images of his young wife and daughter standing there. Also there was that human sitting on his daughter's head, clutching his face and looking terribly embarrassed. He immediately wanted to stretch out his strong, powerful arms for a big embrace to tell them. Your strong husband and father, he is back. He's back. The feeling was enough to bring tears to anyone who smelled it. But just as he was about to open his arms, he froze, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Where were his arms? Where were those mighty arms? Something was off. He saw that his arms seemed much smaller than before, even so tiny that in front of his daughter and the madwoman, he had to tilt his head back to see them. He even looked a little small compared to that human. But hadn't he been reproduced as he was 3,000 years ago? Finally. He subconsciously looked down at himself. Ping. Titan Head -10. Squeak 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 dash. On the ground, a fertilized egg the size of a rubber ball emitted a panic-stricken, eerie sound. Lin slapped his hand to his own forehead with a smack, closed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily in excruciating embarrassment. Damn it. The scene was brutal, he really couldn't bear to look. What a crime. Truly a crime. Angry face. I am still a kind soul. Instantly, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. You have triggered a special achievement, the beginning of life. You have gained 200 base experience. The beginning of life, special achievement, obtained when you successfully use the echoes of the past skill to revert a target to the very beginning of their life. This indicates you are a person with affection, willing to let others experience the birth and hardships of life. You have gained permanent bonuses, Constitution +2, Stamina +2, Affection +1. Lin. Beside them, Wushan stared at the Titan head, which had turned into a fertilized egg, and almost instantly burst into unrestrained laughter. She was so amused she was shaking with laughter, rocking back and forth. She grabbed the fertilized egg, which was about the size of a ball, covered her forehead, and snickered. Oh. Is this the once mighty and famous Titan giant god? We haven't seen each other for a few minutes, and you've fallen this far. Squeak dash. Squeak dash. The fertilized egg let out furious cries. Wushan sighed, there's no need, really no need. I know you really want to go back to the past, but you really didn't need to make yourself this young. Look at yourself, you've become so young you're an egg now, but let me tell you. She blinked seriously and said. It's quite distinctive. Squeak. Squeak. The Titan fertilized egg jumped up in rage, finally unable to hold back any longer, and knocked her to the ground. Because if he couldn't figure out who was behind this by now, he would be truly stupid. Instantly. The loli and the egg started fiercely fighting each other again. And this time, the fight was even more intense. You useless good-for-nothing. How dare you laugh at me earlier? Back then, it was you who came licking your face, chasing after me every day. Did you think I would marry an old guy like you, who's tens of thousands of years older than me? A with tilde in. Squeak dash. Squeak dash. The two, fierce expression, fought so fiercely it seemed to shake heaven and earth, the entire ground trembling. On the other side, watching this scene, little one let out a giggle, instantly stretched out her slender arms, and waved them, shouting. Go, Dad. Go, Mom. On little one's shoulder, Lin turned his head, his eyes reflecting the reminiscent smile on little one's face. He opened his mouth and asked. The two, fierce expression, fought so fiercely it seemed to shake heaven and earth, the entire ground trembling. Little one blinked, turned her head to look at Lin on her shoulder, then gently closed her eyes, cradled Lin in her arms, and sat down. The night breeze blew, her golden hair like awnings. She looked exceptionally peaceful, serene, and beautiful. Yes. At some point, she lifted her head, opened her eyes to gaze at the dark sky, her eyes seemingly filled with hope. Dad and Mom used to play fight like this often. Once, they fought really, really fiercely, so bad that even the house collapsed. Little one was so scared, I hid under the bed and cried. She smiled and rubbed her moist eyes. I thought Dad and Mom would definitely never speak to each other again, might even never be together again, so I was scared the whole night. But the next day, hugging her knees hopefully, she looked at the sky. They acted as if nothing had happened, happily applying ointment to each other's wounds in the living room, treating their injuries, saying some intimate words. The smiles on their faces were as if the argument from the previous night had never happened at all. She turned her head, looking at Lin with smiling eyes, like a little sprite. It wasn't until later that I realized that was just their way of being together. They deeply loved each other, but when conflicts arose, they would also fiercely fight until the other was bruised and bleeding. Lin said speechlessly, a strange way of being together. Yeah, maybe it's a way unique to them. Little one lifted her head, smoothed the long hair by her ear, blinked at Lin, rested her chin on her hand, and said. But. Little one is really happy. Doctor, didn't you notice? Actually, Dad and Mom, they haven't held any malice towards you for a long time now. Lin was startled. He looked into the distance at little one's parents' roughhousing. Slowly. He began to understand the meaning behind little one's words. Yes. No matter who it is, even the evil ghosts of hell, have something beautiful they once held dear. He jumped down from little one's shoulder, smiled, and gave little one a thumbs up, his teeth making a ding sound as a glint of light flashed. Little One grinned and nodded vigorously, also stretching out her hand and giving a thumbs up. Her hand gently touched Lin's hand. One big, one small. But unexpectedly harmonious. As if everything was understood without words, the faintly visible mark on their foreheads spoke of the gradually closing connection. I might still forget, might still not be able to become a normal girl dash. But dash. Thank you so much, my doctor. Countless points of light slowly emerged from Little One's body. Her face still wore that beautiful, tearful smile. Her golden hair began to feather away bit by bit, her delicate cheeks and body slowly becoming ethereal. The sudden intense light made Lin instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, the hand in front of him had already vanished, as if everything just now had been nothing but an illusion. Lin stared blankly, lost in thought. In his heart, for some reason, it suddenly felt empty. He closed his eyes and said nothing. Until he felt a strange sensation on his hand. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the tentacle gently extending over, softly touching his hand. He saw Little One's face opposite him, wearing the same, Omega, expression as before. Doctor changed back dash. Yeah. Changed back. Lin forced a sincere smile onto his face. Little One can still change back dash. With me here, you can any time, I promise. That's great. If I change back you must still be Little One's dentist, okay dash. Of course. Definitely. Well, that's how it is. Perhaps my life was destined from the start to involve dealing with creatures of hell. If that's the case, then it might not be so bad. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he gently held the tentacle Little One extended. It was like a kind of acceptance. And also like a kind of change. The black mist surged, the sky was still pitch black. Almost imperceptibly, it seemed he heard the sound of a system notification by his ear. But it quickly faded, as if it had never appeared. Your recovery progress plus 1%. A full hour passed again. As the past years faded away, the brief reappearance of the Godweaver head and Titan head from the past finally returned to their previous forms one after another. It was like a dream. As if they had never fallen into hell, as if they were still living in the world they had always inhabited. Never changing. We've changed back dash. The Godweaver head was uncharacteristically silent. The two of them also stopped their playful fighting, each returning to reality. It really is something to reminisce about dash. The Godweaver head lifted her head, a trace of normal laughter appearing in her eyes, then her gaze fell upon Lin. Accompanied by the writhing of her massive head, she once again stood before Lin like a towering mountain. She looked down at Lin for a long time. She grinned, revealing her sinister, venomous teeth, and said with an eerie smile. Although I still don't really like you, it seems I don't dislike you too much either, he dash. Lin felt his scalp tingle from her laughter. Ding. Godweaver head's affinity towards you plus 10. Lin let out a breath, then showed a smile on his face, reached out his hand, and gave the Godweaver head a thumbs up. Clearly. After this incident, he had successfully gained the approval of Little One's mother. At the very least. He was no longer treated like a toy that Little One happened to like, as before. As for the Titan head's attitude. Well. Although it didn't seem to have changed much. It was also quite obvious that the anger and killing intent towards him in his eyes were no longer as intense as before. Time flew by. They had already arrived within the boundaries of Wandering Souls Alley. Little One, Omega, waved her tentacles, looking at Lin beside her, and said. Dr. Little One will take you home and thank you for today's hospitality. Little One is very happy. Lin chuckled and reached out his hand to her, saying. Yes. I'm very happy too. Just at that moment, Lin suddenly felt a tentacle poke his back. Lin immediately turned around and saw the Titan head's enormous head looking down at him with an imposing and indifferent gaze. Uncle, is there something you need? Lin's eyes widened instantly. Honestly. When it came to Little One's father, this incredibly powerful root creature, any claim that Lin wasn't apprehensive would definitely be false. Because the Titan head's dislike for him was even stronger than the God Weaver head's. However, the imagined scenario of being smashed into a pulp by a tentacle on the spot did not occur. The Titan head indifferently kept his tentacles behind his back, saying, "Come with me, we need to talk alone." Another private chat. Lin now had a psychological shadow when it came to the phrase, private chat. Lin widened his eyes and said, "Can we talk here?" Buzz. The Titan head gave him a either talk or die look, leaving him to interpret it himself. Lin immediately nodded, saying seriously, "Okay. Uncle, we can talk however you want. Even if it means talking until we bleed, it's fine." A few minutes later. In the black mist. The Titan head stood with his back to him, exuding the extremely stern aura of an imposing elder. This made Lin, standing there, feel terrified and inexplicably experience the strange sensation of being interrogated by his girlfriend's father in a small dark room after visiting her home. Knobs. But this was ridiculous. The relationship between him and little one was clearly very pure. "Do you know what I hate most in my life are those scoundrels who dare to seduce my young daughter. Usually when I encounter such people I just eat them directly." The Titan head lightly licked his thick and ferocious tentacle to demonstrate his prowess. Lin was sweating profusely, saying, "Uncle, you've really misunderstood, there's really nothing between little one and me, we're truly just ordinary good friends. And if you think about it slightly, how could someone of my small race possibly seduce a powerful giant like little one? The sizes don't even match." Lin was so anxious he didn't know how to explain anymore. Because he genuinely wanted to clear up this misunderstanding. The Titan head stood with his back to him indifferently, saying calmly, "Is that so? But for certain real scoundrels they can always come up with various tricks to make their size very compatible." Lin said blankly, I don't really understand." Titan said calmly, "Don't play dumb in front of me. I can see at a glance that you possess some ability to control bodily tissues, don't you?" Lin said, He was probably referring to flesh calamity. Indeed, such external transformative abilities could easily be detected. But what did that have to do with their topic? The Titan head said calmly, "You could slightly use your ability to adjust your beep to a suitable beep size. Wouldn't that easily solve the size problem?" Lin, 0Q. At this moment, Lin's mind and body were greatly impacted. At this moment, he didn't even know how to respond to this statement. This isn't right. Damn it, this isn't right. An extremely terrifying and bizarre image uncontrollably surfaced in Lin's mind. In the picture, he was sporting Buzz. Lin's SAN-10. Lin, winky face, stood there, unable to say a word. The Titan head stood with his tentacles behind his back indifferently, saying, "Now the size problem has been perfectly solved. Do you still think you can't go through with it?" Lin said stiffly, "Wait, uncle, please let me process this. The information is a bit overwhelming, I'm feeling a bit dizzy." But the Titan head didn't give him any time to process. He said calmly, "Stop pretending because I know your tricks very well. The size problem is solved, then you can casually use your past reappearance ability to casually revert my daughter back to her normal periods form. Then you can do whatever you want. I saw through your intentions at a glance Lin's SAN-10. Lin, winky face, stood with his hands open, unable to say a word. "No. I really never had those kinds of thoughts. If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have even made those associations. This isn't right. This isn't right. Are you threatening me, or are you personally teaching me step by step? These thoughts are too dangerous." Titan head raised his head and said indifferently, "But I still didn't expect that you would harbor such malicious intentions towards such a young girl, though judging by your little thoughts you probably aren't perverted to that extent yet. If I'm not mistaken, you probably still want to continue playing some sort of raising game, teaching and molding my daughter bit by bit as she grows up, taking it slow and steady, making my adorable daughter slowly remember your shape, haha." A malicious coldness appeared on Titan head's face. Buzz. Lin was completely dumbfounded this time. I really don't have those thoughts. Lin urgently wanted to refute. Head dash, Titan Head coldly turned around, cutting him off, and looked down at him with detachment. Still trying to pretend, if I'm not mistaken you should have already investigated my daughter's preferences you probably already know dash. My daughter likes shiny things the most, loves it most when someone treats her to a big meal, adores it most when someone gives her a bubble bath, is happiest when someone takes her out for drives and adventures dash. He let out a malicious cold laugh. And likes it most to be held while sleeping at night, you bastard dash. Lin stood there blankly, muttering without words. Before, he didn't know. But now it seems he knows everything. Uncle, are you really sure you're not teaching me step by step? Are you really not sure? Titan Head looked down at him detachedly and continued. But even if you know these things, wanting to abduct my daughter is impossible because as long as I'm conscious for even a moment I won't let my daughter leave my sight dash. Lin said vacantly, that's really great. Titan Head narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Unless you can figure out the pattern of my confusion dash. Lin, winky face. Titan Head paced calmly. But you definitely don't know I'm only confused on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, intermittently clear on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and only on the last day of every 7 days do I give my daughter a day off dash. And only on that day do I let her go out on her own without needing anyone to accompany her, and I sleep very deeply even if she brings some creature back, sleeping me won't hear it dash. But you definitely don't know these things, do you dash? Lin, winky face, said, yes, yeah. Titan Head closed his eyes and said lightly, so your idea of abducting my daughter is just daydreaming, and if I see you alone with my daughter I'll eat you, do you believe me? A beta. Lin said dazedly, I believe. Titan Head nodded and said lightly, but lately I've been having old eyes playing tricks on me, often seeing double when looking at things. As for when it will get better, I'm not very clear. You probably didn't hear this sentence either dash. Lin said vacantly, I didn't. Titan Head nodded, stood with his tentacles behind his back, closed his eyes and said. That's good. Ding. Titan Head is very pleased, affinity with you +10. Lin, ... stood there, at a loss. So. Is this some kind of hint? No. This seems to have fucking turned into a clear indication already. Is this really not step-by-step teaching? But that's not right. This was originally just a simple misunderstanding, so why does it get deeper the more I explain? Alright. Titan Head said lightly, what needed to be said has been said. I originally wanted to eat you now, but lately my teeth haven't been good. Seeing you makes me full, so I can consider not eating you for now dash. But don't be ungrateful, give up halfway dash. Titan Head narrowed his eyes, revealing a terrifying set of teeth full of threat. Those huge, sharp teeth like guillotine blades flashed a terrifying, can eat you at any time, light at Lin, clinking ominously. As if saying, if you dare start something and not finish it, give up halfway. Then I can chew you up as a snack at any time. Very terrifying. Lin O said, I understand, thank you for the guidance, uncle. This is forcing someone to become a villain through roundabout means, using power to pressure others. But I really only see little one as a good customer, a good friend, that's all. I truly don't have any improper thoughts at all. After a long time, Titan Head returned to his detached expression, standing with his tentacles behind his back, saying lightly. About my daughter we've chatted enough, but you probably still have many things you want to ask me. I'm in a good mood, so I can give you an opportunity dash. Lin vigorously shook his head, temporarily throwing all the previous emotions to the back of his mind. He quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious as he said earnestly. Yes, I do have some questions, because I can tell, uncle, you all don't seem to be natives of this world, so how did you? Lin hesitated. This was indeed a question that had arisen in his mind ever since encountering their whole family. Because according to the system introduction, they seemed to be heads that had fallen from a higher world into this dark world. And Titan. In various legends on Earth, this is a very powerful, godlike race. Titan Head raised his head indifferently and said. Of course we are not natives of this world. I think you should already know we are Titan giants dash. A supreme race that can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods dash. Lin was shocked. Titan Head said lightly, and your world, what we call the Death Realm, is a dark world abandoned by the gods. Curse, chaos, misfortune, resentment, all the garbage and deceased who shouldn't exist in reality are dragged into this world never to be reincarnated for eternity. Of course, besides that garbage, there are also many organizations that consider themselves holy who will more or less interfere with this world, even sending troops to fight the monsters of this world. He glanced at Lin. And innocent people like you who fall into this world by chance due to various reasons are not few in number. Lin wore a thoughtful expression. After a long time, he seriously raised his head and said solemnly, then how can I leave this place? Return to my original world? Upon hearing this, a ferocious smile spread across Titan Head's face, as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. His tone began to subtly turn chaotic. Leave? Yes, you can leave because you are among the living. But wanting to return to your original world is not such a simple matter. There are countless stars in the sky and you have fallen to the earth without a beacon. How can you possibly find the world that belongs to you amongst the myriad starlight? Lin looked at him intently, meeting his gaze. His hands slowly clenched. It seems you really want to go home. Titan Head sneered maliciously, saying, yes, who doesn't want to go home? Who wants to stay forever in this malicious world? He lifted his eyes with a savage grin, his eyes filled with venom, staring mockingly and chaotically at the pitch-black night. 3,000 years I have been suppressed here by the curse for a full 3,000 years. Hate, rage, my fury never burns out when I think of the past. Those curses torment me, but the more they torment me the more unwilling I become. He suddenly burst into a maniacal and vicious laugh. A large number of thick, black tentacles sprouted and spread from his eye sockets, nose, ears, and mouth. And with a whoosh, each tentacle burst into raging black flames. Lin was greatly shaken, immediately raising his head, saying, Uncle. Ha ha ha, I want to return to my world, burn them, devour them all. A blazing, chaotic fury began to burn in Titan Head's eyes. The burning tentacles, like thick streams of flaming liquid, spread recklessly across the entire wilderness. Warning! Warning! The target's chaos level has increased significantly. Host, please leave immediately. Warning! Warning! Urgent prompts from the system continuously sounded in his ears. Clearly, the recent conversation had made Titan Head recall the calamity of the past once again. I don't want to be trapped here either, turned into this kind of monster to suffer, to endure hardship, to make my wife, my daughter endure hardship. In an instant, he ferociously raised his head, his gaze piercing straight into the dark sky. Heaven. You cannot suppress me, you cannot bind me. One day I will return, treading upon this hell and burn you all to ashes. A chaotic, furious roar. Right before Lin's eyes, Titan Head, along with the boundless burning tentacles, made a sudden leap towards the pitch-black sky. The massive head, burning with raging fury, was like a spear tearing through the firmament. Swearing to obliterate all the darkness that dared to restrain him, with a thunderous roar. Lin watched in shock as the head soared. He watched it transform into a fireball, destructively charging towards the dark heavens. But almost at the very moment when that figure was about to disappear from the far edge of his vision. Clatter! Lin suddenly saw. From the dark ground all around, countless ethereal, black chains shot out, stabbing straight towards the sky. Each chain was dozens of meters thick, yet almost transparently ethereal. It was as if his leap had triggered some kind of icy curse. Almost in the blink of an eye. The leaping father of Little One, who had wanted to break through the night sky, was immediately bound by those ethereal chains and dragged down from the boundless heights. Boom! The enormous head crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a burning crater. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The ethereal chains lashed against his head like snakes, leaving mark after mark of ashen scars on his head and cheeks. Ha 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 ha. Titan Head laughed maniacally and savagely, enduring the terrifying lashing. You cannot trap me, you won't let me die, don't expect to live either, ha 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 ha. He laughed wildly up at the sky, his voice tearing, wanting to leap up again. Wanting to break through the restraints of this world. But the ethereal chains instantly bound him again, pressing him firmly onto this land, continuously scorching his head. But he still laughed, still raged, still resisted. Just as he said. The more they bound him, the angrier and more unwilling he became. Lin quickly rushed to the edge of the large crater, his eyes immediately reflecting the image of the insane Titan head, bound at the center by the cursed chains. Warning! Warning! Do not approach. Do not make contact. Target curse energy level, root level. Thwack, thwack. The ethereal chains not only bound him, but were also madly lashing him. Is this the reason for his chaos? Lin stared deeply. Is it a curse? If it is a curse. If the curse is the source of this unwillingness and rage. In an instant, Lin suddenly raised his head, his expression hardening. Almost immediately after, he suddenly leaped down, his expression calm. Tentacles surged wildly from his shoulders, like an exoskeleton, allowing him to move swiftly towards Titan Head's location like a spider. Warning! Warning! Do not approach. Do not make contact. But Lin paid no heed. His expression remained steady. He was like an agile leopard, swiftly weaving through the ethereal chains that rose from the ground. If it is a curse. If it is because of this that he suffers. He instantly grabbed his own wrist, beams of dazzling light flickering in his eyes. Perhaps. I can. Almost in that very instant, Lin leaped up. After passing through the gaps between countless chains, he deeply reached out his hand towards Titan Head. Ding! You are using the limited time curse removal ability. Do you wish to activate it immediately? Yes. Lin said deeply. In an instant, a blinding light surged from his hand, violently enveloping Titan Head's skull. Ding! The target's energy level is too high. The curse removal ability is significantly weakened. Ding! The target's curse cannot be completely removed. Curse removal upper limit, 15%. Do you wish to continue activation? Yes. Limited time curse removal ability successfully activated. Target curse weakened to 85%. Host's mental energy depleted. In the distance. The moment she saw the countless ethereal chains emerging from the surrounding wasteland, Godweaver Head's face changed drastically while Little One sat beside her. She understood in an instant what had happened. Her husband had once again triggered the curse rooted in his soul. Not good. Without another word, Godweaver Head jerked her head, her expression grave, and she carried Little One to sprint toward that direction. Little One's face was slightly pale as she said, "Daddy, it's acting up again." Clearly. She had seen this happen more than once. Especially during the times when her father fell into chaos, when his endless rage could not be contained and he repeatedly tried to break the dark world's bonds on him. Those ethereal chains would appear, then mercilessly pin him down in this world again. It was the curse made manifest. The very shackle that bound them here for eternity. Light flashed in Godweaver Head's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "Let's hurry, this damned idiot never acts at a good time, always the worst possible moment." Hopefully that little fellow wasn't affected. Hearing that, Little One's face instantly went pale, and terror spread across her features. Lin's face appeared in her mind, and she became immediately uneasy. Dr. They rushed forward. Finally. A few minutes later, they burst through the burning wasteland. The moment she stepped into the area, Godweaver Head immediately sensed something odd. In the past, whenever her husband descended into madness, the unleashed curse had always been terrifying. Usually it would only stop after tormenting him until his body was battered and bloodied. But for some reason, not long after she entered just now, she suddenly felt that the rampaging curse had inexplicably weakened. The reduction wasn't dramatic. Still, that had never happened before. Surprise filled her eyes. She didn't quite understand what had occurred. "We're here." Godweaver Head, carrying Little One, shot to the edge of the huge pit that had been smashed out. Her gaze was grave. The instant she saw the scene, shock flared across her face. In the very center of the pit, Titan Head was still bound by massive chains, his eyes alternating between confusion and clarity. Not far away on the ground lay Lin, his mental energy completely exhausted, in a state of collapse. At this moment, his left hand was desperately scrabbling and crawling, dragging the fainted Lin, trying to pull him toward safety. Pathetic host body. You really thought you could dashing ly swipe away this guy's curse? That's root level. Way too naive. In the end you still had to rely on your glorious left hand to help you. After this is done, don't even think about getting my forgiveness without a 5-ton feast. Scrabble, scrabble, scrabble. The left hand strained, dragging Lin toward a safe spot. Godweaver head. Little one said in surprise, it's Dr. Brother's moving left hand dash. And Titan Head in the center was clearly much clearer now. Obviously, the curse's weakening had greatly eased what would otherwise have required a long time to suppress. What on earth is this? Godweaver Head said, astonished. 1 hour later. With a trickle of mental energy stirring through his mind, mentally exhausted Lin slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw little one's 2-floor-tall face hovering over him. A doctor is awake dash. Before Lin had fully gathered himself, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering achievement, root level curse reduction, you gain base EXP 200. Root level curse reduction, special achievement. When using a limited-time curse ability against an extremely high-level cursed being and successfully partially reducing the target's curse, you obtain it. You gain a permanent bonus, mental energy +5, constitution +2. Ding! You have successfully recorded the curse, unending binding. Lin snapped awake and sat bolt upright, opening his eyes and asking, how is uncle? Before he finished speaking, a deep, resonant voice sounded from behind him. I am well dash. Lin turned his head. He immediately saw Titan Head not far away, looking at him solemnly. His eyes had returned to clarity, he had evidently pulled himself out of the previous chaos. And whether it was imagination or not, Lin could clearly feel that Titan Head seemed to carry an extra trace of wisdom and noble bearing compared to before. It showed in the way he looked at people. It was no longer the look of repressed rage and malice, he looked like a living being again. Humanity. Titan Head stared at him and said, you weaken my curse. Because of the curse, his anger was difficult to hold back. Whenever that endless rage was roused by some trigger, he would immediately plunge into terrible madness. He was constantly tormented by past fury. It made his existence unbearable. But just now, when the curse thundered in and almost drove him crazy, this boy using some method had somehow, in a single moment, reduced the curse's intensity. Although the reduction wasn't large. Still, it instantly increased the proportion of clarity in his consciousness. Lin rubbed his throbbing forehead and said calmly, I just tried it out roughly. I didn't expect it to succeed. It's a different ability. I can temporarily remove a target's curse for 24 hours. But I'm too weak right now to completely cleanse your curse. I only managed to reduce it by about 15%. At those words, surprise and astonishment flashed across Godweaver Head's eyes. How can that be? Because she was Godweaver. She knew better than anyone how terrible the curse that tormented them was. That curse could grant them immortality, but it also bound them tightly to this dark world and drove them insane. Even she could not completely suppress it. And this little human had. Titan Head looked at Lin seriously and asked, so does that mean if your strength grows strong enough, you could completely remove the curse from us? Lin thought for a moment and smiled, I think I probably can. Confidence. It radiated from him, strong and genuine. Like a sliver of hope suddenly given in an endless hell, it made Titan Head's eyes brim with tears. He edged closer to Lin. He didn't know where this human boy had come from or how many secrets he hid. But in light of that one sentence, all of that seemed irrelevant. I do wonder though you knew I was in chaos and still charged in without hesitation. Weren't you afraid of dying? He looked at the human boy with complex emotion. Lin's mouth curved slightly. Of course I was afraid of dying, but if I have that ability, why shouldn't I take a risk? Because, at least to me, parents who could produce someone as adorable as little one must be loving people, right? If that's the case, why wouldn't I take a chance? He lifted his head, a healing smile on his face. The wind brushed his cheeks. In that moment, that restorative smile shone as brightly as sunlight. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering achievement. Never miss a chance to act cool, you gain base EXP 200. Never miss a chance to act cool, special achievement. When, in any attempt to show off, you reveal the true goodness and beauty of your heart to the target and leave them deeply moved, there is a chance to obtain this. It indicates the host has taken a strong step toward being a healing doctor. You gain permanent bonuses, affection +1, charm +5, handsomeness +1. Lin. Ding. Titan heads affinity toward you +30. Ding. Godweaver heads affinity toward you +40. Titan head's eyes instantly filled with tears. Especially seeing Lin's sincere smile, a warmth that he hadn't felt in many, many years suddenly rose in his battered heart. So, even in this hell, such a pure and beautiful creature could exist. Just for such a simple reason. Just because of kindness. And without hesitation, reach out to help him. This boy. He. Smack. A slender tentacle tapped Lin on the shoulder. Titan head, eyes red, looked at Lin and said, "No more words just from that sentence. I've already decided you're my friend dash. If anyone dares bully you in the future just invoke my name dash." He wiped his reddened eyes and said, "If you don't mind from now on, you call me big brother. I will call you worthy son-in-law. Let's swear brotherhood." Lin shuddered all over, swept up by the atmosphere. He extended his hand, trembling, "Big brother." Titan head, eyes wet, said, "Worthy son-in-law." For an instant it was as if peach blossoms floated and heartfelt, emotional music sounded in their ears. No need to be born on the same day. Just be born in the same year and day. Boom. Two thunderous cracks. Godweaver head curled her tentacles with clenched eyes, sparks popping atop her head. Lin and Titan head had already been knocked flying dozens of meters away, smoke puffing from Lin's head. Godweaver head closed her eyes, curling tentacles, and said in exasperation, "Hopeless, two idiots short-circuiting their brain swearing brotherhood. Why don't you just go die dash?" At the entrance of Wandering Souls Alley. Lin smiled and stretched out his hand, waving towards little one's family, saying, "Just see me off here. Little one, uncle, auntie, I live at number 55 Wandering Souls Alley. If you have free time, you can come visit me anytime." Little one said, "But doctor, I can't bear to part with you dash." Lin reached out and patted her head, saying, "Little one needs to be good. It's not like we'll never see each other again. I am your dentist, after all. If you have time, little one can come anytime." Little one certainly couldn't stay with him here permanently. Although having a root-level close friend by your side definitely maxes out your sense of security. But Lin also knew that for this dark world, the appearance of root-level entities would inevitably attract the attention of many existences, thus bringing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Titan head and Godweaver head absolutely couldn't stay either. Their conditions were special. If they accidentally fell into chaos, the entire Wandering Souls Alley would probably be flattened. Titan head looked at him deeply, saying, "You must be extra careful. Yesterday you made a huge spectacle by taking my daughter to wipe out that organization. You have surely attracted a lot of unnecessary attention dash. But it's still the same old saying, if anyone dares to come bully you just send big brother a message. Not a single one will live dash." Lin was instantly moved. Indeed. Uncle's words just give people an indescribable sense of security. Finally, had he also gained a trustworthy backer in this dark world? Lin immediately asked hopefully, "But how can I contact you?" "By writing a letter." The surroundings fell into a brief silence. And just as Lin was wondering why the air had suddenly gone quiet, Little one, Omega, said, "Don't know how to read without a translator. It would be very troublesome dash." Lin was stunned. But indeed. For root-level beings, there was fundamentally no reason to need to learn the written language of this dark world. Because they had no reason or need to integrate into this world. Lin thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly remembered something, saying, "That's right." Without another word, under the puzzled gaze of little one's family, Lin quickly rushed to the cart of packages he had scavenged and began carefully rummaging through them. A with grave new B. Finally. After an unrelenting search, Lin found over a dozen pitch-black stones from the packages. "This is..." Godweaver head hesitated. Lin smiled slightly and said, "Sight stones." Sight stones, mysterious substances that can connect to the sight. After use, one can upload their consciousness into the sight. Each trip to the site requires one sight stone as a medium. That's right. The intelligence agent had already said that the sight is the fastest method in this dark world for long-distance communication. Simple, efficient, and extremely useful. A few minutes later. Sight. A giant eyeball hovered in the black sky above the plaza, its surging gaze like a massive beam of light illuminating the entire square. The plaza was filled with swirling phantoms, and beyond the plaza, there was still an impenetrable darkness. It was already late at night. But on the site plaza, phantoms were still densely packed, because this area corresponded to a vast region including Wandering Souls Alley in the consciousness world, resulting in a large flow of people. And at this very moment, a large number of phantoms were still discussing the scene released by the intelligence agent during the day. "So, you're saying those 3 root-level headhunters appeared right here in our area yesterday?" "Yeah, did you see that footage too? It was right next door in Wandering Souls Alley." According to reliable information, the Demonkin Association's headquarters has indeed been destroyed. I have an acquaintance who was outside the Demonkin Association. He said he can no longer contact the main brain, and he's very scared, feeling like he could be eaten at any moment. I think a lot of dark creatures will probably come here to investigate soon. Wait, since those 3 root headhunters are in our area, then what do you think, could they possibly also come to the site? As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell into silence, followed by waves of mocking laughter. "Don't joke around. Are you out of your mind? The site is the only order in the dark world. How could those truly chaotic existences possibly come here? Yeah. How utterly stupid. I've never heard of a single root level being descending into the entire site. There never has been before, and there certainly never will be." Exactly. Do you think all root level beings have clear consciousness like us? Most of them are just indescribable, strange aggregates. How could they possibly come here? If those 3 root headhunters really come to the site, I'll immediately shit upside down and do 100 somersaults around the plaza. I mean it, not even God could stop me. Waves of laughter erupted around, and the plaza was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. But in the very next moment, whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 extremely thick rings of light instantly descended upon the center of the site plaza. As the halos converged, 2 large and 1 small, 3 massive heads even taller than small mountains descended into the center of the plaza along with the light. Site announcement: 900 Site Plaza has detected the descent of 3 root-level wills. Current will capacity has exceeded the regional upper limit, triggering Supreme Will Authority Number 11. 900 Site Plaza is undergoing emergency expansion. Site announcement: 900 Site Plaza has completed expansion and upgrade. Current regional will capacity level has been raised from grade 9 to grade 7. Accompanied by a massive rumbling sound that echoed across the plaza. The eternally motionless eyeball in the sky also turned its gaze with a rumble, landing on the 3 enormous heads that had appeared in the plaza. The entire plaza space instantly began expanding at an unimaginable speed. In just a few seconds, Plaza 900 had expanded to 100 times its previous size. Omega Omega, holy shit. What? What is this? What am I seeing? Are those the 3 root headhunters? How is this possible? We were just discussing this, and they actually descended. Where's that brother who said he'd shit upside down and do somersaults? You come out here. If you don't do 100 somersaults today, I won't let this go. The previously bustling plaza was instantly cleared out. All the phantoms crowded fearfully into a corner at the edge of the plaza, their teeth chattering uncontrollably as they stared at the three terrifying existences in the center of the plaza. Who brought them here? Who led the devils here? This was something they had never expected. The site square they were in had actually been visited by root-level beings. And damn it, 3 of them came at once. And it was also the first time they had witnessed the supreme will of the site urgently promoting their desolate little place to a major city because of the arrival of these 3 entities. Because within the site, different squares are classified based on the total amount of consciousness in the current area. Level 9 is the lowest rank. It's also the place with the smallest total consciousness. And the arrival of these 3 root-level beings directly caused their godforsaken place to be promoted along with them. Square Center. Lin smiled and spread his arms, saying, "Little one, uncle, auntie, this is the site. Welcome." Little one opened her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the surroundings, saying, "So big originally there was such a strange place here dash." Titanhead vigilantly looked around, then his gaze instantly fell upon the giant eyeball staring at them from above. He instinctively sensed a trace of threat, narrowing his eyes warily as he said, "Site Supreme will I've heard of it but this is my first time coming here dash." Lin's heart stirred, saying, "Uncle, do you know something about it?" Titanhead looked up, saying, "Are you talking about the Supreme Will? I only know it's a will that descended upon this world a long time ago. Its existence is far more ancient than mine dash." He sniffed, his eyes flickering, saying dangerously, "Very terrifying and very powerful and able to create such a consciousness realm corresponding to the entire dark world. Its status can only be above mine dash." Lin pondered. He had thought about this issue too. But it was just too distant, with his current abilities, he simply couldn't reach it. Titanhead looked up, saying, "But don't worry, such a will won't pay too much attention to specific individual beings. There are many root-level beings in the dark world it won't care dash." Is it because they don't pose a threat? The more Lin thought about it, the more he felt the depth and terror of this world. Lin stopped thinking about those unreachable things, a slight smile appearing on his face as he said, "Well, but the site indeed provides a very convenient realm for the beings of this dark world. Using the site, no matter where you are, you can contact me and leave me messages, RAB." Lin lightly tapped the blue rune on his arm. He remembered clearly. Last time while exploring the various functions of the site, he remembered there was an independent channel that could pull specific people in. Found it. And almost instantly, lines of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. "You are creating an independent group channel. Daily cost, 50 skeleton coins, initial setup fee, 1,000 skeleton coins, capacity, 50 people. Create immediately." "Yes." Buzz. Instantly, Lin saw the rune on his arm change. He saw that in the site channels, besides the regional channel, a new independent group had appeared. Unnamed Channel 1. It really works. The various functions of the site are indeed very rich, making Lin suspect whether that so-called Supreme Will is truly related to the world he originally lived in. Without another word, Lin immediately sent invitations to Little One's entire family. Root level, Little One, has joined the channel. Root level, Titanhead, has joined the channel. Root level, Godweaver Head, has joined the channel. Looking at the group that had only himself initially rapidly expanding to 4 people, Lin felt particularly pleased. With this independent small group, it would be especially convenient to contact each other in the future. But the channel name needed to be changed. You are modifying the channel name. Modification completed. Change to, Loving Family, Bloodsaw Potion Shop VIP Member Group. Lin smiled. Great. In the future, if he encounters particularly reliable and loving high-level patients and their families again, he can pull them all into his independent little group. Once in the group, we're all family. Little One, Doctor Brother, are you there? Lin, here. Great. Great. Little One learned to chat so quickly. So talented. Titanhead, why is it a VIP member group? Lin, because Little One is my first VIP client here, so I gave it this name. Notice, Member Godweaver Head is modifying name. Lin. Mother-in-law, Godweaver, I think this is more reasonable. Lin. Fiancé, little one, huh? There's a strange title added before little one's name. Waist, tighten head, angry, beep, beep. Lin. Exiting the group chat, Lin speechlessly rubbed his forehead, turning to look at little one's parents who were once again gritting their teeth and pressing foreheads against each other in confrontation. He had a feeling that this group would definitely be very lively in the future. Little one, Omega, said, very interesting. Doctor, does entering here every time require one of those black stones dash? Lin smiled and said, yes. Little one asked curiously, then what if they get used up dash? Lin cheerfully patted her head, saying, that's simple, little one. You just need to find any passing creature and kindly ask them for a sight stone, and they'll give it to you. Little one said in surprise, really, will they really be that friendly? Lin gave a thumbs up, smiling, they definitely will. Understood. Thank you Dr. Dash, Omega. Wandering Souls Alley. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Lin exhaustedly returned to his attic, collapsing onto the bed with his eyes closed. Finally back. So much had happened in this single day. The experiences of this day alone could rival the monotony of his past 2 years. He had already seen off little one and her parents. But with the sight now, contacting each other would become a bit easier in the future. Sleep. Rest for a while, then quickly change professions. I've accumulated way too much experience. Lin closed his eyes, lying on the bed, and soon fell asleep. Early morning. In the black fog of Wandering Souls Alley, 2 tall figures slowly appeared. One of them was all bulging muscles, covered everywhere with suture marks, ugly as could be. The other was a 3-meter-tall noblewoman, wearing an elegant long dress, a large sun hat, and slender fingers adorned with one gemstone ring after another that clearly looked extremely valuable. Are you sure those 3 root headhunters have left? Bloodsaw asked with some concern. The doll mistress gracefully folded her arms across her chest, glancing at him and saying, I've been observing, he's been gone for several hours now. But I really never expected that a flesh golem like you could produce such an amazing disciple. Bloodsaw frowned, resting his cleaver on his shoulder as he said, it's got nothing to do with me. I don't know how he managed to befriend someone of that level either. It's only been a few days since he left the shop. The doll mistress lifted her head, glancing toward the distant, dilapidated shop door. We're here, she said firmly. She secretly clenched her hand. Such an outstanding young man would truly be wasted if he stayed in this godforsaken place. No matter what. First, make proper contact. Leave a good impression. Then gradually, slowly introduce her daughters to this handsome young fellow. Soon. They arrived in front of the Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Should we just go straight in? The doll mistress raised an eyebrow. Bloodsaw chuckled cheerfully, no. My disciple is extremely dutiful. Before I left, I told him to watch the shop, so he'll definitely be meticulously guarding it. If we go in without announcing ourselves, my disciple will attack immediately. Thinking about this, he felt deeply comforted. After all, this was the dark world. And more importantly, his disciple had become completely unrecognizable after just a few days apart. If that headhunter really left him some powerful items, wouldn't they get seriously injured if they just walked in? As he spoke, he contentedly walked up to the door and knocked 3 times, knock, knock, knock. Shouting toward the attic. Disciple. Your teacher is back. Open up quickly. Attic. Lin, who had been sound asleep, reflexively opened his eyes and sat up stiffly like a zombie. Teacher's voice. He was startled. He immediately grabbed his boning knife and revolver from beside his bed. The next moment, Bloodsaw's shouting came from downstairs again. Lin. Open the door quickly. Your teacher is back. I need to rest properly, do you hear me? Lin quickly shouted back, I'm coming right away, please wait. Your disciple has missed you so much. Without another word, Lin quickly put on his clothes, grabbed his boning knife, and hurried down the stairs with loud, rapid footsteps. Outside the main door, Bloodsaw smiled slightly, his hideous face showing some contentment. Did you hear that? So thoughtful, so affectionate. He's the apprentice I've most favored in all my years of taking them in. We've always treated him as our own, though we're master and disciple, our bond is as deep as father and son. Yes. The doll mistress also beamed brightly, saying, yes, he really does seem like a very fine young man. Bloodsaw walked up to the door, feeling very relaxed. He could already sense his disciple's rapidly approaching presence from inside the shop. His mind instantly conjured the scene of their long-awaited reunion after opening the door, his obedient disciple looking at him with tears in his eyes. Ah! Just thinking about it was truly heartwarming. He was getting a bit teary-eyed himself, closing his eyes as he said, Lin, your teacher I dash. Stab. Bloodsaw. Doll mistress, Omega Omega, Wah Wah. A boning knife stabbed straight through the door panel, piercing Bloodsaw. At the same time, Lin's shouting came from the other side. You're not even trying to change it up. Impressive. You just tried to trick me the day before yesterday, and now you're impersonating my teacher again. Shouldn't I stab you a few more times then? Stab. 3 more stabs. Bloodsaw. Disciple, you. Bloodsaw stared with wide eyes, trembling as he reached out a hand. I really am your, teach dash. Stab. Another stab. Bloodsaw. The doll mistress, Omega Omega, stood with her hands outstretched, completely speechless. Is this the Bloodsaw Potion Shop's welcome ceremony? Something's not right. This is way too hardcore. Wait. It seems like his disciple mistook him for someone else. Hold on. The doll mistress immediately reached out urgently. But right at that moment, a long strand of hair instantly extended through the crack in the door, then with perfect accuracy wrapped around Bloodsaw's head. It was like someone holding a lasso, throwing it from the second floor and accurately catching a little girl who was happily chatting and laughing. Instant tightening. Thump. Bloodsaw was immediately 0Q pulled against the door panel by that hair strand, scratching desperately at the door panel as he struggled wildly. Breathing. I can't breathe. Stop it. The doll mistress finally, Omega Omega, panicked, forcefully slamming into the door. The door panel, along with the bleeding Bloodsaw, immediately fell inward. He really is your teacher. Main hall. Lin, holding the wraith strands that were already tied to the roof beam, froze in surprise, staring at his teacher who had fallen in, with multiple stab wounds, bleeding profusely. Ding! Congratulations host for triggering achievement, deceiving masters and destroying ancestors. You obtained basic experience, 200. Deceiving masters and destroying ancestors, evil-oriented achievement, obtained with probability when giving your teacher a few stabs and causing major bleeding in any situation. This indicates you've taken a solid step toward the chaotic evil alignment. You obtained permanent bonuses, strength +3, agility +2, happiness +5. Brief silence. Teacher. Lin was shocked. Over 10 minutes later. Operating table in the backyard. The doll mistress stood there feeling exasperated, pacing back and forth continuously. She turned her head, looking at the bleeding Bloodsaw lying on the operating table, then at Lin who had already put on his white coat, gloves, and mask, his gaze serious. Can he be saved? The doll mistress asked urgently. Lin seriously held a needle, saying, no problem. My teacher's vitality is extremely tenacious. 6 stabs are completely nothing for my teacher, not to mention he has a disciple like me who has inherited his masterful medical skills. Ding! The needle tip flashed with a bright glow. I'm stitching. Lin maintained a calm expression, eagerly reaching out to begin. Ding! Bloodsaw SAN-1. Wait a moment. The bleeding Bloodsaw trembled as he reached out, pointing toward the cabinet. Stop the bleeding first, then administer anesthesia, then stitch, step by step, don't skip steps. Lin jolted, saying, yes. Teacher. Lin immediately turned and went to the counter, rummaging noisily inside, then found several bottles of hemostatic agents and anesthesia. Calmly taking out a syringe, he glanced at his teacher's major artery. Swish. Bloodsaw SN-2. Stop. Bloodsaw, weakly and pale-faced, reached out, finally stopping him just as he was about to inject. Intravenous. Intravenous. Intravenous, how many times have I told you? Weakly, don't just inject into whichever blood vessel looks thickest. Even if it's thick, it's not good to inject there either. Lin jolted and said, I'm sorry, teacher. I still need to deepen my studies. After quickly giving his teacher an injection, administering anesthesia, and stopping the bleeding, Lin narrowed his eyes and picked up that sharp needle again. Ding! A flash of light passed by. Teacher. I'm going in. Do you know how to stitch? Bloodsaw trembled. Lin held the needle seriously and said, I know, teacher. I've carefully observed every time you stitched wounds for others. Bloodsaw breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. An anesthesia had already been administered. It shouldn't hurt too much either. After all, he had been by his side for 2 years, constantly exposed and influenced. He should have learned some real skills by now. Then let's begin. Swish, 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 swish. Bloodsaw. Damn it. What's going on? Why does it still hurt like hell even after anesthesia? Does this kid have some kind of passive skill that automatically brings pain to others? So much anesthesia was administered and it still seems like it can't suppress the pain. This is outrageous. If he ever has his first time with a girl, wouldn't he make her die from the pain? Swish, swish, swish. Sewing experience +1. More than 10 minutes later, Lin calmly took out scissors and carefully cut the thread ends on his teacher's stomach. He patted the pretty bow on top. He took out the compound medicine and lightly sprinkled it on. Mission accomplished. Teacher. The surgery was very successful. Lin seriously raised his thumb and said. Everything inside and outside, including the backside, what should be stitched and what shouldn't be stitched have all been stitched up, guaranteed without any mistakes. Rango. No response. Lin was startled and gently lifted the white cloth covering his teacher's face, saying. Teacher. Bloodsaw was already foaming at the mouth and had passed out. Teacher. Lin exclaimed in shock. Half an hour later. Lin stood behind Bloodsaw like an apprentice, seriously reaching out and tapping rhythmically to massage his beloved teacher's shoulders. Bloodsaw leaned against the operating table with a pale face, looking at the bandages wrapped around his stomach. Lin, you didn't leave anything inside your teacher's stomach, did you? Like scissors, balls of yarn, a needle or two, gloves, or your monocle or something like that. Lin calmly adjusted his glasses and said, guaranteed not, teacher. Learning from mistakes makes you wiser. I corrected that bad habit long ago. Bloodsaw breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. He took out a metal detector from his pocket and carefully scanned it over his stomach for a while. Only after not hearing any beeping sounds did he truly relax. Doll Mistress stared dumbfounded at this absurd scene. This. To have such preparation and understanding. And being able to precisely list various items one by one, this definitely couldn't be something summarized from just 1 or 2 experiences. What a painful lesson this must have been. I can't help but feel, this young man doesn't seem as normal as I thought. Bloodsaw exhaled, then reached out and patted Lin's shoulder, his face showing a gratified expression again. Not bad. Although you stabbed your teacher a few times, making me really want to slap you, but being able to stab so decisively without knowing who was standing outside. Really shows some of your teacher's style back in the day. You're teachable. He felt deeply gratified. Doll Mistress. Lin seriously listened to his teacher's teachings and said, how dare I forget teacher's teachings. Teacher said, late at night, no matter who comes, stab first and assess the situation later. Can't go wrong. Doll Mistress. Omega Omega. You've got to be kidding. What kind of damn teaching is this? She stared at these two serious-looking guys. Looking at Bloodsaw, who had just been stabbed and was now feeling gratified, watching Lin quickly take out a pen and seriously jot down Bloodsaw's words. She couldn't help but feel there was some kind of evil master-disciple relationship at play here. I received your letter. Bloodsaw, wrapped in bandages, closed his eyes, leaning against the operating table, and said to Lin. Thank you very much for writing me such an emotionally moving little soft article. I must say, quite effective, really managed to trick your teacher into coming over in one go. Hearing this, Lin's eyes immediately became moist. He once again remembered the experiences of these past few days. His eyes instantly turned red. Teacher, disciple, choking up, I was really scared. You don't know, after you left, I was the only one facing all kinds of monsters. Every time I finished treating them, my heart was pounding with fear. If I hadn't forced myself to stay calm, upholding the doctor's finest qualities, I'm afraid I would have already. He choked up. Ding. Bloodsaw's affection for you +1. Teacher knows now. Bloodsaw's eyes also reddened, he grabbed Lin's shoulders and said. These past few days, must have been really hard for you. It's all teacher's fault, leaving you alone in the shop, making you suffer so much hardship. Teacher, I also. Wah. Lin managed to make himself cry by pinching. Otherworld Survival Guide 2, The Crying Child Gets the Mother's Care. Bloodsaw choked up, quickly patting Lin's back, his eyes red as he comforted him. Meanwhile, Doll Mistress couldn't say a word. Wait. Bloodsaw, you blockhead, aren't you forgetting something important? Weren't you planning to call him to account when you said those things to him earlier? And you actually believe whatever he says? Doll Mistress felt an urge to go crazy. Didn't you see during the day, your disciple was riding around on a root-level entity everywhere? Did he look scared anywhere? He was clearly laughing very happily. Disciple, then what about those root headhunters? It's already spread throughout the site. Bloodsaw asked while wiping his reddened eyes. Lin said, Teacher, you already know about that. That was the second night after teacher left, a customer came to the shop to see a doctor for toothache, such a huge head, really almost scared the shit out of me. Lin wiped his tears and continued. But fortunately I was clever, adapted to the situation, helped that root-level entity cure her toothache, that's why she didn't eat me, otherwise I would have really split open. Split open. Bloodsaw's mind immediately conjured up that terrifying scene from that night. A massive ferocious head, sneering as it approached his disciple, while his disciple could only curl up in a corner trembling, just like a little girl being approached by a creepy uncle, full of helplessness. Go ahead and scream, no one will come to help you even if you scream your throat out. Saying such terrifying words. Bloodsaw trembled, just as Bloodsaw's intense, paternal affection was about to overflow. The doll mistress quickly reached out her hand, grinding her teeth with a clicking sound, and said, Wait a moment, don't get carried away just yet. What happened later? Why did we see you riding that root-level entity and completely annihilating the entire Demonkin Association? Lin was taken aback, turning to look at the 3-meter-tall lady with her curvaceous figure. He paused for a moment, then asked, Teacher, who is this? Bloodsaw looked up, closed his eyes, and said, My mistress. Smack. Lin stared in shock at his teacher, whose head was now steaming, poked him with his finger, then quickly retracted it, not daring to touch him again. The doll mistress closed her eyes, clenching her fists with a clicking sound, her chest heaving dramatically. Couldn't you use a more elegant term? Lin was astonished. So that's how it was. Truly worthy of his teacher. He actually has a habit of liking older women too. And judging by the technique involved, it probably takes decades of practice to handle this kind of relationship. Good thing he didn't have such preferences himself. Teacher is so perverted. And why does this give him a feeling reminiscent of a certain 8-foot-tall lady? This. Lin subconsciously grabbed the fly swatter on the counter. That's right. Bloodsaw climbed up from the floor, touching the steaming red handprint on his bald head, and said seriously. The Demonkin Association was such a massive organization, yet it was completely destroyed in just one day. How did you, little brat, manage to pull that off? This doesn't seem like the you I used to know. After all. In his memory, his disciple had always been a well-behaved, sensible, and very obedient good child. Lin sighed and said, "It seems you both already know about it." He let out a melancholy breath, then briefly explained his experiences over the past few days to his teacher and his mistress. Of course, he omitted many details. For example, his system, and regarding those powerful potions that could cause mutations, he explained them as something he accidentally obtained from a wandering merchant. Knew. Working hard to make the logical connections sound plausible, Lin then embellished his experiences over the past few days, telling the story in an extremely thrilling manner. After listening, both Bloodsaw and the doll mistress were filled with continuous astonishment. Especially during the part where he battled the flesh puppet, even they felt their hearts racing with fear and tension. "So this is the reason you wrote that letter to your teacher overnight?" Bloodsaw asked in amazement. Lin looked up, closed his eyes, and said mournfully, "Yes, at that time point when I wrote you the letter, your disciple truly had already accepted death, and couldn't even sleep properly. If that headhunter hadn't received my letter and been quickly coaxed into coming by me, what you'd be seeing now wouldn't be your disciple anymore. But rather a pile of flesh that couldn't even be stitched back together." Lin wiped his reddened eyes. As for what happened later, it was entirely because the Demon Kin Association was too arrogant and provoked the headhunter's family members, so their fate was pretty much sealed. Bloodsaw and the doll mistress looked at each other. It all felt quite unbelievable. Yet everything seemed to make sense without major issues. Because no matter how you thought about it, an ordinary potion shop apprentice simply couldn't possibly be connected to something as massive as the headhunters. Could it be? Was it really entirely because of this young man's quick-witted responsibility and his passionate, professional dedication? "Teacher, what about you?" Lin sat cross-legged on the floor, curiously asking. "That day you said you were going out for a while, how did you later get involved with the Demon Kin Association?" Bloodsaw smiled bitterly and said, "The trouble started because of me. You probably don't know this yet, but your teacher used to be one of the elders of the Demon Kin Association." Lin nodded, putting on an attentive expression. He wasn't surprised. From the information he had gathered over the past few days, he had actually already roughly figured out his teacher's identity. Bloodsaw looked up and said, "A few days ago, I suddenly received an invitation from an old friend, saying that some research I had been concerned about had recently made significant breakthroughs, so they wanted to invite me to the Hanging Tower for a gathering. I didn't think much of it. Although I hadn't been to the Hanging Tower for 10 years, I never would have imagined that what awaited me wasn't research discussion, but a forced takeover." The scenes from that time once again surfaced in his mind. Including himself. All the retired elders who had followed the old president in establishing the Demon Kin Association back in the day had been invited to the Hanging Tower. And it was there that the heart-devouring demon, who had already inherited the position of association president, announced to them the restart of the Colossus Project. The Colossus Project? Lin asked doubtfully, his heart stirring slightly. "Yes." Bloodsaw sighed, his voice low and deep. "Since the Demon Kin Association is gone anyway, there's no harm in telling you." He then proceeded to explain the general outline of the Colossus Project to Lin in detail. Starting from when they discovered artifacts from a fallen technological civilization, all the way to when they deciphered various technologies and knowledge from them. And all the knowledge pointed to that creation manufactured by that technological civilization 3,000 years ago. The Colossus. "Although we didn't fully understand it," Bloodsaw said gravely. "But through subsequent research and analysis, both we and the President vaguely realized that this Colossus, which had shattered in our world, might even possess terrifying power surpassing the root level. And what was most frightening was that the Colossus was actually man-made, a terrifying weapon combining machinery and flesh. Can you imagine what that meant for an organization deeply researching machinery and modifications?" Lin's gaze turned profound. Fanaticism. Yes. This was like a group of Lilicons imprisoned in a dark cage with only male creatures around them, suddenly one day catching a glimpse of an adorable little girl appearing before them through a crack. That kind of excitement and wildness was absolutely something ordinary perverts couldn't comprehend. It was practically like light. I understand. Lin nodded. Bloodsaw took a deep breath and said, so the Colossus project was born. All resources began flowing toward that project. We searched throughout the entire world for fragments of that Colossus, fervently wanting to reassemble it. This continued for over 100 years. Lin's heart stirred slightly as he asked, then why was it shelved later? Bloodsaw's expression turned complicated, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, and said. Because we deciphered some things. A war. A vast war that stretched across countless worlds and countless civilizations. At that specific point 3,000 years ago. It erupted. And that technological civilization possessing the Colossus could already be considered one of the peak civilizations standing at the highest point among countless worlds at that time. With the support of Colossus technology, they could even rival gods. But even so, they failed. Their entire civilization was destroyed, and their proud flesh and machine Colossus shattered with a rumble, falling into this dark world. Bloodsaw said with complexity, the curse. We had a strong premonition. If we truly managed to recreate the Colossus in this world one day, some terrible curse would be triggered. Like some existence wouldn't allow the Colossus to reappear. 3,000 years ago. Another 3,000 years ago. Lin pondered upon hearing this. Because Titan Head had also mentioned that at that exact moment 3,000 years ago, they had fallen from a higher world into this darkness. And it was also at that moment that they were nearly exterminated, even beheaded. Could it be that the Colossus from the technological civilization discovered by the Demon-Kin Association, which had also fallen, was related to the war experienced by Titan Head's family? Bloodsaw closed his eyes and said, and it was precisely because of that strong premonition that we temporarily shelved the Colossus project and divided the important Colossus fragments we collected among us elders for safekeeping. Lin suddenly remembered a certain creature in the backyard and exclaimed in surprise. Little treasure. Bloodsaw was taken aback, you actually know. Without another word, Lin quickly stood up, dashed to the backyard in a flash, followed by the sound of the cellar door being pried open, and then came a series of angry hissing sounds from inside. The next moment. Under the stunned gazes of Bloodsaw and the doll mistress. Lin came running over while holding a large, struggling, angry tongue, slapping sounds accompanying his steps, and declared firmly. Yeah, I roughly guessed it, because the only valuable thing in our potion shop is probably this guy. Hiss, hiss, angry. Ding. Little Treasure's affinity towards you -1. Little Treasure kept twisting its slippery body, angrily denouncing Lin's crimes. Bloodsaw said in amazement, it's only been a few days since I last saw you, and you're already this familiar? Lin nodded, holding it like a large, slippery eel, and said. Yeah, when that flesh puppet came before, Little Treasure helped me a lot. We're practically confidants now. Hiss, hiss, angry. Bloodsaw nodded and said, well, your guess is correct. It's a component of the Colossus I brought back from the association back then. Don't think it's just a tongue, it has a very strong sense of self-awareness. Among all the various components we found back then, it was the most mischievous one, Reno-S. Lin, puzzled while holding Little Treasure, asked in surprise. Teacher, are you saying that every component separated from the Colossus possesses its own independent consciousness? Bloodsaw fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Correct, it's very bizarre, but in this dark world, it's not exactly unheard of. And without exception, they are all inextricably linked to the curse. After roughly explaining the Colossus project, he then recounted how he narrowly escaped death fleeing the Demon-Kin Association, and how, during the difficult journey while being pursued, he was rescued by the doll mistress who had rushed over after receiving news. All the way until Protocol 0 of the Hanging Tower was triggered. Lin took a deep breath and said, Teacher, what are your plans after this? The Demon-Kin Association has been destroyed, you should still continue staying here with your disciple, right? Because he vaguely sensed some thoughts in his teacher's mind. Bloodsaw remained silent for a while. I did think about living a few peaceful days, but this time I probably won't stay here for long. Lin was astonished. Bloodsaw gave a bitter smile and said, the Demon-Kin Association has been wiped out, but many of the research achievements within the association were painstakingly built by us elders over the years. I absolutely cannot let those achievements fall into the wrong hands or be lost. Although the Hanging Tower was destroyed, the various branches of the association throughout the Dark World still remain. And not long ago, he received news that before the Hanging Tower was destroyed, that heart-devouring demon had transferred most of the association's data to several secret bases. Although their ideologies differed, their fervor for knowledge was equally intense. And as one of the few remaining elders of the Demonkin Association, he couldn't allow those precious knowledges to be destroyed along with the association's downfall. Bloodsaw stood up, patted Lin's shoulder, and said seriously, "I really misjudged you before. From your experiences these past few days, it's clear you already possess the ability and qualification to stand on your own. And rather than wasting your life following your teacher, you'd be better off carving your own path. Don't worry, your teacher will always be that great man standing behind you, and I believe that in the future, you will definitely have a place at the peak of this dark world." Lin stared blankly at the serious yet gentle expression on his teacher's rugged face. For a moment, Lin felt an indescribable warmth. Yes. 2 years. Falling into such a pitch-black world devoid of sunlight. Terrifying, bizarre, absurd. His worldview was shattered time and again, his perceptions challenged repeatedly. If it weren't for the constant protection of his burly teacher, helping him learn to adapt, change, and understand within this darkness, he probably would have died on the second day after crossing over. Thinking of all those experiences over the past 2 years, Lin finally curved the corners of his mouth into a smile and closed his eyes. Ah, yes. I've finally received my teacher's approval after all. He opened his eyes with a smile, reached out his hand towards Bloodsaw, a determined smile flickering in his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, teacher. Although I, Lin, may not have much talent, I promise you, I will definitely make the Bloodsaw Potion Shop the best potion shop in this dark world. And I will definitely make myself the most healing doctor in this dark world." Looking at the confident young smile on Lin's face and his spirited declaration, the doll mistress stared blankly, feeling her heart thumping wildly. Indeed, youth is wonderful. Even though he seemed so abnormal before, suddenly acting normal like this, there's an indescribable handsomeness and vitality rushing towards you. Even an old woman like me feels her heart pounding wildly. He really is quite handsome. If it weren't for already having that old fellow Bloodsaw, I'd be tempted to lure him into a little dark room and pamper him properly. Her mind immediately conjured up indescribable images of an old cow eating tender grass. The doll mistress quickly shook her head, discarding those bizarre thoughts from her mind. Putting on a serious face. No. That would be too much. Such a vibrant young man, if not saved for my own daughters, that would truly be unjustifiable. A plan immediately began forming in her mind. Time flew by quickly. After finishing their conversation, they temporarily settled down here. Both Bloodsaw and Lin returned to their respective rooms. Soon, thunderous snoring like beating drums came from Bloodsaw's room, while the doll mistress in the neighboring guest room found herself unable to sleep. Wearing her spacious nightgown, holding her ample chest, she paced back and forth thoughtfully in the guest room. She was still thinking about what method to use to reasonably connect Bloodsaw's disciple with her daughters. Directly bringing it up definitely wouldn't work. After all, just meeting for the first time and immediately saying you want to introduce him to several girlfriends would be rather abrupt. And if Bloodsaw found out, he would certainly firmly oppose it. Because wanting to help her daughters break the bloodline curse would indeed cause significant negative effects on the cursebreaker. Since Bloodsaw loves his disciples so much, he definitely wouldn't agree to this matter. In that case, she could only find an alternative approach. After thinking for a moment, an idea slowly formed in her mind. Since he's a doctor, he definitely wouldn't refuse a patient's plea for help, right? Especially when it's a request in the name of Auntie, he would surely help selflessly, right? Thinking this, a sly smile appeared on her face. And once he helps, then she could reasonably, under the pretext of gratitude, give him some slightly valuable rewards. This is also perfectly reasonable, right? He dash. She covered her mouth and snickered. Having decided this, she immediately quietly pushed open the door, glanced towards Bloodsaw's room in the distance where snoring resonated like thunder, then swaggered, towards Lin's attic. Knock knock knock. 3 knocks on the door. Lin, who had been lying on the bed resting with his eyes closed, instantly sat up straight like a zombie. Lin, it's your auntie. Are you there? Lin was taken aback. Auntie? That old flame of his teacher. What was she doing here so late at night? He quickly got out of bed and walked to the front door, hesitantly peeking through a small hole in the door panel to look outside. Instantly, a breathtakingly ample view reflected in Lin's pupils. Whoosh! Lin's eyes widened as he pulled the door open and said. Teacher's wife, what brings you here so late? The doll mistress stood before Lin with a smile, her 3-meter-tall frame making Lin appear particularly miniature. She was about to speak when she noticed 2 streams of blood trickling from Lin's nose and asked curiously. Lin, your nose seems to be bleeding. Lin wiped the blood away, rubbed his temples, and said calmly. It's nothing, just a bit of internal heat lately. I'll be fine after some rest. The doll mistress didn't think too much about it, her smiling eyes scanning Lin up and down, finding him increasingly full of vitality and strikingly handsome. However, the doll mistress hadn't forgotten her main purpose for visiting. It's like this. The doll mistress showed slight discomfort on her face, holding her forehead and appearing weak as she said. I've been running around outside these past few days, especially after helping your teacher deal with those demon-kin association puppets, my energy just won't recover. My whole body aches, my limbs feel weak, and I can't sleep at all during the night. I don't know what's wrong, so I wanted to ask you to take a look at me, auntie. Ding! Host triggered task, help the doll mistress check her body. Task reward, 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, high probability of triggering special rewards. There's actually a high probability of triggering special rewards. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately stepped aside without hesitation and said. Auntie, please come in quickly. Then he felt somewhat puzzled. If this lady was feeling unwell, why didn't she go see his teacher instead? His teacher's medical skills were far superior to his own. But soon he heard his teacher's thunderous snoring coming from outside. All right. Probably because she knew he was still awake and didn't want to disturb his teacher, especially since the teacher had just finished surgery. Click. After inviting the doll mistress inside, Lin turned and closed the door. As soon as he turned around, Lin immediately saw the doll mistress stretching vigorously with a big yawn, making a strange, comfortable sound, causing her ample curves to surge like tidal waves. RO section. The sight made Lin's heart race wildly. Damn. Auntie, take it easy. Do you know how much psychological impact displaying your figure so casually in front of a young man can cause? But Lin was, after all, a doctor, and quickly regained his composure. He quickly put on his white coat, pulled out a chair and sat opposite the doll mistress, calmly taking out paper and pen as he inquired. Auntie, where exactly do you feel unwell? Could you tell me specifically? The doll mistress secretly observed Lin's reaction while holding her forehead and said weakly. My head feels heavy, my back aches, my muscles are sore, everything hurts, and for some reason, I just feel like I have no strength. Lin thought while recording, could you be overworked? Haven't had adequate rest and recovery these past few days? The doll mistress tugged at the collar of her pajamas and said weakly. I'm not really sure, even though my sleep quality has been quite good. I just can't muster any strength. She seemed to be feeling hot as she pulled at her collar, making Lin's heart race again. Lin quickly snapped back to attention. He thought for a moment and said seriously, how about this, auntie, let me check your pulse to see what's really going on. The doll mistress smiled while holding her forehead, that would be wonderful. With that, the doll mistress rolled up her sleeve and weakly extended her hand. She secretly glanced at Lin with amusement. Of course, she wasn't actually sick. She just wanted to use this pretext to connect him with her daughters. He definitely wouldn't be able to diagnose anything, and later she would just have him prescribe some blood-activating, stasis-removing supplements, or give her a massage or some physical therapy. Then she could reasonably give him a thank you gift. Perfect. Lin reached out and placed his fingers on her wrist, closing his eyes to carefully sense her pulse. After about 10 seconds, Lin showed a puzzled expression. Because the pulse feedback indicated everything was normal, with no abnormalities whatsoever. But that couldn't be right. If she were truly overworked, the pulse should have given some indication, but there was none. Had his diagnostic ability declined? "Doctor, how is it? Is it serious?" the doll mistress asked, worriedly. Lin came back to his senses and said thoughtfully, "Wait a moment, pulse feedback takes some time, don't rush." Lin narrowed his eyes, then opened his system panel. Since pulse diagnosis couldn't reveal anything, he would activate his diagnostic skill. After all, for most creatures in this world, it was difficult to determine symptoms using human diagnostic methods. Ding! You are using the passive diagnostic effect of random diagnosis technique. Would you like to activate it immediately? Yes. And in that instant, Lin's ears immediately rang with a series of system notification dings. Ding! You discovered target disease, bone compression. Ding! You discovered target disease, flesh pathology. Ding! You discovered target disease, bloodline curse, residual. Lin jolted, immediately standing up and gazing intently at the doll mistress before him. The doll mistress was taken aback. "Huh? What's wrong?" Lin looked at her seriously and said deeply, "Auntie, you're quite seriously ill." A few minutes later, in the potion shop's front hall, the doll mistress sat bewildered at the counter, watching Lin rapidly searching through various medicinal ingredients in the cabinets. "Wait. This isn't right. I'm not actually sick at all, I just wanted to use this pretext to connect my daughters with him. How come after a simple diagnosis, it seems like I'm critically ill? Lin. What exactly is going on? Shouldn't Auntie just be overworked?" She looked at the grave and serious expression on Lin's face, her eyes widening as she inexplicably began to feel somewhat nervous. Not overwork. Lin carried a large pile of medicinal ingredients, turned around deeply, and put on his monocle. He sat back down at the counter, placed the ingredients aside, and looked at her seriously. "Auntie, first let me ask you, and you need to be completely honest with me. In recent years, have you frequently felt a strong sense of weight bearing down on your entire skeleton? During high-intensity activities, have you often felt like your body might collapse at any moment, requiring long periods of rest to recover?" The doll mistress was stunned. Not at all. What nonsense. She was the mistress of Doll Manor. Although she hadn't reached monarch level, few in the dark world dared to provoke her. If there were truly some serious illness in her body, wouldn't she have noticed it herself? She became doubtful, her perception of the young man before her beginning to waver with distrust. She wasn't sick at all. Could he really be fabricating some illness through his diagnosis? Lin adjusted his monocle and gazed at her deeply. "No, madam, it's not that the symptoms aren't there, but rather they're being masked by something, making it difficult for you to notice the symptoms appearing in your body." The doll mistress said doubtfully, "What nonsense are you talking? Don't try to fool me. Even your teacher wouldn't dare fool me." Lin's gaze remained serious. "Madam, let me ask you another question. What form does your power take?" The doll mistress frowned. She lightly raised a finger, and a mysterious black halo instantly appeared at her fingertip. "Cursed arts, why?" Cursed arts, a mysterious magical energy existing in the dark world, a type of secret power often used by wizards, demons, warlocks, and others. Lin said calmly, "Madam, have you been maintaining vast reserves of cursed art energy within your body for many years?" The doll mistress raised an eyebrow, "Yes." Lin adjusted his monocle and said profoundly, "Then what about situations without the support of cursed art energy? Have you experienced those?" The doll mistress was taken aback. This was indeed something she had never experienced before. Ever since she transformed from a doll into a flesh and blood body, because she lost the energy storage method of her doll form, she could only use her own body as a container for storing cursed art secret energy. letting the cursed arts flow through her entire body. This allowed her to unleash immense combat power at any time. Lin looked at her deeply and said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's the power brought by the cursed art secret energy within your body that's masking certain pathological changes in your body. If you don't believe me, you can temporarily suppress the cursed arts and then check your condition again." The doll mistress was half convinced and half doubting. She confirmed repeatedly. Bloodsaw's apprentice shouldn't be lying to her or playing tricks on her. Because she really couldn't think of any reason why he would. Could he really have detected something from her body? This. Impossible. But she still extended her hand with uncertainty, quickly making several mysterious gestures. With a rumbling halo glowing across her body, the secret energy flowing in her blood vessels rapidly gathered in front of her chest at a visible speed. Using a special method, she temporarily transferred all the secret energy in her body to her heart. This way, except for her heart, all parts of her body had become flesh and blood forms without secret energy protection. And almost at the moment of removal, the doll mistress's expression suddenly shook. Cough dash. Her face changed dramatically as she suddenly coughed, a tremendous pressure spreading from the bones throughout her body straight to her brain. Her bones seemed unable to bear the weight, faintly creaking and cracking. Her muscles also became stiff and sluggish. In that instant, she even experienced a massive illusion, as if she had returned to her doll form from years past, as if she had never become flesh and blood. RNO yes. How could this? She said in shock. Lin narrowed his eyes deeply, adjusted his glasses, and browsed through the system's disease description in his mind, saying, "Madam, if I'm not mistaken, you weren't originally a flesh and blood body from the beginning, were you? According to my diagnosis, there should be some residual curse hidden within your body, gradually eroding it bit by bit, causing pathological changes to occur subtly. The most direct manifestation is its effect on your bones and flesh." Lin rested his chin on his hand, speaking seriously. "Your bones and flesh seem to be transforming toward the state of wood and fiber." Ding! Doll Mistress SAN-10. The doll mistress trembled violently throughout her body. This can't be, the blood source curse was clearly lifted. Wood and fiber. Her mind almost instantly recalled her state before meeting Bloodsaw. A puppet. A monster using wood as bones, plant fibers and resin as muscle filler. Her face turned pale. Lin said calmly, "This transformation has probably been going on for many years. The reason you couldn't detect it is because you've become accustomed to using cursed art secret energy to drive your body, rather than relying on the body itself. And this has actually further led to the weakening of your body. While enhanced with secret energy, you might not feel anything abnormal, but once you encounter special circumstances where the secret energy is exhausted, this physical pathology will immediately bring you strong backlash." Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "If this is discovered decades later, by that time, I'm afraid your body would immediately collapse as soon as you release the secret energy." Buzz. The doll mistress's mind instantly went blank. She murmured, moving her lips, but couldn't utter a single word. This. How could this be? She had only wanted to pretend to be sick, then let this young man give her a simple massage, prescribe some medicine, and then naturally use this as an excuse to matchmake him with her daughters. How did a casual diagnosis from him actually reveal a bunch of real illnesses? She felt like crying but had no tears. "But don't worry." Lin glanced at her and said, "Fortunately, Auntie, you met me. Maybe this is fate, seems like heaven destined me to help you cure your condition." "That's right. It must be fate. Otherwise, why would this lady come to his room secretly in the middle of the night to have him examine her? Could his luck with women be so strong that even his teacher's wife would want to drag him into a dark room for some shameful play after just one look? Common sense said it was impossible." The doll mistress immediately turned pale, grabbed Lin's hand, and pulled it to her chest, saying, "Really? Child, can you really cure Auntie? Don't worry, if you can really cure Auntie, then Auntie will agree to anything you want, even if we quietly, roll in the sheets or something, Auntie won't refuse to cooperate." Lin. Holy crap. This immediately hit my moral blind spot. Damn. Is this world so open? Auntie, don't say such strange things. If you keep this up, I won't dare treat you anymore. Lin coughed, struggling to pull his hand back, saying. No need for rolling in the sheets, I'm still a very proper young man, can't handle 2 taboo experiments, and also. My orientation doesn't allow me to choose something too large. Compared to a robust girl like you, Auntie, I still prefer. Of course, he didn't dare say those last 2 sentences. Alright, let's talk business first. Lin adjusted his monocle, calmly picked up the quill, and said. I detected some residual curse in your body, Auntie, which means you must have used some method before to remove the curse's influence on you. Can you tell me what method that was? So I can prescribe the right treatment. This method wasn't mentioned in the system's diagnostic description. The doll mistress was momentarily stunned, then her pale face actually turned slightly red, saying. Are you sure you want me to say it? Lin opened his dead fish eyes, calmly raised his head and said, Of course, I'm a doctor, a white-robed angel, I must understand enough of the situation to prescribe the right treatment for you, understand? The doll mistress nodded hesitantly. Then, with a slightly red face, she said, Actually, it's quite simple. In our school's inherited method for curse removal, as long as you can find a being with whom you share strong affection, then at a moment of emotional outburst. Let the other person fiercely send you to the peak of ecstasy. She looked seriously at the gradually stupefied Lin, raising one finger as she said. When you're very high, you can suppress the blood source curse within your body. Clatter. The quill in Lin's hand fell to the ground. He looked completely stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The doll mistress leaned forward seriously and said, It has to be when you're very high. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. Do you know what very high means? Lin said, Probably not what I'm thinking, right? The doll mistress nodded vigorously, seriously saying, That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking. Silence fell all around. Lin sat stupefied on the counter, while the massive doll mistress leaned forward, gazing at him with burning eyes. With just a slight downward glance, Lin could see under the collar of her nightgown. The scene couldn't be more bizarre. Lin rubbed his eyes hard, leaning back with a pained expression, saying. Then why don't you go try it again with my teacher? The doll mistress said fervently, When I was a wooden doll, I didn't know beauty from ugliness, but now I deeply regret it. Plus, your teacher can't make me very high anymore. Why? Because he has a bit of a problem. Lin said blankly, What problem? The doll mistress, as if remembering something very unpleasant, narrowed her eyes and said. That problem you men fear the most. Buzz. Lin's gaze instantly went vacant. This kind of explosive and terrifying news was like a nuclear bomb being dropped into a fish pond, blasting out countless irradiated, cooked fish. This probably wasn't information a disciple was supposed to know, right? No way. It can't be. Omega. Teacher. I swear to you, I really didn't find out on purpose. In my heart, you've always been a robust and invincible man. Wait a moment, let me sort this out first. Lin stretched out a hand, quickly regaining his composure, and struggled to calm his expression. He immediately called up in his mind the solutions the system had provided him for those symptoms. Emotion, extreme point, blankness, suppression. Lin captured those key words. He frowned, brainstorming intensely. Madam, let me ask one more question. Have you ever considered that lifting the curse inside you might not necessarily require but might just need an emotional trigger point? Do you think that's a possibility? The doll mistress sat down, crossing her arms over her chest, and said with closed eyes. Of course I've thought of that, but things aren't as simple as you imagine. To be honest with you, before I met your teacher, my original form was a wooden puppet entangled with curses. Lin was taken aback. And puppets have no emotions, no morals, no shame, no joy, and no sorrow. Or rather, it's not that they don't have them at all, but they are just very difficult to stimulate. She opened her eyes, her voice becoming softer. And our lineage chose the gentlest method, to find a trustworthy flesh and blood creature, gradually build bonds with them, then little by little, through interaction, draw out our own emotions, and finally, during have a complete outburst, thereby completing the transformation. Her gaze was profound. Besides this method, there are others, but they are all too cruel. For example, through immense torment, making the puppet feel the most painful despair and resentment that could also complete the transformation. Or, personally destroying everything she cares about right in front of her friends, her former family, everything she loves and cherishes amidst extreme grief, she would also have a high probability of transforming. Rho. Compared to these extreme methods, completing the transformation amidst happiness is actually the best way. Because for them during their puppet phase, the so-called is actually a trigger for inner emotions. The deeper the emotional bond, the more happiness they can feel during Lin pondered. So that's how it is. Then he lifted his head and said deeply, but it seems now that this method isn't permanent either. At the very least, your curse hasn't been completely eradicated now. The doll mistress said with closed eyes and a cold laugh, for that, you'll have to ask your teacher. Lin. He thought. Then he seriously lifted his head and said, I suddenly thought of a question. If, during the puppet phase, due to special structures and some deep, mysterious reasons, you could only feel the happiness of when emotions were triggered. Smack. Lin slapped his forehead in frustration. Damn. What am I even doing? Discussing how to quietly behind my teacher and teacher's wife's backs in the dead of night like this, no matter how you think about it, it's just weird. So embarrassing. And then? The doll mistress waited curiously. Lin struggled to restrain the rhetoric in his heart, kept a straight face, and said calmly. But teacher's wife, you are no longer a puppet now, so doesn't that mean you no longer need emotional triggers at all, right? Emotions triggered purely by the body should also be able to suppress that curse, shouldn't they? The doll mistress was startled. Would you like to give it a try? Lin stood up deeply, the outline of his collarbone clearly visible from his neckline. The doll mistress stared blankly, looking Lin up and down, her heart suddenly starting to pound wildly. How do we try? Could it be? Has Bloodsaw's disciple suddenly become enlightened? Does he really want to, with me? This is too forbidden. A few minutes later. Potion room. Lin stood calmly before the alchemy cauldron, slowly stirring the thick, bubbling liquid inside. The doll mistress sat there with closed eyes, arms crossed, a look of disappointment and displeasure on her face, a few black lines appearing above her head. It's potion making? Lin asked, puzzled, what else? The doll mistress said with closed eyes, I thought it was. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity towards you -1. Lin looked utterly bewildered, a head full of question mark. No way, teacher's wife, you didn't really think I'd become perverted enough to use my own body to help you suppress the curse, did you? Forget whether teacher would kill me or not, even if I had the ability, I don't have the capital for that. I can't just, my own. It seems I actually could. Lin shook his head rapidly, dispelling the strange thoughts, then pulled out a small vial of potion from his robe, squinted, and poured it into the large cauldron. Plop. A wisp of pink smoke rose up, transforming into a heart shape. Passionate succubus perfume, X1. This was an item he had exchanged from the system shop last time and never had a chance to use. And now, it was finally coming in handy. He quickly bottled the potion and sealed it. Lin turned around, looking at the doll mistress opposite him, and said calmly. Teacher's wife, we can begin. More than 10 minutes later. Operating table. The doll mistress sat on the operating table in surprise, watching as Lin raised the table and adjusted it into a semi-reclining position. Then she saw Lin use the handcuffs on the operating table to shackle her hands and feet. You play this wild? Lin calmly adjusted his glasses and shook his head, Madam, please don't say strange things randomly. This is a safety measure to prevent you from moving around. Lin squinted, picking up a syringe. And to prevent accidents, I will temporarily inject a certain dose of anesthetic into your limbs. But all of this is for the ultimate treatment. Do you still wish to continue? The doll mistress hesitated, then said, if it can suppress the curse, then whatever it takes. Lin nodded. Then he placed the dozens of potions he had just brewed in front of her. Madam, drink these potions. If you can last until dawn, I guarantee the curse inside you will be suppressed significantly. But please remember, do not cry out too loudly. The doll mistress looked at the pink potions and asked hesitantly. So what exactly is this medicine? Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, I'll tell you after your curse is suppressed. Because it's really hard to say it out loud. After all, this was his first time refining something like this, he wasn't very skilled at it. Gulp, gulp. A few minutes later, the doll mistress had drunk all the potions, and Lin had also administered large doses of anesthetic to her arms and legs. All right. Lin walked calmly to the door, turning his head to look at the doll mistress lying on the operating table. The effects will kick in soon. But please remember, everything is a necessary sacrifice made to suppress the curse. Because I couldn't think of a better method, I could only resort to this last resort. Madam, I believe you can endure it. The doll mistress was astonished and was about to ask more when Lin slammed the door shut with a bang. Lin quickly locked the operating room door, swiftly grabbed wooden planks and nails, nailed the door shut with several loud bangs, then rushed back to the attic, stuffed cotton balls in his ears, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. Time passed quickly. About 10 minutes later. From the operating room downstairs, there immediately came, downstairs in the operating room, a series of high-pitched, indescribable screams could be heard. Lin! You bastard! You actually gave me, beep, medicine. Ah! Damn it! Help, save me! I can't take it anymore. You're finished. You're done for. I will definitely not let you get away with this, eek. Wah! The sharp, furious, fragmented cries continued to echo from downstairs. Simultaneously, Lin's ears were constantly bombarded with system notifications. Ding! Doll mistress's affinity towards you -1. Ding! Doll mistress's affinity towards you -1. Ding! Doll mistress's terror towards you +10. Ding! Doll mistress's terror towards you equals 11. Various prompts kept flooding Lin's eardrums, but he kept his eyes closed, stuffed cotton in his ears, and feigned sleep, selectively tuning everything out. Gradually, as time passed, the furious, fragmented speech finally lost all coherent meaning. Doctor, good doctor. Good boy. I'm begging you. Quick, come into this room. No other meaning. Really, just come keep me company and talk. I'm serious, woo-woo. I can't. Really can't take it. If you're embarrassed, go call your teacher, that would work too, woo-woo. But Lin kept his eyes shut, hearing nothing. As a doctor, Lin had to maintain his professional integrity. This was only the first treatment session. Based on that dosage, it would probably last at least 4 or 5 more hours. Lin counted silently in his heart, waiting for time to pass. Ding! Your mission target's current status has changed, mental blackout. Ding! Your mission target status has changed, convulsing unconsciousness. Ding! Your mission target status has changed, awakening. Accompanied by the constant system prompts in his mind. Time flowed swiftly. And it wasn't just the Bloodsaw potion shop, the entire Wandering Souls alley experienced a sleepless night. The next day. Sight. Blood dull, listless, can I timidly ask, which sister or auntie, stayed up all night without sleeping? Book ghost, simply outrageous. Beyond endurance. In all of Wandering Souls alley, can't we even find one quiet desk? Bell ringer, really can't take it anymore, is it really possible to last that long? All the way until morning, whose subordinate is this, so remarkably vigorous? Rab. Skeleton demon, he seems like I'm the only one unaffected. Scavenger, sigh, getting old, can't bear hearing such things, but still have to say, that young lady should really restrain herself. Continuous vocalization for 5 or 6 hours is truly excessive. Evil Spirit Queen, why do I keep feeling it's coming from the potion shop? No. I need to find a chance to go check it out. Single Ghost, oh. Morning in Wandering Souls Alley was deserted. In the rolling black mist, the occasional ghostly figures that appeared all looked listless and dazed. An entire night of bombardment. This really wasn't something ordinary beings could withstand. Not to mention, the sound waves came in successive waves, each stronger than the last, with overlapping echoes. The penetration power was just too strong. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. 21,598. 21,599. 21,600. About time. Having silently counted for 6 hours, Lin opened his eyes and calmly got up from the bed. Putting on his white coat, mask, and gloves, Lin quickly went downstairs and arrived at the operating room door, prying off all the boards nailed over it. He paused, then knocked. Knock knock knock. Auntie, how are you feeling? Lin inquired kindly. No response came from inside. After much hesitation, Lin finally took out the key from his pocket and decided to open the door to check. The moment he stepped inside, Lin saw that the operating table was empty and showed signs of damage, clearly from Doll Mistress breaking free after the anesthesia wore off. And in the very next moment, Lin immediately spotted Doll Mistress leaning in the corner by the operating table, staring blankly, disheveled, cheeks flushed, just leaning there. Her body twitched occasionally, looking completely broken. As for the scene inside the room, it was beyond description. To summarize: complete chaos. Lin quickly adjusted his monocle, swiftly walked over to the dazed Doll Mistress, calmly set down his medical bag, took out a stethoscope, and carefully listened to her heart rhythm. Then he checked her pulse to conduct a comprehensive examination and diagnosis. Heart rhythm is fast, probably a reaction to prolonged adrenaline surge. Fibrosis in bones and flesh shows significant reversal. Signs of substantial weakening of the internal curse, indicating the treatment is indeed effective. A pleased smile appeared on Lin's face. He reached out and shook Doll Mistress's hand. Good news. Auntie, the hidden ailments in your body are gradually improving. After a few more treatment sessions, I believe the curse within you will be completely suppressed. Doll Mistress's body visibly shuddered violently, especially when Lin shook her hand, as if she'd naturally developed a conditioned reflex. Doll Mistress murmured dazedly, "You're a devil." Ding. Host completed mission, physical examination. You received mission reward, 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic EXP, special reward X1. Ding. Congratulations on triggering achievement, Women's Lifelong Enemy. You received 200 basic EXP. Women's Lifelong Enemy, special achievement, obtainable with probability when reaching an indescribable stage with one or multiple members of the opposite sex through any form or means in any situation. One shouldn't, at least not like this. You received permanent bonuses, stamina plus 10, constitution plus 10, happiness plus 10. Ding. Congratulations on triggering stage achievement, proper pharmacist, 1. You received 300 basic EXP. Proper pharmacist, 1 stage achievement, obtainable with probability when successfully creating one or multiple spring potions. This indicates you've developed more peculiar directions and functions in the field of pharmacology. You received high-quality reward, risque potion recipe X1. Lin was stunned. A double achievement? 2 achievements at once. Quite rare. Lin numbly and automatically ignored all the system's explanations about achievements, directly retrieving the reward the system had just given him. Risque potion formula. Quality, high grade. Introduction: people shouldn't, or at least ought not to, whoever researched this potion deserves death, but that doesn't mean it isn't an excellent potion. However, precisely because its potency is extremely strong, please be sure to use it appropriately. Don't chug an entire bottle at once, or you'll bear the consequences yourself. Formula: Succubus Bodily Fluid X1, Hell Spark Bud X5, Slime Mucus X1, Spider Demon Sac Fluid X1, etc. Lin. As expected, Lin had roughly figured out the system's pattern by now. If you engaged in certain types of activities, the rewards the system gave you would most likely be related to that area. However, he probably wouldn't have any use for such a strange potion formula. After all, such an improper potion really didn't match his attributes at all. More than 10 minutes later, in front of the main hall counter, Lin calmly handed a cup of strong tea to the doll mistress sitting opposite him. Although she had already regained consciousness, her gaze remained somewhat dazed, her body trembling intermittently, and her skin was completely flushed red. There might still be some residual effects from the medicine, but it's not a big problem. I've prepared some revitalizing and mind-clearing potions for you. After you drink this tea, you'll sober up quickly. Thank you. The doll mistress dazedly held the miniature teacup. Her mind was still a complete mess. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he placed his hands crossed on the table, saying, "Auntie, how do you feel? Has the curse within your body been suppressed now?" After finishing the tea, the doll mistress felt waves of cool energy rushing straight to her brain, allowing her consciousness to recover rapidly. She murmured while holding the teacup, "It seems, it really worked. The abnormalities in my muscles and bones are indeed much better than yesterday." Are a Nigerian Naira. Lin smiled and said, "That's treating the right illness with the right medicine. Curses are different from other things, the key lies in finding the appropriate breakthrough." The doll mistress recalled the nightmare she endured throughout the entire previous night. She still instinctively shuddered. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he placed his hands crossed on the table, saying, "Using that utterly detestable potion did indeed achieve better results than dual exercises. Usually, just as your mind went blank, the second wave would immediately follow. But she swore. That feeling was like having countless ants crawling all over, feeling extremely unpleasant." Lin smiled and said, "That's treating the right illness with the right medicine. Curses are different from other things, the key lies in finding the appropriate breakthrough." Because it truly felt like breaking down completely. She vigorously shook her head, casting that terrifying sensation out of her mind, then turned her flickering gaze onto Lin's smiling face. However, although using that kind of potion on her for treatment was truly quite despicable, this young man actually managed to resist the urge not to sneak in quietly. Because she swore. In that state at the time, if he had really entered the operating room, she definitely wouldn't have been able to restrain herself. Whether something would have happened then, that would have been truly hard to say. For a moment, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin suddenly contained some indescribable ambiguity and affection. Lin maintained his composure. But he probably already knew what the doll mistress was thinking. What a joke. Although I, Lin, might occasionally be improper, even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Although using that kind of potion on her for treatment was truly quite despicable. Just imagining it feels terrifying, okay. Lin absolutely did not want to have any further entanglement with this lady. After this, he must maintain a firm distance and absolutely not give her any opportunity whatsoever. By the way, Bloodsaw. The one I called yesterday, I mean, he actually didn't hear anything. The doll mistress inquired curiously. Lin closed his eyes and said, "Don't worry, to prevent some difficult-to-explain misunderstandings from occurring, I gave my teacher a small amount of sleeping pills. Teacher slept very soundly." Lin stretched out his foot, instinctively moving a large pile of empty bottles and jars under the counter to a more concealed position. The doll mistress teased, "Quite considerate, aren't you? You actually dared to drug your own teacher." Lin. Otherwise? Should I have let teacher wake up and see you trapped on the operating table in that wanton state? I guarantee teacher would have come charging with a knife that very day. Rather than explaining after a misunderstanding occurs, it's better to strangle the misunderstanding in its cradle. After experiencing that practical lesson with little one, Lin had long since learned to be shrewd. However, no matter what, I still want to thank you. The doll mistress smiled, propping her chin on her hand. If you hadn't detected those issues for me, perhaps by the time I discovered them myself, it would have been beyond help. Just from this point alone, you truly are more outstanding than your teacher. Speak up, silly boy, what reward do you want? Lin calmly shook his head and said, you belong to my teacher, how could I accept payment from you? That would be a joke, wouldn't it? Heh. Lin closed his eyes and said, don't worry, to prevent some difficult-to-explain misunderstandings from occurring, I gave my teacher a small amount of sleeping pills. Teacher slept very soundly. Lin stretched out his foot, instinctively moving a large pile of empty bottles and jars under the counter to a more concealed position. That won't do. One should repay kindness. How about this, if you don't want money, I'll give you something else instead. Lin was startled. He instantly recalled the special reward mentioned in the system prompt. Could it be referring to this? Lin asked hesitantly, what is it? The doll mistress curled the corner of her mouth, slowly extending her palm. Strands of mysterious cursed arts ripples swirled above her hand. Tap. A thin booklet engraved with demonic patterns appeared in her hand. Under Lin's curious gaze, she pushed the booklet towards him with a faint smile, saying, I believe you'll definitely be very interested. Your teacher will be going to search for the Demon Kin Association's legacy in a few days. When that time comes, you'll be the only one left here in Wandering Souls Alley. Although I know you're good friends with those 3 headhunters, they certainly can't stay by your side all the time, right? The news of the Demon Kin Association's destruction has already spread through the site. Many ill-intentioned creatures will definitely come here to investigate then. Wouldn't you like to have more means to protect yourself? Lin looked down and picked up the thin booklet. Several large characters on the title page immediately caught his eye. Doll Manor, Comprehensive Doll Manual. Dolls? Lin was puzzled. He opened the first page of the booklet. What first caught his eye was an extremely exquisite doll illustration, and below the illustration were densely packed small characters displaying information about that doll. First doll, Tsang Xianyue. Cleaning type doll, possesses extremely strong cursed arts abilities, skilled in using cursed arts to launch large-scale attacks on targets. Personality, mature and talkative. Emotional development. Combat rating. Energy consumption, high. Appearance, female, simulated medium-sized cursed arts doll, adult body type, black long straight hair, blue pupils. Right eye is damaged, so often covered with a flower bud. Characteristics, white robe with blue sash, 175 centimeters. Second doll, Requiem. Combat type doll, extremely strong close combat abilities. With ultimate assault and berserk abilities, she can become a sharp blade on the battlefield. Personality, insane and pathological. Emotional development. Combat rating. Energy consumption, extremely high. Appearance, female, simulated light-type doll, lowly body type, crimson hair with red pupils. Often uses a 3-meter-long heavy scythe. Nearly uncontrollable during combat. Characteristics, scythe, crimson hair, 151 centimeters. Third doll, glazed lamp. Maid-type doll, female, excellent housekeeping assistance abilities, perfect butler-type doll. Outstanding management and financial abilities allow her to quickly adapt to any environment. Personality, lively and adorable. Emotional development. Combat rating. Energy consumption, small. Appearance, female, simulated medium-sized doll, young girl body type, golden hair with blue eyes. Often manages the doll manor when the mistress is away. Serves as the head maid of doll manor. Maid uniform, perfectly simulates real human emotional expression. Characteristics, smile, dignified, 160 centimeters. Lin stared blankly as he flipped through the introductions in the collection booklet. Every page contained a doll illustration and related introduction, and without exception, every doll was exquisitely carved, like real people yet not real people. Carrying an indescribable, eerie beauty. These are all. Lin said in astonishment. The doll mistress smiled lightly, resting her chin on her hand. They're all very good dolls. Each one has been carefully selected by me, brought back from all over the world, cursed dolls who are also my daughters. You should be able to see, each of them has their own areas of expertise, and after my meticulous carving, at least in appearance, compared to ancient puppets like me, they can be more accepted by the normal world. The doll mistress introduced while leaning forward, smiling seductively. So, have you seen any that interest you? If you have, Auntie can rent them to you anytime. They can serve as bodyguards, or as maids. Of course, if you're not afraid of death, they could even be playthings. Lin. This can be rented too. Lin frowned. I don't think that's appropriate. Since you've already said these are your daughters, renting them out like commodities feels somewhat. The doll mistress immediately smiled. All right then, let me use more formal wording. You can think of it as a form of employment. Employment? Lin questioned doubtfully. The doll mistress hugged her chest, closed her eyes, and smiled slightly. Yes, my daughters have extremely outstanding performance in their respective fields. Many creatures in the dark world are willing to pay high prices to hire my daughters to help them handle some troublesome matters. Ingobes. For example, assassination, warfare, bodyguard, management and other services. And my daughters are also very willing to experience different customs and lifestyles around the world through this method. At the same time, this is also the funding source that maintains the normal operation of the entire manor. After listening to the doll mistress's explanation, Lin nodded thoughtfully. In other words, in a certain sense, this is a security company. The doll mistress smiled lightly as she looked at him. So, any suitable ones? If you like any, just tell Auntie directly. And since this is repayment, the first rental is free. She kept tempting him. Lin pondered upon hearing this. To be honest, he was indeed somewhat interested. Not because they were beautiful enough, nor because they looked pleasing to the eye, but simply considering his actual situation. What she said earlier was indeed correct. After the teacher left, if something like the previous flesh puppet invasion happened again, it would undoubtedly be a big trouble. Because he couldn't rely on the blood-robed evil spirit every time. And blood-robed big sister often went out to hunt for food. If he encountered some big shots again, relying only on himself and left hand would be quite difficult to handle. Maybe. Choose one. Lin's heart was moved. Under the doll mistress's smiling gaze, Lin began carefully flipping through each doll's introduction. But soon, Lin found himself in a dilemma. Because they all look so appealing. It's like sitting in a club, watching one cute little girl after another walk in gracefully, each one so outstanding that you simply don't know which one to choose to accompany you. Can I have them all? Lin asked curiously. The doll mistress's smile instantly brightened. You can. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity towards you +10. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity towards you +12. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity towards you +15. Ding. Doll mistress is overjoyed. Lin instantly shivered. Something's wrong. Why is she even happier when I say I want them all? Does she have some wicked scheme in mind? In an instant, Lin remembered the curse inside her. Could it be that her real purpose isn't to thank me, but to make me have some strange interactions with her doll daughters, then help her daughters break the curse? Lin. Using my body? No way. Absolutely not. Although I occasionally act perverted, I could never achieve the same level of mastery as the teacher. Instantly understanding the doll mistress's meaning, Lin's heart trembled violently, but he maintained calm on his face. Can I not take any? Lin tested. Buzz. The smile on the doll mistress's face instantly vanished. Ding. Doll mistress's affinity towards you -10. I'll take them. I didn't say I wouldn't. Let me look more carefully. Lin said sheepishly. Only then did the doll mistress become overjoyed again, her smile radiant. Lin thought for a moment, then asked, I understand the combat star rating, but Auntie, what does this emotional development mean? The doll mistress blinked and explained, This is based on my years of interaction with them, judging how difficult it is to stimulate their emotions. The higher the star rating, the easier it is, and the closer they are to real people. Without hesitation, Lin quickly rejected all dolls with high emotional star ratings. Preferably ones with no stars. He didn't want to achieve mastery level. What about the energy consumption? Lin continued asking. The doll mistress chuckled lightly, just like you flesh creatures, when you're hungry, you need to eat. They also need to consume energy, otherwise they'll become slow-moving, or might even stop working. But my daughters are all very advanced. Whether it's flesh and blood, cursed energy, or energy blocks, they can convert them into their own energy sources. Lin pondered upon hearing this, muttering to himself, so that means I'd have to raise them too. The doll mistress. Lin shook his head and immediately inquired, is there that kind of doll, one that can still move without being fed? The doll mistress closed her eyes, her fist making clicking sounds as she clenched it. This guy. Is he really this stingy? Want the horse to run without giving it hay? The doll mistress closed her eyes, feeling very displeased, and said, but there really is one. My seventh daughter has some cleanliness obsessions, dislikes flesh and blood as well as energy blocks. She has her own unique recovery method. Lin asked curiously, what is it? The doll mistress took a deep breath, extended her slender hand, and placed a bronze object on the counter. Lin was startled and exclaimed in surprise. A wind-up key. Seventh doll, Hei Xianue. Control and cleaning type doll, female, extremely strong combat and control abilities, skilled at using threads formed from secret energy to control target movement trajectories, making them fight each other or twist their necks. Personality, none, emotional development, combat rating, energy consumption, variable. Appearance, life-sized lightweight doll, lowly body type, silver hair with black pupils, Gothic-style flowing golden dress and small black formal hat, no current preferences, no current personality. Feature, after unzipping the back, there's a wind-up key socket on the spine different from other dolls, compatible with various models of wind-up keys for charging. 146 centimeters. Lin stared in amazement at the Gothic-style doll girl in the illustration. Even from the illustration, it was apparent. Compared to the other doll ladies, she seemed more like a genuine doll, giving off an eerie beauty and peculiar horror. She had less human-like presence than the other dolls. Wind-up powered, strong combat ability, no emotional troubles, and a lightweight doll. Lin was practically sold at first glance. This was absolutely a perfect bodyguard, small size, easy to carry, low consumption, highly capable, simply no flaws to pick. I'll take her. Lin seriously raised his head and declared. The doll mistress was startled, then slightly frowned, seeming somewhat unwilling. Actually, what she most wanted Lin to choose were her first and third daughters, because those two were sufficiently normal and had high enough emotional development. Arentiland Bodies. That also meant they were most likely to form bonds with this youth during interaction, and more easily restrain the curse. Although the seventh had extremely strong combat ability. In a full-strength 1v1, she had even defeated her eldest sister. But that was precisely because her emotional development was too low, she simply didn't know about holding back, almost always aiming to kill the opponent with each move, hence why she could gain the upper hand. But how about you choose another one? Or pick an additional one? The doll mistress hopefully tried to persuade Lin. How about bundling the third one too? Although not strong in combat, she excels at being considerate and can help you manage the shop well, why not take the opportunity? Lin smiled and said, no, one is enough. Are you kidding? The third doll's emotional development is so high. If something actually accidentally developed, making me deeply involved, wouldn't that be disastrous? And he had reason to suspect whether his teacher's unspeakable problem was caused by excessive wear and tear. This absolutely must be avoided. All right then. The doll mistress closed her eyes, took the manual and held it to her chest, saying, since this is your choice, I won't interfere too much. You can try her out first, and if you don't like her, you can contact me anytime to exchange. Let's rent her to you for 30 days temporarily, waiving your rental fee. After I return, I'll arrange it for you, how's that? Lin smiled and said, deal. Ding. Congratulations host for triggering achievement, Doll Lady, you obtained basic experience 200. Doll Lady, stage achievement, obtainable when acquiring your own doll through any method. You received rewards, mental energy +1, constitution +2. Now, just waiting for delivery. Morning. The potion shop operated normally. The drowsy Bloodsaw finally stumbled groggily to the front hall. Rubbing his head, he said dazedly and despondently, strange, could it be because I'm too tired? How could I sleep so deeply this time? Lin quickly walked over carrying a cup of tea, handed it to his teacher, coughed and said. Teacher just finished surgery yesterday, it's normal to be tired. Teacher, have some tea, I specially prepared it for you. Kidney boosting and mind awakening, very nourishing. Would you like to try it? Seeing his respectful disciple, Bloodsaw's mood immediately improved. What a filial disciple. Waking up first thing in the morning to serve me tea and give me back massages, that decision I made back then was absolutely correct. You're very thoughtful. Bloodsaw drank the tea comfortably, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Ding. Bloodsaw's affinity towards you +5. By the way, disciple, before sleeping yesterday, teacher considered for a long time, I wonder if you have thoughts in this direction. He put down the teacup, turned to look at Lin, his expression becoming serious. Do you want to become a real doctor? Hearing this, Lin was startled and said, you mean? Bloodsaw smiled faintly, profession. You're still just my apprentice now, but if you want to truly continue developing, you must choose a suitable profession as your main development direction. Teacher's first profession is flesh and blood modifier, second profession is potion master, while also practicing surgery on the side, but actually teacher isn't a real doctor. So if you want to take the doctor path, then teacher suggests you join an association or organization specializing in this field, that will save you many detours. Bloodsaw's words were very sincere. Lin felt moved internally. He immediately remembered the rare profession change mission the system had given him. Seeing Lin's expression, Bloodsaw smiled slightly and said, it seems you already had ideas about this, right? Lin didn't hide it, expressing seriously. Teacher, have you ever heard of the profession called night doctor? Hearing this, Bloodsaw was immediately startled, then showed an astonished expression on his face. Night doctor, where did you learn this term? Lin was just thinking of finding a reasonable excuse to brush it off, but Bloodsaw didn't continue questioning, instead saying seriously. I know this organization. Night doctors, also called doctors who walk at night, they're a group of lawful good aligned madmen. Lawful good? Lin exclaimed in surprise, saying. This dark world still has organizations adhering to this concept. You should know. This is the dark world. It's hell. A quality like lawful good is absolutely rarer than winning the lottery. Bloodsaw shook his head, his gaze serious as he said, don't misunderstand, they're not the lawful good you understand, but labels they stick on themselves. He raised his head, extremely grave. If you encounter them, you'd better genuinely have some illness. Because they believe all living beings in this world are sick. And their appearance is to grant salvation to this world's creatures. Put in human terms, if you have no illness but encounter them, they'll try every method to find some illness on you. If they can find it, they'll help you cure it, but if they can't find any. Bloodsaw looked despondent, gazing at the stitches all over his body, gritting his teeth and saying. They'll cut you open, then continue searching until they find something. Ding! Bloodsaw's SAN-1. Lin exclaimed in surprise, they're this dedicated? Ding! Bloodsaw's SAN-2. Professional, dedication. Bloodsaw stared at Lin as if looking at an unrecognizable monster, frowning and saying. You call this professional dedication? Lin thought for a moment, then coughed slightly, somewhat embarrassed as he lowered his head, saying, sorry, teacher, but they always seemed like a group of pretty good people working hard to heal everyone. Though they do seem a bit obsessive. Bloodsaw's mind buzzed, his gaze slightly vacant. Pretty, good people. He didn't know how his disciple had come up with such an outrageous idea. But it seemed. He really did seem quite interested in this profession. He looked deeply at Lin, saying, although I don't know where you heard about this organization, to be honest, they are indeed one of the few medical organizations in this dark world with superb medical skills. But I still have to advise you to give up the idea of joining that organization, because those who get recruited by that profession are never normal creatures. Lin pondered, seriously saying, I'm very normal. Bloodsaw narrowed his eyes, all right then, answer a few questions for me, which will help determine which camp you lean toward, then you can choose your profession based on that inclination. How about it? Lin was startled, then became serious, saying, okay. Bloodsaw thought for a moment, then asked, good. First question, do you possess affection? Lin's face showed a question mark expression. He thought for a moment, instinctively opened his system panel, then nodded. Yes. Lots. He had 3 affection points rewarded by the system. Bloodsaw said deeply, second question, you're a doctor who encounters a severely injured patient on the road who has nothing to do with you, but holds malice toward you. Would you help him? Lin carefully considered this. Then he thought, if I didn't know he held malice toward me, I would definitely go help. After all, I'm a medical angel in white, I absolutely can't just watch someone die before my eyes. NBS. Bloodsaw said deeply, what if during treatment, you discover he shows clear malice toward you? Lin answered without hesitation, seriously, first cure him, then persuade him to be good. If he won't be good, I'll kill him. Bloodsaw. Bloodsaw wiped cold sweat from his forehead, thought for a moment, then went to the backyard, retrieved a thick psychology book and a pair of reading glasses from his library, saying, all right then, third question, you're a doctor with a patient facing a major problem. You have the ability to cure him, but the treatment process will cause him extreme pain, possibly even causing his death. How would you choose? Lin heard this and carefully thought for a while. Does he want to live? Bloodsaw nodded, yes. Did he hire me to cure him? Bloodsaw paused, yes. Lin then looked up, giving his answer with a smile, simple. Since his purpose in hiring me is to save his life, I'll definitely spare no effort to achieve that goal. As for the process, I don't think the process is very important. Bloodsaw said hesitantly, what if he dies midway due to the extreme pain during the process? Lin said seriously, necromancy spells, suturing techniques, mechanical modification, flesh and blood modification, puppet transformation, death magic, curses, there's always a way to resurrect him. Bloodsaw said in astonishment, then, what if he can't be resurrected? Lin deeply furrowed his brows, thinking for a long time, do you want the truth or a lie? Bloodsaw said hesitantly, the truth, your most genuine inner thoughts. Lin frowned tightly, hesitating for a long time, first, I would never let this situation happen. But if it really did happen, I would definitely blame myself, feel remorseful. But since the employment relationship still exists. He looked up, adjusted his monocle, the lens reflecting faint light. His expression appeared unusually calm. He smiled, I would do everything possible to preserve his body until I can resurrect him. I couldn't just give up casually because of objective or subjective reasons. Bloodsaw stared at his disciple in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Because if this really was his genuine thought, this guy might become even more terrifying than those chaotic evil types in the future. Because he's obsessive enough. Because if you rephrase this question about killing people instead, it would feel genuinely chilling from the bottom of your heart. Bloodsaw took a deep breath, saying seriously, let's pause this topic. Fourth question, suppose your closest person makes a mistake that violates the law. What would you do? Lin chuckled, of course I'd stand by my closest person's side. Bloodsaw said deeply, why? Lin said seriously, the law is worthless. What if he was indiscriminately killing innocent people? In which world? Your world. Lin thought about it, pondering, I don't like indiscriminate killing of innocents, but if his explanation convinces me, I would consider standing by his side. But if he's just doing it for fun, then I would probably kill him. What about in the dark world? Lin said puzzled, are there innocent masses in the dark world? Bloodsaw took a deep breath, saying deeply, final question, if I ordered you to kill someone you didn't want to kill, would you do it? Lin was startled, teacher, would you give me such an order? Bloodsaw slapped his thighs angrily, exasperated, hypothetical. I said it's hypothetical. Lin thought about it, this question is hard to answer because I don't know who you'd want me to kill. What if it was your lover or parents? Lin didn't even think, looked up, showing his white teeth, saying seriously. I'd kill you first. Smack. A huge knock on the head. A bump appeared on Lin's head, steaming faintly. A few minutes later. Lin sat puzzled cross-legged before Bloodsaw, teacher, have you tested which camp I belong to? Is it lawful good? The particularly kind type. Bloodsaw closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Bullshit. This guy has nothing to do with lawful good. From how he unhesitatingly spoke of disregarding the law and killing his own teacher, he doesn't fit into the entire lawful camp at all. Because if you replaced me with some organization he joined that actually ordered him to do things he didn't like, he'd probably destroy that organization too. But at the same time, he couldn't be chaotic evil either. Because this guy clearly has his own set of morals and values, completely different from those maniacs who only know killing. Bloodsaw looked up, saying seriously, what do you think is the essence of being a doctor? Lin thought about it, then said seriously, healing the wounded and rescuing the dying, letting good people live happily, letting bad people die pleasantly, making sure everyone no longer suffers from illness and injury. Bloodsaw said hesitantly, what do you think happiness is? Lin said seriously, not being sick is happiness. Bloodsaw broke out in a sweat. This. Such low standards. Why is this guy's worldview so similar to the philosophy of those night doctor guys? This won't do. That profession really isn't that kind of proper profession. Lin said hopefully, teacher, so which camp do I belong to? Bloodsaw carefully thought about it, finally barely determining the answer, saying seriously. If your answers to my questions were truly your heartfelt thoughts, then we can roughly determine that your current views lean more toward chaotic good. The potion shop. The backyard. Bloodsaw gazed seriously at Lin beside him and said, so, have you really made your decision? Are you sure you want to walk the path of the night doctors? Lin seriously clenched his fist over his chest and said, love the job you do, and besides, didn't you say it yourself, teacher? Although the night doctors are stubborn and perverted, they are the most skilled doctors in the dark world. If I'm going to learn, of course I should learn from the best. Bloodsaw's face was full of exasperation. Although that was true. He really didn't have even the slightest bit of fondness for that profession. After all, as someone with status and reputation, he genuinely didn't want to have to carry a bottle of pesticide with him when going out just to deal with those night doctors. And if his disciple were to become perverted along with that group. He really didn't want someone around him at all times who would stare at him with an investigative gaze, always trying to find some illness in him. Although you have the ambition to become a night doctor, and your teacher isn't unsupportive, but... Bloodsaw looked at him seriously and said. The night doctors aren't something you can become just because you want to, because no one knows where their headquarters are, and even if you're unlucky enough to encounter a wandering night doctor. I'm afraid before you can even ask for a referral, that night doctor would have already dissected you. Lin smiled slightly, flipped his finger, and gave a thumbs up, saying. Don't worry, teacher, I have a special channel that can help me find the night doctor's headquarters. Because he had the special job change quest book given to him by the system. Looking at Lin's confident appearance. Bloodsaw shook his head. Forget it. Since it was the path he chose himself, there was nothing he could do to interfere. After all, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Without experiencing the harsh realities of this world, one could never truly understand the hardships of the future. Bloodsaw lowered his head, gazing deeply at him, and said. Since this is the path you've chosen yourself, your teacher respects your decision. However, you need to prepare yourself these next few days. I won't be staying here much longer, so I'll be putting you through an intensive training period. Let's strive to significantly improve your medical skills and survival abilities during this time. Lin said in astonishment, in intensive training. Bloodsaw stood up with a crack, his face completely indifferent, grabbed the chainsaw beside him, and pulled it open with a single motion. Although your teacher isn't a professional doctor, over these 10 years, I've more or less developed some unique techniques. Today, your teacher will first teach you chainsaw laparotomy, teaching you how to use a chainsaw to quickly and precisely perform abdominal surgery on patients. This is truly a skilled craft. Rengo BS. Lin said with surprise and delight, teacher is so awesome. Then what will we use for training? Little treasure. And just as his words finished. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from the front hall. Followed immediately by a hoarse shout. Is there a doctor here? Just passing through, my stomach has been having some abnormal fluctuations recently, can someone help diagnose it? Yes. Lin and Bloodsaw turned around in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Black mist filled the air, the sky pitch black. Seoul Severance Street. On the dark street, gusts of wind swept through, the heavy night like an iron curtain, making this place appear exceptionally eerie. At this very moment, a young man with a pale face was scrambling along the street, running forward in terror. From the darkness behind him, occasional bursts of mysterious laughter could be heard, inexplicably making one feel creeped out. What the hell kind of place is this? I was clearly just on the road moments ago, how could? Bai trembled, continuously running forward. He knew. He might have encountered a supernatural incident. Because just half an hour ago, he had just left school and was preparing to go to a bar for a gathering organized by some friends. To take a shortcut, he followed the DD navigation through the nearest alley. But he truly never expected. This navigation would directly guide him to such a ghostly place. He could 100% confirm that he was definitely not in Shanghai right now, because whether it was the surrounding buildings or the environment, it completely wasn't modern in style. DD, you bastard. His eyes trembled with anxiety. Could it be that he had really encountered a supernatural world? Or accidentally stepped into some alternate dimension? Because in various horror movies, he often saw similar scenarios. A brainless and innocent young man inexplicably steps into some remote place, and then appears in some terrifying realm. Were they really just randomly selecting a lucky audience member? He gasped for breath, not daring to stop, quickly running forward along the road. And then in the next moment, in the billowing black mist ahead by the roadside, he saw a woman with long hair, wearing a red dress, standing there with her back to him, as if waiting for someone. Her back looked very elegant, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, giving off a sorrowful beauty. A living person? Bai panted, his face full of astonishment. Because this was the first living being he had encountered along this road during his entire run. He couldn't care less now, the most important thing was to quickly figure out where he was. Miss, hello, could you tell me what place this is? It's my first time here, I'm a bit lost. He stopped behind the woman, panting as he asked. Black mist steamed. A gentle breeze swept through. The woman seemed not to have heard his words, standing there motionless like a statue. Hello? Bai asked again in astonishment. But he still received no reply. He swallowed, instinctively feeling a chilling sensation rising from the back of his neck. Excuse me, is this place? He reached out and patted the woman's shoulder. Thud. Before he could finish his words, the woman's head instantly rotated 360 degrees, revealing a face that looked like a pure white mask, with large amounts of blood gushing down from the woman's neck. Buzz. Bai's gaze instantly went blank. Welcome to Seoul Severance Street. That mask-like pure white face slowly revealed a mysterious smile. Ah! Bai instantly trembled and let out a terrified scream. He fell to the ground, then immediately scrambled up frantically, stumbling and crawling as he ran wildly into the distance. A ghost. It's a ghost. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, his palms icy cold. No longer caring about anything else, he trembled as he ran wildly further ahead. he didn't dare look back. He was deeply afraid the female ghost behind him would chase after him, running wildly the entire way. But this road seemed to have no end. In the distance, he saw two tall, thin men standing by the wall ahead holding umbrellas, but as he gradually closed the distance, he saw that they weren't two people at all. But two people whose half-bodies were connected together. Squeak. The sound of a saw pulling through flesh and blood. With just one glance, Bai Yi was immediately scared to the point of trembling all over, losing his soul and composure. Because that person was using a saw to cut through the connection point of their two connected bodies, with large amounts of minced flesh and blood splattering out everywhere.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.